Between the late 1970s and early 1980s, Chicago was gripped by terror. A string of brutal murders targeted young women, baffling the police and leaving a community in fear. Dubbed the Chicago Ripper Crew, this group's horrific actions would go down in history as one of Chicago's most chilling criminal cases. The horror began on May 23, 1981, when Linda Sutton, a 26-year-old woman, was found dead in a field outside Chicago. Her body showed signs of extreme violence and bizarre mutilations. Linda's murder left investigators horrified, but it was only the beginning. Over the next year, several more women would be found with similar injuries, sparking fears of a sadistic serial killer or cult at large. Investigators began piecing together evidence, but the lack of witnesses and the gruesome nature of the crimes made progress slow. The brutality was unlike anything the police had ever seen, and a sense of urgency filled every step. Experts were consulted to create a profile of the killer, leading detectives to suspect a group of perpetrators instead of a single individual. Soon, suspicion fell on a group of 4 men: Robin Gecht, Edward Spreitzer, and brothers Andrew and Thomas Cockeralis. Known collectively as the Chicago Ripper Crew, these men were believed to be involved in rituals of torture and murder. Gecht, the supposed leader, had ties to local cult practices, heightening the dark allure of the case. Investigators discovered that the Ripper Crew performed bizarre rituals before and after each killing. According to testimonies, the men engaged in acts of violence as part of a gruesome initiation, with Gecht allegedly overseeing each ritual. The chilling nature of these acts horrified even seasoned detectives, who struggled to grasp the group's twisted motives. The Ripper Crew seemed to have a specific type of victim. Young women, often alone, were their targets, and their disappearances followed a chillingly similar pattern. The women were abducted, tortured, and later found in desolate areas around Chicago. The pattern sent waves of fear through the city as it became clear that these weren't isolated incidents, but the work of a sadistic group operating in the shadows. In a surprising twist, police received a break in the case when a woman named Beverly Washington survived an attack by the Ripper Crew. Beverly managed to provide a description of her attackers, recalling their appearance and behaviors. Her testimony would later be a key piece of evidence, allowing the police to connect her case with other unsolved murders around Chicago. With Beverly's detailed description, detectives began surveilling suspects and investigating connections between the men. The pieces of the puzzle started to align as evidence emerged from each of their lives. Investigators discovered disturbing items in Robin Gecht's possession, confirming their darkest suspicions. The net was closing in, and the crew knew their days were numbered. In 1982, the police arrested Robin Gecht and his 3 accomplices. During intense interrogations, 2 members of the crew, Andrew and Thomas Cockeralis, eventually confessed to their roles in the murders, describing the horrors they committed. Their confessions shocked the public, revealing the true extent of the group's depravity and violence. Robin Gecht, the supposed leader of the Ripper Crew, never confessed or acknowledged his involvement in the murders. Despite overwhelming evidence, Gecht remained silent, claiming innocence. His uncooperative behavior and eerie calmness only added to the public's fascination and horror as he became the mysterious figure at the center of the case. As the trial began, prosecutors presented chilling evidence, including gruesome details from the confessions and disturbing items found in the suspect's possession. The public was horrified by the extent of the crimes. Courtroom spectators were left in shock as the Ripper Crew's heinous acts were laid bare, revealing a level of cruelty that felt almost unimaginable. Each member of the Ripper Crew faced separate charges and varying sentences. Andrew Cockeralis received the death penalty, while Edward Spreitzer and Thomas Cockeralis were sentenced to lengthy prison terms. Robin Gecht, though suspected to be the mastermind, received a shorter sentence due to a lack of direct evidence linking him to the murders. The revelation of the Ripper Crew's actions shook Chicago to its core. The city mourned the lives lost and grappled with the horror that such brutality could happen in their own neighborhoods. Media coverage was intense, and the case would forever be remembered as one of Chicago's darkest chapters. Decades later, the case of the Chicago Ripper Crew remains one of the most disturbing crime stories in American history. It highlighted the need for improved methods in tracking serial crimes and supporting victims. The case has since been a haunting reminder of the unimaginable cruelty that humans can inflict and has served as a cautionary tale for generations. The Chicago Ripper crew case serves as a stark reminder of the darkness that can lurk beneath society's surface. While the main suspects were apprehended, many still wonder if justice was truly served. This case remains a cautionary tale and a chilling testament to the depths of human depravity, forever etched into the history of crime in America. On September 20th, 1988, Tara Calico left her home in Belen, New Mexico, for her usual bike ride along State Road 47. She told her mother she'd return by noon and joked that if she didn't, her mom should come looking. Tara, a lively 19-year-old college student, enjoyed her daily rides. But as noon passed, Tara's mother knew something was wrong. Tara hadn't returned, and she hadn't contacted anyone. The small town of Belen was about to be shaken by one of its most haunting mysteries. When Tara didn't return, her family immediately reported her missing. Police, friends, and neighbors scoured the route she often took. Volunteers searched ditches, fields, and even forests along the roadside. They found a few clues, a broken bike reflector and tire marks, but no sign of Tara. As days turned to weeks, Belen's tight-knit community began to fear the worst. Tara's mother, desperate for answers, felt haunted by their last conversation. Months after Tara's disappearance, a disturbing photograph surfaced. In June 1989, a Polaroid photo of a young woman and boy, bound and gagged, was found in a parking lot in Port St. Joe, Florida, over 1,500 miles from Belen. The young woman bore a striking resemblance to Tara. The FBI examined the photo, but results were inconclusive. While some believed it was Tara, others remained skeptical. This mysterious photo added fuel to a case that was already fraught with eerie possibilities. Tara's mother, Patty Dole, was unrelenting in her search for her daughter. She tirelessly contacted investigators, distributed flyers, and even appeared on national television, pleading for any information about Tara. The Polaroid became a glimmer of hope, but with it came even more questions. Patty firmly believed the girl in the photo was Tara, holding on to hope that her daughter was still alive somewhere, waiting to be found. The case took on a life of its own, with theories circulating everywhere. Some believed Tara was kidnapped by someone she knew, while others thought she had fallen victim to human trafficking. Rumors of suspicious vans and people seen on the route that day began to surface. Every lead seemed to open another layer of mystery, and soon the case became one of the most complex and bewildering disappearances in New Mexico's history. Despite extensive investigations, police hit dead ends. Leads fizzled out, witnesses' statements were inconclusive, and each new clue seemed to lead nowhere. The case grew colder with each passing month, and soon authorities were left with little to go on. Frustration mounted as Tara's family and the community sought answers. But the mystery of Tara's disappearance seemed as elusive as ever, leaving everyone involved baffled. As the case went cold, Tara Calico's disappearance became part of New Mexico's unsolved mysteries. Local newspapers and TV stations continued to run stories on anniversaries of her disappearance, keeping her memory alive. People continued to wonder what had happened to her and whether she was still alive. The mystery captivated locals and haunted detectives who had worked tirelessly, with no breakthrough in sight. Years later, people still pondered over the Polaroid. Some experts and family members remained convinced it was Tara, while others felt less sure, noting that some details didn't match. The boy in the photo was never identified, adding another layer to the mystery. For Patty Dole, Tara's mother, the photo was a painful reminder, both of her hope and her heartbreak. As time passed, more theories of foul play emerged. Some locals believed that Tara had been abducted by someone she crossed paths with on her daily ride. Others whispered that there might be a local conspiracy or cover-up. Some former investigators even hinted at possible suspects, though nothing concrete ever surfaced. Each theory added new suspicions, but failed to provide the closure that her family so desperately sought. In 1990, another Polaroid photo surfaced, further fueling suspicions. The photo depicted a young woman, once again resembling Tara, and a man who was never identified. This photo, found near a construction site, looked strikingly similar to the first, with the woman bound in a similar manner. But as before, no conclusive identification could be made. For the public, it was another eerie hint that Tara's disappearance was far from ordinary. Strange details in the case attracted a unique subset of theories. Some believe that Tara's disappearance was connected to occult practices or paranormal forces. People claim sightings, strange sounds along her bike route, and an inexplicable feeling of unease. The supernatural theories were met with skepticism, but only added another layer of intrigue to Tara's case. Was it mere speculation, or was something even stranger at play? Years passed, and authorities revisited the case with fresh eyes. Forensic advances provided a glimmer of hope. New testing on the tire marks and bike reflector found on the roadside offered the potential for DNA evidence. Investigators also followed up on previous sightings and leads, though none yielded the definitive breakthrough they hoped for. However, the re-examination kept the case alive and gave Tara's family renewed hope. The mystery surrounding Tara's case attracted intense media attention. True crime shows, podcasts, and investigative series brought her story to national audiences. Public interest surged, with countless online communities delving into theories and piecing together clues. People who never met Tara felt a connection to her story and rallied to keep her memory alive. This media attention, though often bittersweet, ensured that Tara would never be forgotten. Tara Calico's disappearance highlighted the need for change. Her case contributed to the improvement of missing persons investigations, leading to advancements in technology and public awareness. Her mother's tireless advocacy also inspired others to seek justice for their missing loved ones. Tara's case remains unsolved, but her story has left a lasting impact on law enforcement, the community, and the countless individuals who still seek justice in her name. To this day, Tara Calico's disappearance remains one of America's most haunting, unsolved mysteries. The unanswered questions continue to linger, and each anniversary reignites the pain for her family and community. While theories persist, no one truly knows what happened on that quiet September morning in 1988. Tara's spirit endures, not only as a symbol of the unknown, but as a reminder of those who vanish without a trace. In the year 2000, Old Joliet Prison in Illinois stood as a decaying reminder of a dark past. Built in 1858, the prison was notorious for housing some of Illinois' most dangerous criminals. Its grim walls and ominous hallways seemed haunted by violence and despair. Despite its closure in 2002, strange occurrences in its final years shocked those who worked within its walls. This story takes us to those eerie last days when two inmates met untimely deaths under mysterious circumstances. The two victims were Mark Riley and Derek Lane, both serving lengthy sentences for violent crimes. Mark, 34, had been a known troublemaker, while Derek, 29, had a history of gang affiliations. Though they weren't friends, the two men found themselves in the same cell block. Despite security measures, prison life was rough, and violence wasn't uncommon. But the sheer brutality of what happened to them was beyond anything seen before within Joliet's walls. On a cold January morning, guards were doing their usual rounds when they discovered Mark and Derek in their cells, unresponsive. Blood covered the cell floor, and both men bore brutal injuries. The guards immediately called for medical help, but it was too late. The circumstances seemed inexplicable. No weapons were found, and the doors had been locked all night. Rumors of the prison's haunted past only added to the chilling atmosphere. The injuries Mark and Derek suffered were unusual. Both had broken bones and severe head trauma, yet there was no sign of a struggle with another inmate. The autopsy report revealed blunt force trauma, but the source was unknown. Security cameras showed nothing out of the ordinary, and other inmates claimed they hadn't heard a thing. The mystery only deepened, leaving authorities with more questions than answers. The prison guards were deeply disturbed. Some speculated that an unknown assailant had somehow bypassed security to commit the murders. Others believed it could be a ghostly force, given the prison's haunted reputation. With no evidence of any escape or intrusion, many guards grew increasingly uneasy. The rumor mill ran wild with theories, each one adding a layer of fear to those who worked behind Joliet's stone walls. The prison administration questioned inmates, hoping someone had seen or heard something. Surprisingly, several prisoners claimed they felt an overwhelming sense of dread the night of the murders. Some even reported hearing whispers echoing down the corridors. But when pressed for details, each account differed, with nothing concrete or reliable to pursue. Still, these eerie testimonies only deepened the air of mystery. Investigators combed the crime scene for any clues, yet found nothing unusual. The cell door showed no signs of forced entry, and no contraband weapons were discovered. Forensic teams scoured the area, testing every possible item, but no foreign fingerprints or DNA were found. It was as though the assailant had never been there at all, leaving the murders feeling impossibly unsolvable. With no logical answers, some turned to supernatural explanations. Old Joliet Prison had long been rumored to be haunted by the spirits of former inmates. Many believed that an unseen force could have been responsible for the deaths, punishing those within its walls. Though authorities dismissed these ideas, the eerie feeling that lingered around the prison made it hard for anyone to fully disregard them. One prison guard who was working the night of the murders resigned shortly after the incident. In interviews, he described feeling an oppressive presence that he couldn't shake. He claimed he heard faint whispers in the dead of night and even saw shadows where there should have been none. Although he couldn't provide any concrete evidence, his testimony only fueled the rumors. For many, his departure was a sign that something truly sinister had happened within the prison walls. In response to the growing fear, a group of paranormal investigators was allowed access to Old Joliet Prison. Equipped with cameras and special devices, they ventured into the abandoned cells at night. The team reported hearing unusual sounds and even recorded cold spots, which they believed to be signs of spirits. Despite their findings, skeptics questioned the validity of the evidence, but believers saw it as proof of the prison's haunted past. The families of Mark and Derek demanded answers. They struggled to understand how their loved ones could have met such a violent end in a supposedly secure facility. Frustrated by the lack of progress, they pushed for an independent investigation. However, prison officials were reluctant to allow outsiders, citing security and legal restrictions. The family's search for justice intensified the mystery and made the case a topic of public fascination. Months later, a hidden letter was found in Derek's cell during a routine inspection. In it, Derek wrote about his fear of something inhuman lurking in the prison. He described nights filled with strange noises and the feeling of being watched. While many dismissed it as the ramblings of a frightened man, some saw it as a clue pointing to something more sinister. This eerie letter hinted at a terror that went beyond the physical realm. As the investigation continued, suspicions began to fall on a few of the prison guards. Some inmates claimed that certain guards had been acting strangely on the night of the murders, avoiding their rounds in the cell block where Mark and Derek were held. While these accusations couldn't be verified, they cast a shadow of doubt over the prison staff. Were they hiding something, or was it merely a series of unfortunate coincidences? Despite ongoing inquiries and family pressure, the investigation reached a dead end. With no physical evidence and only eerie rumors, the prison authorities eventually declared the case unsolvable. The prison's reputation for the supernatural endured, and the tragic deaths of Mark and Derek remained a haunting mystery. Their families were left with heartbreak and unanswered questions as the case officially went cold. Years later, Old Joliet Prison stands abandoned, but the memory of the unexplained murders lingers. Those who visit report a heavy, unsettling atmosphere, and some say they've seen figures in the shadows. Paranormal enthusiasts still explore its haunted halls, hoping to catch a glimpse of what caused the deaths of Mark and Derek. The prison remains a place shrouded in mystery, where reality and the supernatural seem to blur. In April 2009, 17-year-old Brittany Drexel traveled from Rochester, New York, to Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, without her parents' permission. She was eager to spend time with friends and take a break from the pressures of high school. Brittany's mother, Dawn, didn't know about the trip until Brittany was already gone, leaving her both anxious and upset. Little did Dawn know this would be the last time she would hear her daughter's voice. This trip, meant to be a short getaway, would soon turn into one of the most haunting mysteries in recent history. On April 25, 2009, Brittany was last seen walking along the Myrtle Beach boardwalk around 8 p.m. She had spent the day enjoying the beach, but that night, she walked alone to meet a friend at a nearby hotel. Surveillance footage captured her entering the hotel and leaving shortly after. Her cell phone activity stopped around 9:15 p.m. That was the last time anyone saw or heard from Brittany. Her friends quickly reported her missing, triggering a widespread search across the area. When Dawn Drexel, Brittany's mother, learned of her daughter's disappearance, she was devastated. Dawn had already been uneasy about Brittany's decision to go to Myrtle Beach, and her worst fears were becoming a reality. She made desperate calls to Brittany's friends, law enforcement, and even drove down to South Carolina. Her emotional plea for help resonated with the public, and soon news of Brittany's disappearance spread across the country. Every mother's nightmare was now Dawn's reality. Local law enforcement began a massive search operation, combing through Myrtle Beach and the surrounding areas. Volunteers, law enforcement, and rescue teams joined forces, searching the beaches, hotels, and wooded areas, hoping to find any trace of Brittany. However, the search yielded no significant clues. Investigators began to suspect foul play, as Brittany had left behind all of her belongings in the hotel. The eerie silence surrounding her disappearance added an unsettling weight to the case. Investigators tracked Brittany's cell phone, which showed a final signal ping about 50 miles away from Myrtle Beach in an area known as Georgetown County. The signal had stopped abruptly, deepening suspicions that something terrible had happened. This discovery expanded the search zone and led investigators into swamplands and remote areas. Unfortunately, even with search teams combing through the region, no further clues emerged. Brittany's trail had gone cold, leaving her family and investigators in despair. During the investigation, witnesses came forward with eerie details. Some claimed to have seen Brittany with unknown men near Myrtle Beach that night. Others spoke of suspicious activity along remote areas near Georgetown County. While no concrete evidence emerged, these disturbing statements suggested Brittany may have been in danger before her disappearance. As investigators pieced together these sightings, they found themselves with more questions than answers, leaving the case shrouded in mystery. As the case progressed, law enforcement turned their attention to Brittany's friends, questioning them about the events leading up to her disappearance. Suspicion grew as investigators delved into their statements, trying to pinpoint any inconsistencies. They wanted to understand why Brittany was left alone that night and if anyone might have lured her away. The pressure on her friends intensified, but they maintained their innocence, adding to the mystery. In June 1989, a disturbing photograph was found in a Florida parking lot. The Polaroid showed a young woman and a boy, both bound and gagged, lying in the back of a van. The woman in the photo bore a striking resemblance to Brittany Drexel, leading some to wonder if this could be a clue to her whereabouts. Forensic experts analyzed the image, and though inconclusive, it ignited a wave of speculation and fear. The haunting image became a national obsession, deepening the mystery around Brittany's disappearance. Over the years, authorities received numerous tips and leads regarding Brittany's disappearance, but each one seemed to hit a dead end. Sightings were reported across several states, but none were confirmed. People claimed to have seen her in various places, but none of these sightings held up under investigation. Each lead raised hopes, only to bring frustration when it proved unhelpful. The search for Brittany turned into a heartbreaking cycle of hope and despair for her family and the investigative team. In 2016, a significant breakthrough emerged when an inmate claimed to have information on Brittany's disappearance. The man, Taquan Brown, alleged that he had witnessed her being held against her will shortly after her disappearance. Brown claimed Brittany had been taken by a group involved in illegal activities. Despite this chilling revelation, concrete evidence was still lacking, and doubts surrounded the credibility of the confession. This lead, however, brought renewed energy to the case, keeping Brittany's story alive. With new information emerging, the FBI became more heavily involved in the investigation. Teams worked tirelessly to re-interview witnesses, re-examine evidence, and follow up on Brown's allegations. Investigators explored connections to local crime networks and scrutinized known offenders in the area, hoping to link Brittany's case with other criminal activities. The renewed investigation efforts heightened public interest, and the case continued to haunt those who remembered her story. Year after year, Brittany's family continued to wait, clinging to hope that one day they would learn the truth. Her mother, Dawn, became an outspoken advocate for missing persons, determined to keep her daughter's case alive. The Drexel family's unending perseverance inspired many, but their pain was evident. Each day without answers weighed heavily on them, a constant reminder of the nightmare they were living. Brittany's absence became an enduring scar on their lives. Despite the years that passed, Brittany's family and investigators held out hope that new leads would eventually surface. Advances in forensic technology, combined with the relentless pursuit of the truth, fueled their determination. Dawn Drexel, while coping with heartbreak, remained optimistic that someone, somewhere knew something that could end the mystery. They continued to push for awareness and support, striving for the day they would finally bring Brittany home, or at least find closure. To this day, Brittany Drexel's disappearance remains an open case. Her family continues to work with law enforcement and publicize her story in the hope that someone will finally come forward with the key to solving the mystery. Brittany's case has become a symbol of hope, resilience, and the undying love of a family searching for answers. The haunting question remains, what really happened to Brittany Drexel? Brittany's story serves as a powerful reminder of the impact one person's disappearance can have on a community and a nation. Her legacy is carried on by her family's tireless advocacy for the missing and their efforts to prevent similar tragedies. Brittany's case continues to resonate, bringing awareness to the many others who have disappeared and the loved ones left behind. In keeping her memory alive, her family ensures that Brittany will never be forgotten. Shadow Mysteries, unraveling the horrifying mysteries of crime cases. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel to catch the next thrilling and suspenseful episodes. On November 22, 2018, Kelsey Barrett was last seen in Woodland Park, Colorado, where she had been shopping for Thanksgiving. A dedicated mother, Kelsey was known for her loving nature and commitment to her one-year-old daughter, Kaylee. As days passed without any word from her, concern grew among family and friends. Kelsey's disappearance became alarming when she failed to return home, prompting her family to file a missing person report. What began as a routine holiday turned into a chilling mystery that would captivate the nation. As police began their investigation, they quickly uncovered troubling details about Kelsey's life. Her fiancé, Patrick Frazee, became a person of interest early on. The couple had been in a tumultuous relationship, which raised suspicions among investigators. Kelsey's family revealed that she had planned to end the relationship, leading to fears that this may have played a role in her disappearance. With her last known location captured on surveillance footage, authorities felt the pressure to solve the case quickly. Patrick Frazee's behavior came under intense scrutiny as the investigation progressed. Initially cooperative with police, he later became evasive when questioned about Kelsey's whereabouts. Investigators discovered that he had not reported Kelsey missing until days after she was last seen. This delay raised eyebrows and prompted detectives to dig deeper into his actions during that critical period. With mounting evidence pointing toward Patrick, the focus of the investigation shifted firmly onto him. As the investigation unfolded, a massive search operation was launched to locate Kelsey. Local law enforcement, volunteers, and even search and rescue teams scoured the surrounding areas, including forests and hiking trails. Posters with Kelsey's photo were distributed widely, urging anyone with information to come forward. Despite their efforts, the search yielded no significant leads, and time was slipping away. The community rallied together, hoping for Kelsey's safe return, but uncertainty loomed over the investigation. Investigators delved into Kelsey's phone records, revealing unsettling details. Text messages and calls from Patrick were analyzed, showing a pattern of communication that raised further questions. Authorities discovered that the last person Kelsey had communicated with was Patrick, just hours before she was reported missing. This revelation deepened suspicions around Patrick, suggesting he may have had a more significant role in her disappearance than initially thought. The pieces of the puzzle were starting to fit together. On December 21, 2018, nearly a month after Kelsey's disappearance, Patrick Frazee was arrested. Charged with first-degree murder, his arrest sent shockwaves through the community and the nation. Authorities had pieced together enough evidence to conclude that Kelsey had been killed, though her body remained undiscovered. The news left many in disbelief. Kelsey's disappearance had captivated their hearts, and the thought of her being murdered was almost unfathomable. As the trial began in 2019, emotions ran high. Kelsey's family attended each session, seeking justice for their beloved daughter. The prosecution laid out its case, detailing the timeline of events and the evidence against Patrick. Witnesses testified, and the courtroom was filled with tension as the story of Kelsey's tragic fate unfolded. The trial was not only about seeking justice for Kelsey, but also about understanding the truth behind her heartbreaking disappearance. Patrick's defense team argued for his innocence, claiming that the evidence presented was circumstantial and lacked direct proof. They painted a picture of a flawed investigation, suggesting that authorities were too quick to blame Patrick without exploring other possibilities. The defense attempted to shift the focus away from Patrick, hinting that Kelsey may have gone missing for other reasons entirely. The courtroom drama intensified as both sides fought to sway the jury. Throughout the trial, several witnesses provided compelling testimonies. Friends of Kelsey spoke about her fears regarding her relationship with Patrick, while co-workers shared insights into her character. Additionally, a key witness recounted the day Kelsey disappeared, describing her last known actions and interactions. Each testimony painted a vivid picture of Kelsey's life, revealing the complexities of her relationship with Patrick and the circumstances surrounding her disappearance. In March 2019, after months of searching, Kelsey's remains were discovered in a remote area of Colorado. The tragic news shattered hopes of finding her alive and added a painful layer to the ongoing trial. The remains were confirmed through DNA testing, confirming the worst fears of her family and friends. This grim discovery reignited the prosecution's case against Patrick, as they could now charge him with murder in the death of Kelsey. As the trial neared its conclusion, both the prosecution and defense presented their closing arguments. The prosecution reiterated the timeline and evidence, emphasizing Patrick's motives and actions leading up to Kelsey's disappearance. The defense countered by reminding the jury of the lack of direct evidence. With emotions running high, the jury was tasked with deciding the fate of Patrick Frazee, a decision that would have lasting implications for all involved. On November 22, 2019, the jury returned with a verdict: guilty of first-degree murder. Gasps filled the courtroom as Patrick was taken into custody. The conviction marked a significant moment for Kelsey's family, who had fought tirelessly for justice. Emotions poured out as they reflected on Kelsey's life and the tragic loss they endured. The verdict not only brought a sense of closure, but also honored Kelsey's memory. In the aftermath of the trial, the community rallied around Kelsey's family, offering support and condolences. Memorials were held to honor her memory, and discussions about domestic violence and its impact on families gained momentum. Kelsey's story shed light on the importance of recognizing warning signs in relationships, encouraging others to speak out and seek help. Her legacy would continue to inspire advocacy for victims of abuse and highlight the need for vigilance in communities. Kelsey's disappearance and subsequent murder sparked conversations across the nation about safety and awareness. Her family became advocates for change, participating in awareness campaigns to educate others about the dangers of domestic violence. Kelsey's story is now a poignant reminder of the lives affected by such tragedies. The movement to honor her memory emphasizes the necessity of compassion and vigilance in preventing future incidents. As time passes, Kelsey Barrett's memory remains alive through the ongoing efforts of her family and supporters. They continue to share her story, hoping to inspire others to recognize the importance of safety in relationships. Kelsey's legacy serves as a beacon of hope for those who have experienced similar situations, encouraging them to seek help and to advocate for themselves. The impact of her life endures, ensuring that she will never be forgotten. In the 1970s, the San Francisco Bay Area was a vibrant and bustling metropolis. But beneath its beautiful facade lay a chilling secret. A series of brutal murders shocked the community, with a shadowy figure lurking in the background, evading capture. From 1970 to 1980, this unknown killer struck multiple times, leaving behind a trail of fear and unanswered questions. Who was this murderer, and why did they target the unsuspecting victims of the city? Join us as we delve into the dark history of the San Francisco Bay Area murders. The first known victim was a young woman named Mary, who vanished on a warm summer evening in 1970. Her friends reported her missing after she failed to return home from a party. Days later, her lifeless body was discovered in a remote area, horrifying the local community. Mary's tragic fate marked the beginning of a dark chapter, sparking fear and uncertainty among the residents. Authorities struggled to find any leads, as the investigation into her death yielded few clues and whispers of a serial killer began to circulate. As the investigation continued, police discovered a disturbing pattern. Over the next few years, several more young women vanished under similar circumstances, each case echoing Mary's tragic end. Families were devastated, and the community was gripped by fear. Local news outlets reported on the escalating crisis, urging residents to stay vigilant. The police began to suspect they were dealing with a serial killer, but with each new victim, the case grew colder, and the killer remained elusive, slipping further into the shadows. In 1975, the investigation intensified as detectives employed new forensic techniques, hoping to uncover crucial evidence. The police interviewed witnesses, family members, and friends of the victims, seeking any connection between them. Tips flooded in from the public, but many led to dead ends. Despite the mounting pressure, investigators were determined to crack the case. They formed specialized task forces, collaborating with the FBI to analyze patterns and develop profiles of the possible suspect. Yet the more they dug, the more the case slipped through their fingers. In 1977, a significant breakthrough occurred when forensic experts linked several murders through DNA evidence, confirming they were the work of the same killer. This revelation reignited the investigation, providing hope to the families of the victims. Authorities held press conferences appealing for information and encouraging the community to come forward with any tips. The case gained national attention, and a renewed sense of urgency propelled the investigation forward as the public became more aware of the lurking danger in their midst. Investigators began to notice a disturbing profile emerging among the victims. Most were young women, often from similar socioeconomic backgrounds. They had bright futures ahead, but were tragically cut short by the killer. Many were last seen in nightlife hotspots, highlighting a potential pattern in their movements. The detectives scrutinized these areas, hoping to find witnesses who might have seen something unusual. As they gathered this information, the chilling reality set in. The killer was hunting among them, exploiting their vulnerabilities. As the murders continued, fear spread throughout the San Francisco Bay Area. Residents were on high alert, changing their routines and avoiding certain areas after dark. Neighborhood watch groups formed, and community meetings became common, where residents exchanged information and discussed safety measures. The sense of unity was palpable, but so was the anxiety. Families worried for their daughters, and friends were cautious about their night outings. The community's response highlighted the impact of the murders, transforming the once vibrant city into a place shadowed by fear. The media frenzy surrounding the murders only heightened the tension. News outlets reported on the case daily, often sensationalizing details to capture public interest. With each new article, the killer's notoriety grew, and so did the public's obsession with the story. Investigative journalists delved into the lives of the victims, uncovering heartbreaking details and personal stories. However, the relentless coverage also added pressure on law enforcement, as they felt the weight of public expectation to solve the case before more lives were lost. Detectives began to analyze the killer's modus operandi, seeking clues that might lead them to his identity. The patterns revealed that the murderer typically struck late at night, often using a method that involved luring victims into secluded areas. The violence was brutal, leaving behind signs of a struggle. The police hypothesized that the killer might have local knowledge, as he seemed to know the city well and where to find vulnerable women. The more they learned, the clearer it became that this killer was not just random, he was calculated and methodical. In 1978, a breakthrough in the case brought a suspect to the forefront. A man with a criminal background was arrested for unrelated charges, and during questioning, detectives noticed inconsistencies in his alibi. Investigators found that he had been in the area during several of the murders and even had a history of violence against women. The evidence against him began to pile up, and for a brief moment, hope flickered that they had finally caught their killer. However, as the investigation deepened, questions about his involvement remained unanswered. Despite the promising lead, the investigation soon hit another dead end. The suspect's alibi was ultimately confirmed, and the evidence linking him to the murders proved insufficient for prosecution. As the detectives regrouped, the community's fear intensified once more. Families began to feel a sense of hopelessness as the years passed with no resolution. The media coverage began to dwindle, and the killer seemed to slip back into obscurity, continuing his reign of terror in silence. In 1980, the case was reopened as new forensic technologies emerged. Investigators revisited old evidence, re-examining everything from witness statements to physical evidence collected at crime scenes. Advances in DNA analysis offered a glimmer of hope that the killer could still be identified. Law enforcement agencies from across the state collaborated, pooling resources and expertise to solve the case. The community held on to hope, eager for justice for the victims who had been lost in the shadows for too long. The last known victim was found in late 1980, bringing the chilling cycle to an end. Her disappearance sparked outrage, and the community united in mourning. The murder shocked the nation, reigniting interest in the case and bringing renewed attention to the unsolved murders of the past decade. Families of the victims rallied for justice, demanding that law enforcement continue the search for answers. As they honored the memories of those lost, the question remained, would the killer ever be brought to justice? The legacy of the San Francisco Bay Area murders lingers to this day, a haunting reminder of the fear that gripped a city for over a decade. Families still seek closure, and community members remember the victims, honoring their lives with memorials and tributes. The case serves as a chilling example of how quickly safety can be compromised and how the search for justice can stretch on for years. Despite advances in forensic science, the killer's identity remains a mystery, buried in the past yet ever present in the community's collective memory. As the years go by, hope remains alive among those affected by the San Francisco Bay Area murders. Cold case units continue to analyze old evidence with modern technology, determined to solve the mystery and bring closure to the victims' families. The stories of the victims are not forgotten. They inspire ongoing discussions about safety, justice, and community resilience. The fight for truth continues, reminding us that while some chapters may remain open, every effort made towards resolution brings us one step closer to healing. In December 1900, a stormy winter night cloaked the remote Flannan Isles, where a solitary lighthouse stood as a beacon for passing ships. The lighthouse keepers, James Duckett, Thomas Marshall, and Donald MacArthur, were tasked with ensuring the light remained lit. However, when a supply ship arrived, they found the lighthouse eerily silent. The men were missing, and the light had been extinguished for days. As the storm raged outside, a sense of foreboding filled the air, leaving the crew on the ship perplexed about what had transpired. The supply ship, the Hesperus, arrived on December 26th, ready to deliver provisions. The crew, accustomed to the routine of the lighthouse, felt an unsettling tension as they approached. When they docked, the lighthouse was dark, a disturbing sight that was out of character for the keepers. They rang the bell, hoping for a response, but only silence greeted them. With growing apprehension, they decided to investigate further, fearing the worst for the men they had come to rely on during their voyages. As the crew of the Hesperus made their way to the lighthouse, they found the door ajar. Inside, everything appeared undisturbed. Dinner was still laid out on the table, and the lamps were unlit. This eerie scene raised immediate alarm bells. Where could the keepers have gone? A search party was quickly organized, and as they scoured the surrounding cliffs and rocky beaches, a chilling thought began to take root. The men might not be coming back. Upon searching the lighthouse, the crew discovered the logbook, where the last entries were written just days before. The final notes detailed the terrible storm that had hit the island, with descriptions of how fierce the winds and waves were. Curiously, the last entry on December 15th mentioned strange occurrences. The keepers felt a sense of unease and reported seeing mysterious lights in the sky. This entry only fueled the mystery surrounding their disappearance, raising more questions than answers. News of the lighthouse keeper's disappearance spread quickly through the nearby communities. Families and friends gathered, united in their fear and concern. Local fishermen and sailors joined the search efforts, combing the waters and nearby shores for any sign of the missing men. The community's spirit was evident, but so was the underlying anxiety. Each day that passed without answers intensified the sorrow and uncertainty, transforming a tight-knit coastal community into one filled with dread. As the days turned into weeks, various theories began to circulate regarding the keeper's disappearance. Some speculated that the men had fallen victim to the treacherous seas, while others believed they may have encountered a rogue wave. There were even whispers of supernatural involvement, with locals suggesting that the lighthouse might be haunted. Each theory was more bizarre than the last, but they all shared a common thread: a desperate need to explain the unexplainable. As public interest in the case grew, an official inquiry was launched into the disappearance of the lighthouse keepers. The inquiry aimed to gather evidence, interview witnesses, and uncover the truth behind their vanishing. Investigators examined the lighthouse's operational protocols and the conditions surrounding the night of their disappearance. Despite the thorough investigation, the keepers' fate remained a mystery, leading to growing frustration among the families and community members seeking closure. During the inquiry, investigators found evidence that suggested a struggle had occurred at the lighthouse. Some of the personal belongings of the keepers were found scattered about, and a lantern was discovered missing. These findings hinted at a possible altercation or emergency situation that led to their disappearance. The questions multiplied. Did they encounter an intruder? Were they trying to escape a dangerous situation? With each clue, the enigma only deepened. As speculation continued, some began to theorize that the keepers may have abandoned their posts. Rumors spread that they could have left the lighthouse to seek shelter from the storm or in search of help. This theory was controversial. Many felt it was unlikely that experienced keepers would leave their station during a critical time. Yet it provided another perspective on the mystery, adding layers to the narrative of their disappearance. The mystery of the lighthouse keepers soon became intertwined with local legends and folklore. Stories about the Flannan Isles began to circulate, with tales of ghostly apparitions and supernatural happenings. This folklore captured the imagination of the community and the public, fueling interest in the case. The lighthouse, once a symbol of safety, transformed into a source of local lore, blurring the lines between reality and myth as people tried to explain the inexplicable. The disappearance of the Flannan Isles lighthouse keepers left a lasting impact on maritime practices and safety protocols. The incident raised awareness about the importance of keeping open lines of communication and ensuring the well-being of lighthouse personnel. Changes were made in regulations to improve safety measures, ensuring that no other keepers would face the same fate. Their mysterious vanishing became a case study for maritime authorities, highlighting the need for vigilance in even the most isolated locations. Over the years, the Flannan Isles case was revisited by amateur sleuths and professional investigators alike. New technology and investigative techniques brought renewed interest to the case. Modern forensic science offered possibilities for re-examining evidence that had long been dormant. Each new theory and approach aimed to shed light on the unsolved mystery, with a hope that the truth would one day emerge from the shadows of history. The disappearance of the lighthouse keepers has inspired numerous books, documentaries, and artistic representations. The haunting story captures the imagination of storytellers and filmmakers, reflecting society's fascination with the unknown. As the years go by, the tale of the Flannan Isles becomes woven into cultural fabric, reminding us of our collective curiosity about mystery and the human experience. The keeper's legacy lives on, forever entwined with the history of the lighthouse. Families of the missing keepers continue to seek closure, holding on to hope that one day the mystery will be solved. Annual memorials are held on the Flannan Isles, honoring their memory and the sacrifices they made. The community remains dedicated to remembering the keepers and sharing their story. With every generation, the legacy of the lighthouse keepers is passed down, fostering an ongoing dialogue about loss, hope, and the quest for answers. To this day, the mystery of the missing lighthouse keepers continues to intrigue historians, investigators, and the general public. As new theories arise and old ones are revisited, the story remains a captivating enigma. The Flannan Isles Lighthouse stands as a solemn reminder of the unknown and the ever-present questions about human existence. In the heart of the Scottish Islands, the legacy of the keepers endures, a testament to the fragility of life and the mysteries that still lie beyond the horizon. In the heart of New York City during the late 1990s, an unthinkable terror began to unfold. A masked figure, later dubbed the Ghostface Killer, emerged from the shadows, leaving a trail of bloodshed in his wake. This enigmatic murderer targeted unsuspecting victims, each murder seemingly connected by a chilling pattern that left police baffled. The killer's methods were as brutal as they were calculated, creating a sense of unease that rippled through the community. As fear gripped the city, the quest to uncover the identity of this relentless predator became a race against time. The first known victim of the Ghostface killer was a young woman named Sarah. On a chilly October night, Sarah was returning home from a late shift at her job when she became the target of this remorseless killer. Witnesses reported seeing her walking alone, blissfully unaware of the horror lurking just behind her. The following morning, her lifeless body was discovered in a nearby alley, sending shockwaves through the neighborhood. The brutal nature of her murder marked the beginning of a reign of terror that would haunt the city for months to come. As the investigation into Sarah's murder unfolded, detectives began to notice a disturbing pattern. A series of brutal killings followed, each with striking similarities to the first. The killer targeted young women using the same modus operandi, stalking, tormenting, and finally executing his victims in the most gruesome fashion. This emerging pattern caused panic among the city's residents, with parents warning their children not to walk alone at night. The media caught wind of the story, sensationalizing the events and labeling the mysterious killer as the Ghostface Killer, intensifying the fear gripping the city. With the pressure mounting, the NYPD launched a full-scale investigation into the Ghostface Killer. Detectives worked around the clock, interviewing witnesses, collecting evidence, and analyzing patterns. The community was urged to remain vigilant and report any suspicious activity. Task forces were formed, and the investigation garnered national attention. Local businesses offered rewards for information leading to the killer's arrest, and posters depicting the Ghostface mask began to appear all over the city. The sense of urgency was palpable as detectives raced against the clock to prevent another murder. Tragically, despite the intensified efforts to catch the Ghostface killer, the second victim was claimed just weeks later. Jennifer, a college student, was found dead in her dormitory room, her lifeless body bearing the same marks of violence as Sarah. The brutality of the crime sent shockwaves through the student community, sparking outrage and fear. Vigils were held and students banded together, demanding greater security measures on campus. The killer's ability to strike again only fueled the hysteria, leading to an even more frantic search for answers. The city was in turmoil as news of Jennifer's murder spread. Residents began to take matters into their own hands, forming neighborhood watch groups and holding community meetings to discuss safety measures. Social media buzzed with tips and theories, while local news outlets provided continuous updates. The Ghostface Killer became a household name, and his mask was now a symbol of fear. People were afraid to walk alone, especially at night, as the threat of the killer loomed large over the city. It was a time of heightened paranoia, with everyone feeling the weight of uncertainty. As the investigation dragged on with no leads, theories about the killer's identity began to surface. Speculation ran rampant, with some suggesting that the Ghostface Killer might be someone from within the community, possibly a disgruntled former employee or a rejected suitor. Detectives looked into the backgrounds of potential suspects, combing through records and interviewing associates. Meanwhile, the killer remained at large, continuing to taunt the police through cryptic messages left at the crime scenes. The psychological games only added to the pressure on investigators, who were desperate for a breakthrough. As the murders continued, media coverage intensified, creating a frenzy around the Ghostface Killer. Television stations dedicated entire segments to the case, and newspaper headlines blared warnings. The killer became a figure of obsession, with experts weighing in on his psychological profile. The public's fascination only fueled the fear, as more and more people tuned in to learn about the latest developments. Yet amidst the sensationalism, the families of the victims mourned their losses, overshadowed by the media circus surrounding the case. It was a grim reminder of the human cost behind the headlines. After months of relentless investigation, a breakthrough finally came. A witness came forward, recalling a suspicious figure seen near the scene of one of the murders. This information reignited hope among detectives, who immediately began tracking down the lead. They discovered that the man in question had a history of violent behavior and was known to frequent areas where the murders occurred. With a solid lead in hand, the task force prepared to bring the suspect in for questioning, believing they were finally one step closer to catching the elusive Ghostface Killer. The day finally arrived when the NYPD executed a carefully coordinated plan to apprehend the suspect. Armed with a warrant, officers stormed the man's apartment, finding evidence that linked him to the murders. As he was taken into custody, The media frenzy erupted once again, capturing every moment of the arrest. The suspect's identity sent shockwaves through the community. He was a local man with ties to some of the victims. As the details of his involvement began to unfold, it became clear that the Ghostface Killer had evaded capture for far too long. The trial of the Ghostface Killer captivated the nation, as the courtroom filled with reporters and spectators eager to witness justice. Prosecutors painted a chilling picture of the heinous crimes, detailing the suffering inflicted on the victims and their families. The defense, however, sought to undermine the evidence, claiming that the prosecution's case was built on circumstantial evidence and speculation. As the trial unfolded, every witness took the stand, revealing the profound impact of the murders on their lives. The tension in the courtroom was palpable, with many on edge as they awaited the verdict. As the trial progressed, families of the victims bravely took the stand, sharing their heartbreaking stories. They spoke of the loved ones they had lost, the dreams that were shattered, and the emptiness that lingered in their lives. Their emotional testimonies resonated with the jury and the public, humanizing the victims and reminding everyone of the real cost of violence. The courtroom fell silent as each family member recounted their grief, turning the proceedings into a poignant reminder of the lives affected by the Ghostface Killer's actions. The impact was undeniable, and tears flowed freely. After weeks of intense testimony and deliberation, the jury finally reached a verdict. As the courtroom held its breath, the foreman announced, "We find the defendant guilty on all counts." The sound of those words reverberated throughout the room, eliciting gasps and tears from the victims' families. The accused sat in shock, his expression a mix of disbelief and anger. This verdict was more than just a legal decision. It symbolized a moment of justice for the lives lost and a community scarred by violence. The Ghostface Killer was finally brought to justice, but the scars of his actions would last forever. In the wake of the verdict, the community began to heal. Vigils were held to honor the victims, bringing people together in solidarity against violence. Survivors and families shared their stories, fostering a sense of unity and resilience. Local leaders emphasized the importance of addressing the root causes of crime and supporting mental health initiatives. The Ghostface Killer may have shattered lives, but the community's response was one of strength and determination. They vowed to work together to ensure that such a tragedy would never happen again, transforming pain into purpose and fear into action. Years later, the case of the Ghostface Killer still resonates. Documentaries and articles analyze the events, sparking discussions about crime, justice, and prevention. The survivors and families continue to advocate for change, reminding society that justice is not just about punishment, but also about healing and understanding. While the Ghostface Killer was caught, the lessons learned from this tragedy remain relevant, urging future generations to confront violence with compassion and resilience. The legacy of those lost lives serves as a powerful reminder of the importance of community in the fight against crime. On the fateful night of March the 25th, 1990, Happyland Social Club in the Bronx, New York, was alive with the sounds of music, laughter, and celebration. The club, a haven for the local Latinx community, was packed with around 200 patrons enjoying a night out. Unbeknownst to them, lurking in the shadows was a sense of foreboding. As the clock struck 3 a.m., the atmosphere shifted dramatically, setting the stage for an unimaginable tragedy that would forever haunt the city. In a horrifying twist, a disgruntled former patron who had been denied entry returned to the club with a vengeance. Armed with gasoline, he poured it throughout the entrance and ignited it, creating a raging inferno. The flames spread rapidly, consuming the air in the room. Panic erupted as patrons realized the danger, but many were trapped inside, desperately searching for an escape. The fire roared like a beast, leaving chaos and terror in its wake. Within minutes, the New York City Fire Department received emergency calls, alerting them to the raging fire. Firefighters rushed to the scene, facing an inferno that had engulfed the club. As they battled the flames, the tragedy unfolded before them. Despite their bravery, the fire's intensity was overwhelming, and the chaotic scene made rescue efforts perilous. Many firefighters risked their lives, determined to save as many souls as possible from the clutches of death. As the fire was finally extinguished, the grim reality set in. 87 lives were lost that night, leaving behind shattered families and a community in mourning. The scene outside the club was heartbreaking. Loved ones gathered, searching for answers and comfort amidst the chaos. The sheer scale of the tragedy shocked the nation, igniting discussions about safety regulations and the need for justice. The Happy Land fire was not just a local disaster. It was a wake-up call for a city grappling with issues of safety and security. In the days following the fire, investigators launched an extensive probe into the incident. They combed through the charred remains of the club, looking for clues that might lead them to the perpetrator. Eyewitnesses were interviewed, and surveillance footage was examined in hopes of piecing together the events of that tragic night. The community demanded answers, and pressure mounted on law enforcement to find those responsible for the horror that had unfolded. As the investigation progressed, authorities began to focus on a particular individual, a disgruntled former patron who had been denied entry that night. His rage seemed to fuel a motive for the devastating act. Detectives delved into his background, uncovering a history of anger and violence. They learned he had made threats before, and investigators became increasingly convinced that he was the person responsible for the tragedy that night. The search for justice gained momentum as the community rallied together. Vigils were held in memory of the victims, and citizens expressed their outrage over the senseless violence. Activists and local leaders demanded better safety regulations and accountability from the city. The collective grief turned into a call for action, with many promising to ensure that such a tragedy would never happen again. The strength of the community shone through in their determination to seek justice for those lost. As investigators zeroed in on their suspect, the legal proceedings began to unfold. Charges were filed against the former patron, who was accused of multiple counts of murder and arson. The courtroom became a battleground for justice as the prosecution presented their case. They painted a vivid picture of the horrors of that night, aiming to hold the accused accountable for his actions. The atmosphere was charged with emotion as families of the victims watched closely, yearning for justice. During the trial, witnesses were called to testify about the horrifying events of that night. Survivors recounted their experiences, detailing the chaos and fear they faced as they attempted to escape the flames. Their testimonies were powerful and emotional, shedding light on the human toll of the tragedy. Each story added weight to the prosecution's case, highlighting the need for justice and accountability. The courtroom was silent as the victims' families listened, their hearts heavy with sorrow and hope. After weeks of testimony and evidence, the jury finally reached a verdict. The tension in the courtroom was palpable as the foreman stood to announce the decision. "We find the defendant guilty on all counts," he declared, and a wave of emotion washed over the room. The victims' families erupted in tears, a mix of relief and sorrow flooding through them. The verdict marked a significant moment of justice in a case that had captured the nation's attention and heart. Following the verdict, the sentencing phase commenced. The prosecution argued for the maximum penalty, emphasizing the loss of innocent lives and the irreversible damage caused by the defendant's actions. The defense attempted to mitigate the sentence, citing the defendant's troubled past. Tensions ran high as families of the victims addressed the court, passionately conveying the pain of their loss. The judge listened carefully, ultimately deciding on a sentence that reflected the severity of the crime, delivering a powerful message about accountability. In the aftermath of the trial, the Bronx community began to heal. Memorials and tributes were established to honor the 87 lives lost in the fire. Community leaders organized support groups to help families cope with their grief. The tragedy sparked discussions about fire safety and regulations, pushing for change to prevent similar disasters in the future. While the scars of that night remained, the resilience of the community shone through as they united in remembrance and healing. The Happy Land fire served as a tragic reminder of the importance of safety regulations and the need for vigilance in public spaces. In the years that followed, new laws were implemented to enhance fire safety measures in nightclubs and similar venues. The community's response transformed grief into action, advocating for change and prevention. It became a pivotal moment that changed how New York approached safety and emergency preparedness, ensuring that such a tragedy would not be repeated. Years later, the memory of the Happy Land fire and its victims remains etched in the hearts of many, Anniversaries of the tragedy are marked by vigils, educational events, and discussions about safety. Families continue to share their stories, ensuring that those who lost their lives are never forgotten. The legacy of the victims serves as a powerful reminder of the need for compassion, community, and the fight for justice in the face of tragedy. The Happy Land fire remains a crucial chapter in the history of public safety in New York City. It not only highlighted the need for stricter fire codes, but also ignited a movement for social change and community resilience. Through advocacy, education, and remembrance, the community continues to honor the lives lost while fostering a safer future for all. The lessons learned from this tragedy ensure that the spirit of those 87 victims lives on, motivating generations to prioritize safety and compassion. In the quiet town of Missoula, Montana, a chilling crime unfolded on the night of July 25, 2006. The lifeless body of 20-year-old university student Katie Hager was discovered in her off-campus apartment. The news sent shockwaves through the community, leaving friends and family in disbelief. Katie was known for her vibrant personality and bright future, making her death all the more tragic. As investigators began to piece together the details, the town braced itself for a journey filled with mystery and sorrow. Katie Hager was a dedicated student attending the University of Montana, pursuing a degree in psychology. Friends described her as compassionate, with a passion for helping others. She volunteered at local shelters and was active in campus life. Her bright smile and infectious laughter lit up any room. As the investigation unfolded, her vibrant past was contrasted sharply with the tragedy of her untimely death, making the quest for justice even more urgent. The following morning, a concerned friend, unable to reach Katie, went to her apartment. Upon entering, the friend was met with a horrifying sight. Katie's lifeless body was found lying on the floor. Panic ensued as the friend immediately called 911, alerting authorities to the grim discovery. Law enforcement arrived swiftly, and the scene was secured as investigators began their work. The shock of finding a loved one in such a state sent ripples through the community. Investigators began scouring the crime scene for any clues that might lead to the killer. They meticulously examined every inch of the apartment, collecting evidence and documenting the surroundings. The initial findings revealed that there were no signs of forced entry, suggesting that Katie may have known her assailant. This detail added a layer of complexity to the case, prompting detectives to focus their attention on people within Katie's circle. An autopsy was conducted to determine the cause of Katie's death. The coroner's report revealed that she had died from blunt force trauma, a discovery that shocked everyone. This finding indicated a violent struggle, raising concerns about the circumstances leading to her death. The details of the autopsy report were kept under wraps, but they fueled speculation within the community as fear and anxiety spread among residents. As news of Katie's murder spread, the Missoula community rallied together in shock and mourning. Vigils were held in her honor, bringing friends, family, and strangers together to remember a life cut short. The community's outpouring of grief reflected the impact Katie had on those around her. Local media covered the story extensively, keeping the public informed and engaged in the search for justice, creating a sense of urgency to solve the case. Investigators began interviewing Katie's friends and acquaintances, seeking any information that could lead to a suspect. Many described her as friendly and outgoing, but no one could recall any recent conflicts or enemies. The detectives carefully scrutinized her social life, including her relationships and interactions. This effort revealed important connections that would later prove critical in piecing together the timeline leading up to the murder. Weeks into the investigation, a breakthrough occurred when a witness came forward with new information. The witness reported seeing a suspicious individual near Katie's apartment around the time of her death. This tip led detectives to focus on a person of interest who had previously been in the vicinity. With a new lead in hand, the investigation intensified as the team worked to uncover the truth behind Katie's tragic fate. The individual of interest was identified as a local man with a troubled past. Investigators uncovered a history of violence and substance abuse, raising alarm bells. They brought him in for questioning, hoping to extract crucial information. During the interrogation, he denied any involvement in Katie's murder. Despite his claims, the detectives noted inconsistencies in his story that warranted further scrutiny and investigation. With the person of interest in custody, detectives worked diligently to gather more evidence. They obtained search warrants for his home and vehicle, hoping to find any physical evidence linking him to the crime. The search yielded several items of interest, including clothing and a potential weapon, but nothing definitively tied him to the murder. As time passed, the pressure mounted to solve the case, and the community's hope began to wane. As the case progressed, local media played a crucial role in keeping Katie's story alive. Reports highlighted the investigation, and community members organized rallies to demand justice. The media's coverage ensured that the case remained in the public eye, fostering a sense of urgency and determination to find Katie's killer. However, it also led to increased speculation and pressure on investigators, complicating their efforts to navigate the investigation without bias. With the ongoing investigation, the Missoula community remained vigilant. Residents formed neighborhood watch groups and increased communication with law enforcement. Fear lingered in the air as parents kept their children close, and college students altered their routines to prioritize safety. The murder of Katie Hager transformed the once peaceful town into a place of unease, demonstrating the profound impact one crime can have on an entire community. As months turned into years, the case of Katie Hager went cold. Investigators continued to pursue leads, but progress slowed significantly. The lack of concrete evidence made it difficult to move forward, and the community's hope began to fade. Families and friends of Katie held on to the belief that justice would eventually be served, but the weight of uncertainty grew heavier with each passing year. Years later, renewed interest in the case emerged as new technologies in forensic science developed. Cold case units began to revisit unsolved murders, including Katie's. Investigators re-examined the evidence collected at the crime scene, looking for DNA and other leads that may have been overlooked. The advancements in technology sparked a glimmer of hope for Katie's family and friends that the truth would finally come to light. The search for justice in the Missoula murder case continues to this day. With each passing year, Katie Hager's memory lives on in the hearts of those who knew her. Community members remain hopeful that someone will come forward with information that could solve the case. Though the pain of her loss endures, the collective determination for justice keeps her story alive. A reminder of the importance of community, compassion, and perseverance in the face of tragedy. Shadow Mysteries, unraveling the horrifying mysteries of crime cases. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel to catch the next thrilling and suspenseful episodes. On December 25, 1996, the Ramsey family celebrated Christmas in their Boulder, Colorado home. 6-year-old John Benet was a bright and beautiful child, adored by her parents, John and Patsy Ramsey. That night after the festivities, John Benet went to bed, unaware that tragedy awaited her. The following morning, her mother discovered a chilling ransom note demanding $118,000 for her daughter's safe return. The panic set in as they realized John Benet was missing, leading to frantic calls to the police. This was the beginning of a haunting mystery that would grip the nation. The ransom note, a peculiar 5-page document, was found in the Ramsey home. It was carefully crafted with elaborate instructions and threats. The note demanded that the Ramseys follow specific steps or their daughter would be harmed. The bizarre nature of the ransom request raised suspicions among investigators. The sum of $118,000 was notably close to John's recent bonus, leading to questions about the sender's identity. The note not only set a sinister tone, but also marked the first major clue in a case that would baffle authorities for years. When the police arrived at the Ramsey residence, they began to assess the situation. Initial interviews with the family and friends revealed that John Benet was a joyful child, loved by many. However, the lack of immediate evidence and the family's peculiar behavior raised eyebrows among investigators. As the hours passed without finding John Benet, the fear of the worst began to settle in. The police decided to treat the home as a crime scene, although the Ramsey family had already conducted their own search for John Benet, complicating the investigation further. Tragically, just a few hours after the initial report, John Benet's lifeless body was discovered in the basement of her home. Her father, John Ramsey, found her wrapped in a blanket with duct tape over her mouth and a cord around her neck. The sight was horrific, and the family's worst fears were confirmed. John Benet had been brutally murdered. The scene was chaotic, with police and family members reacting in shock and grief. This grim discovery marked a significant turning point in the investigation, transforming it from a kidnapping case to a homicide. In the aftermath of JonBenét's death, the Boulder police launched a full investigation. Detectives combed through the Ramsey home for evidence, interviewing family members, friends, and neighbors. The investigation faced challenges with a lack of physical evidence and mounting media scrutiny. The media frenzy added pressure to the police, who were determined to solve the case. Rumors and speculation about the family's involvement began to swirl, complicating the investigation further. The community was gripped by fear and uncertainty, desperately seeking answers. As news of JonBenét's murder spread, the media descended upon Boulder, turning the case into a sensational story. Television crews set up outside the Ramsey home, broadcasting updates and speculating on every detail. The family's privacy was shattered, and they became the subject of intense scrutiny. Investigative journalists, eager to uncover the truth, flooded the scene, often sensationalizing the facts. The media frenzy created a circus atmosphere, distracting from the investigation and complicating the efforts of law enforcement to find the killer. The nation was captivated by the unfolding drama. As the investigation progressed, various suspects emerged, leading to a plethora of theories. Some speculated about an intruder who had broken into the Ramsey home, while others raised concerns about the family's involvement. The media spotlight intensified scrutiny on the parents, John and Patsy Ramsey. The lack of definitive evidence made it challenging to pinpoint a suspect. Theories ranged from conspiracy to family feuds, capturing the imagination of the public. Each revelation seemed to complicate the narrative, further entrenching the case in mystery and intrigue. The behavior of John and Patsy Ramsey during the investigation raised eyebrows and fueled suspicions. They maintained a strong public presence, appearing on television to plead for their daughter's safe return. However, some interpreted their demeanor as overly composed and rehearsed. Critics questioned their involvement, suggesting they were hiding something. Despite the intense scrutiny, the Ramseys continued to assert their innocence. The combination of their public appeals and the growing suspicions created a complex dynamic that would haunt the investigation for years to come. The autopsy report revealed shocking details about JonBenét's death. She had suffered a blunt force trauma to the head and strangulation, indicating a violent struggle. The report noted signs of previous sexual abuse, adding another layer of horror to the case. The manner of her death raised questions about the motive. Was it a random act of violence, or was there a more sinister motive at play? The findings deepened the tragedy of her short life and provided critical insights that investigators hoped would lead to justice. In 1999, a grand jury convened to investigate the Ramsey case. They examined evidence, reviewed witness testimonies, and deliberated on the possibility of criminal charges. Despite the extensive investigation, the grand jury ultimately decided not to indict anyone in the Ramsey family. This decision sparked outrage and confusion among the public, as many believed that justice had not been served. The grand jury's findings left the case in limbo, further complicating the already intricate web of theories and suspicions surrounding JonBenét's murder. As time passed, the case remained unsolved, but new leads occasionally emerged. Investigators pursued tips about potential suspects, including known sex offenders in the area. Some theories suggested that a stranger could have committed the crime, while others pointed to someone within the Ramsey circle. Each new lead was met with hope, yet the elusive nature of the killer continued to frustrate law enforcement. The investigation evolved over the years, adapting to new forensic technologies and methods, but the answers remained stubbornly out of reach. Advancements in forensic science brought new hope to the Ramsey case. Investigators revisited the evidence, including DNA samples found at the scene. However, matching the DNA to any known individuals proved difficult. The case exemplified the challenges of forensic investigations, especially in a high-profile murder. As new technologies emerged, such as genetic genealogy, law enforcement hoped to uncover the truth behind JonBenét's murder. Yet with each new analysis, the results often yielded more questions than answers, prolonging the search for justice. JonBenét's murder sparked a nationwide interest in child safety and advocacy for missing children. Many organizations emerged dedicated to raising awareness about child protection. The case became a rallying point for those advocating for better investigative practices and resources for law enforcement. JonBenét's name remains synonymous with the urgency to protect children from harm. The public's fascination with her story served as a constant reminder of the importance of vigilance in safeguarding the most vulnerable members of society. The media played a significant role in shaping the narrative around JonBenét's murder. From the outset, sensational reporting influenced public perception and fueled speculation. News outlets often focused on the Ramseys, leading to intense scrutiny and criticism. The family's public appearances were dissected, and every word was analyzed for hidden meanings. This media attention had lasting effects on the investigation, complicating the search for the truth and contributing to the atmosphere of distrust. The relentless coverage kept the case in the public eye, but it also blurred the lines between fact and fiction. Despite the passage of years, the investigation into JonBenét's murder remained open. Law enforcement agencies continued to pursue new leads, interviewing witnesses and revisiting evidence. The case became a cold case but was never forgotten. Dedicated investigators refused to give up, driven by the desire for justice. As new forensic techniques emerged, the hope that the mystery would eventually be solved persisted. The community and JonBenét's family held on to the belief that one day answers would come and the truth would finally be revealed. The murder of JonBenet had profound effects on her family. John and Patsy Ramsey faced intense scrutiny and public speculation, affecting their mental and emotional well-being. They struggled with grief and guilt, feeling the weight of losing their daughter amidst the ongoing investigation. The strain on their relationship grew as they navigated the trauma of their loss and the relentless media attention. Despite their trials, they remained committed to honoring JonBenét's memory and advocating for child safety, channeling their pain into purpose. As the years turned into decades, JonBenét's murder remained one of the most haunting, unsolved mysteries in American history. The case drew the attention of amateur sleuths and true crime enthusiasts, who dissected every detail in hopes of uncovering the truth. Books, documentaries, and podcasts explored various theories and speculations, keeping the case alive in the public consciousness. Yet despite the ongoing interest, the lack of resolution left many questions unanswered, leaving JonBenét's legacy as a tragic reminder of the fragility of childhood innocence. Years after the initial investigation, the media's continued interest in the case reignited public fascination. New documentaries and crime shows revisited the evidence, bringing fresh scrutiny to the investigation. The Ramsey story became a part of popular culture, and JonBenét's name echoed in discussions about child safety and unsolved crimes. The ongoing coverage ensured that the case never faded from memory, keeping the search for justice alive. Yet it also raised concerns about the impact of sensationalism on the victims' families, blurring the lines between entertainment and empathy. In the wake of JonBenét's murder, advocacy for child safety became a paramount issue. Many organizations focused on raising awareness about child abuse and neglect, striving to prevent similar tragedies. JonBenét's case served as a catalyst for change, influencing legislation and prompting discussions on child protection. The lessons learned from this tragedy emphasize the importance of vigilance and community involvement in safeguarding children. JonBenét's legacy lived on through the ongoing efforts to protect the most vulnerable members of society. The legacy of JonBenet Ramsey endures as a poignant reminder of childhood innocence and the urgent need for child protection. Her story continues to captivate hearts and minds, reminding us of the vulnerability of children in society. The ongoing interest in her case serves as a call to action for improved safety measures and community vigilance. JonBenét's memory remains a symbol of hope for justice, inspiring advocates to fight tirelessly for the rights and safety of children everywhere. In remembering her, we honor the promise to protect future generations. On a chilly December night in 1968, young couple Betty Lou Jensen and David Faraday set out for an evening of fun in Vallejo, California. Unbeknownst to them, a predator was lurking in the shadows. As they parked their car, a figure approached them, and in a horrifying flash, their lives were snuffed out. This marked the beginning of a chilling reign of terror that would grip the Bay Area. Just months later, on the 4th of July, a couple named Darlene Ferrin and Michael Majot parked their car near a remote area in Vallejo. Suddenly, a figure emerged, armed and dangerous. In a brutal attack, Darlene was killed instantly, but Michael survived, providing a chilling account of the assailant. This incident would not only fuel fear, but also attract media attention, marking the Zodiac's rise to infamy. The Zodiac Killer began taunting authorities with letters, cryptic messages, and a chilling promise of more killings. One of his letters, sent in July 1969, contained a cipher that baffled the police and cryptographers alike. He signed off with a symbol that would forever be associated with his crimes, cementing his legacy as one of America's most notorious serial killers. On September 27, 1969, a couple enjoying a day out, Cecilia Shepard and Brian Hartnell, became the next targets of the Zodiac. As they relaxed by Lake Berryessa, the killer approached, brandishing a gun and wearing a bizarre costume that included a hood and a symbol. In a chilling encounter, he revealed his identity and confirmed his name as the Zodiac. Brian survived to tell the tale, but Cecilia would not be so lucky. As panic swept through the Bay Area, police ramped up their investigation, hoping to catch the elusive killer. They meticulously analyzed every detail of the crime scenes and sifted through the mountains of letters from the Zodiac. The media frenzy only intensified, with news outlets running stories about the case, further fueling public fear and fascination. On October 11, 1969, the Zodiac struck again, this time targeting Paul Stein, a taxi driver in San Francisco. After picking up a fare, Stein was shot in the head, and the killer took his wallet and car keys. Witnesses reported seeing a man flee the scene, but despite their descriptions, the police were unable to catch him. This murder marked a significant escalation in his violent spree. The Zodiac Killer's letters were not just taunts. They included intricate ciphers that invited the public to decode his messages. One famous cipher, known as the 340-character cipher, remained unsolved for over 50 years, tantalizing amateur and professional cryptographers alike. The thrill of attempting to decipher these codes added another layer to the legend of the Zodiac, as people from around the world tried their hand at solving the mystery. As the Zodiac Killer continued his rampage, the media coverage exploded. Newspapers published the letters and ciphers, capturing the public's imagination. The killer's notoriety grew as he became a household name, the face of fear in the Bay Area. The media frenzy created a spectacle, with headlines screaming about the elusive killer, further deepening the mystery surrounding his identity. Despite extensive investigations, the Zodiac Killer remained at large. Police launched manhunts and solicited tips from the public, but leads often went cold. Detectives followed every possible lead, interviewed numerous witnesses, and worked tirelessly to solve the case. But the killer always seemed to stay one step ahead. The elusive nature of Zodiac fueled public fascination and frustration. As years passed, the Zodiac Killer remained an enigma, and the investigation went cold. Numerous suspects emerged, but none were definitively linked to the crimes. In 2007, a new wave of interest in the case was reignited when amateur sleuths began working to decipher the ciphers and uncover new leads. The story of the Zodiac continued to intrigue those fascinated by unsolved mysteries. In 2020, a breakthrough came when a team of amateur cryptographers finally solved the infamous 340-character cipher, revealing a chilling message from the Zodiac. This significant development breathed new life into the case, sparking renewed interest in investigation. The message hinted at the killer's desire for notoriety and a sense of triumph over the authorities, drawing more attention to the unsolved crimes. With the successful deciphering of the cipher, law enforcement agencies revisited the case, collaborating with amateur sleuths and forensic experts. The renewed effort aimed to connect old evidence with new technology, including DNA analysis and digital forensics. Investigators felt invigorated, believing that fresh perspectives could finally bring justice to the victims and their families. As detectives reviewed evidence, several old suspects resurfaced, leading to renewed scrutiny. Some had passed away while others remained elusive. One prominent name, Arthur Lee Allen, had long been a person of interest. New DNA techniques allowed investigators to analyze old evidence in ways previously impossible, fueling speculation about his potential involvement. As modern technology advanced, new methods emerged in criminal investigations. Cold case units began employing innovative techniques, such as genetic genealogy, to trace the family trees of suspects. The Zodiac case became a focal point for these advancements, showcasing how the past could be connected to the present through science, offering hope for closure. In 2021, investigators announced a significant development in the case. They claimed they were close to identifying the Zodiac killer through DNA evidence. The public's excitement surged as the possibility of finally unmasking the notorious figure loomed on the horizon. Investigators urged patience, promising that they were meticulously piecing together the puzzle. The Zodiac case not only haunted the families of the victims, but also left an indelible mark on society. Fear spread throughout California, affecting how people viewed safety. The killings raised awareness about the necessity of community vigilance and the role of law enforcement in preventing crime, fostering a culture of awareness that persists to this day. The Zodiac killer became a symbol of unsolved crime, inspiring books, documentaries, and movies. His story captured the public's imagination, blending true crime with elements of mystery and thriller. Each retelling added to the mythos surrounding the Zodiac, ensuring that his legacy would endure in popular culture for generations to come. As investigators continued to pursue leads, the search for the Zodiac killer remains active. Every new piece of evidence is meticulously examined, with forensic advancements allowing for fresh insights into the case. The hope for justice and closure persists, fueled by the relentless determination of both law enforcement and amateur sleuths. The legacy of the Zodiac killer is one of fear and fascination. His ability to elude capture for decades has made him a figure of intrigue, forever embedded in the fabric of crime history. The victims' stories continue to resonate, serving as a reminder of the fragility of life and the darker aspects of human nature. As we reflect on the Zodiac killer, we acknowledge the pain of the victims' families and the enduring mystery surrounding his identity. The case remains open, a haunting reminder of unresolved crime that has captivated the world. As time passes, the hope for answers continues, and the legend of the Zodiac killer lives on, ever elusive, forever mysterious. Maura Murray was born on May 4, 1982 in Hanson, Massachusetts. A dedicated student with dreams of becoming a nurse, she attended the University of Massachusetts Amherst. Friends described her as ambitious and determined, always striving for success. But beneath her cheerful exterior, Maura faced challenges that would later lead her down a mysterious path. Her story begins like any other, but little did anyone know that it would soon take a shocking turn, capturing the attention of a nation. In the weeks leading up to her disappearance, Maura's life became increasingly stressful. She had just been involved in a minor car accident and was struggling with the pressures of school and personal life. Her friends noticed she seemed more withdrawn than usual, often lost in thought. As the weight of her responsibilities grew heavier, Maura began to plan a getaway, an escape from the life she felt trapped in. But what kind of escape would lead her to disappear without a trace? On February 9, 2004, Maura borrowed her father's car and set off towards New Hampshire. That evening, she sent a series of mysterious text messages to friends, indicating she might be leaving. Just before midnight, her car was found abandoned on a remote road after it had crashed into a snowbank. Witnesses later reported seeing her standing next to the vehicle, seemingly unharmed but alone. This would be the last confirmed sighting of Maura, a moment frozen in time that would ignite a nationwide search. Within hours of her disappearance, local authorities were alerted and a search operation was launched. Rescue teams, including K-9 units, scoured the surrounding area for any signs of Maura. The news spread quickly, captivating the local community as well as national media. Flyers were distributed and social media buzzed with her face as concerned friends and family rallied to find her. Each hour that passed deepened the mystery, turning an ordinary missing person case into a chilling puzzle. As search efforts intensified, law enforcement broadened their scope, enlisting help from neighboring states. Volunteers flocked to Haverhill, motivated by the hope of finding Maura safe. Organized searches combed through dense forests and snow-covered terrain, but every lead seemed to vanish like the young woman herself. Time was of the essence, and every moment that passed raised questions about what had happened to Maura Murray. Where had she gone? Was she lost, or had something more sinister occurred? Maura's family, distraught and desperate, pleaded with the public for any information. Her father made heartfelt appeals, urging anyone who might have seen her to come forward. The media spotlight amplified their pain, showcasing the heartbreak of a family torn apart by uncertainty. Posters with her image became a common sight in local businesses and homes. As the search stretched into days, hope began to wane, but the determination to find Maura remained unwavering. The community united, holding vigils, sharing stories, and praying for her safe return. As days turned into weeks, theories about Maura's disappearance began to emerge. Some speculated that she had run away, seeking a new life away from her troubles. Others feared the worst, abduction or even an accident in the harsh winter wilderness. Each theory sparked debates among investigators and amateur sleuths alike. Online forums buzzed with speculation as people pored over every detail of her life, searching for clues that might lead to her whereabouts. The mystery deepened, and with it, the urgency to find the truth. Investigators meticulously reviewed Maura's background, uncovering details that raised eyebrows. They discovered that just days before her disappearance, she had been using a false identity while attempting to buy alcohol. This revelation added a new layer to the case, leading some to believe she may have been in trouble. Additionally, authorities traced her phone records and found calls made shortly before her departure. Yet with each piece of information, the enigma surrounding her disappearance only deepened, revealing a complex web of secrets and struggles. As the case gained traction in the media, the public's interest skyrocketed. Websites dedicated to Maura's story sprang up, inviting amateur detectives to analyze every detail. Forums filled with theories and speculations created a community of concerned citizens determined to find answers. People shared their own experiences and insights, becoming part of a collective effort to solve the mystery. The power of social media allowed Maura's story to reach far beyond Haverhill, generating awareness and keeping her name alive in the hearts of many. Months passed without any concrete leads. The initial search efforts began to fade, and frustration mounted among Maura's family and supporters. Each day without news felt like an eternity, and the weight of uncertainty grew heavier. Despite the passage of time, the investigation remained open, and detectives continued to pursue every possible lead. The community held on to hope, organizing annual vigils and remembrance events to keep Maura's name alive. They refused to let her story fade into obscurity. In 2009, a significant development occurred when a couple found a set of personal items belonging to Maura in a remote area near her disappearance site. This discovery reignited interest in the case, and investigators quickly returned to the area to search for further evidence. While the items provided some hope, they offered no clear answers about what happened to Maura. The community's determination grew, and new volunteers joined the search, invigorating efforts to uncover the truth. Over the years, Maura's case attracted national media attention, appearing on various crime shows and documentaries. These broadcasts helped keep her story alive in the public consciousness, drawing in new leads and tips from viewers. The fascination surrounding her disappearance also inspired numerous podcasts and articles, allowing her case to reach a global audience. Yet despite the extensive coverage, no solid leads emerged, and the mystery persisted, frustrating investigators and loved ones alike. By 2014, Maura's case was officially classified as a cold case, meaning it had gone unsolved for a significant period. Detectives revisited all evidence and interviews, hoping to find something overlooked. Cold cases are notoriously challenging, as time can erode memories and leads. However, Maura's family remained resolute, advocating for continued investigation. They knew that each new piece of information could potentially unlock the secrets hidden for years. The hope for resolution never faded, even in the darkest moments. In 2018, renewed interest in Maura's case emerged thanks to advances in technology. Investigators revisited old evidence with modern forensic methods, hoping to extract new leads from materials previously examined. Additionally, the rise of social media allowed her story to circulate more widely, prompting fresh tips and sightings. The ongoing efforts sparked hope within the community, reminding everyone that the search for Maura was not over. Each new lead was seen as a potential breakthrough in a case that had long baffled authorities. As of today, Maura Murray's case remains open and active. Law enforcement officials continue to pursue tips and follow leads, determined to bring closure to her family. They remain optimistic that advances in technology and investigative techniques will eventually yield results. The community stands united, holding events to raise awareness and keep Maura's memory alive. Each year, they honor her by spreading her story and advocating for missing persons everywhere, reminding the world that no one should be forgotten. Mora's family plays a pivotal role in keeping her story alive. They have tirelessly advocated for justice, ensuring that her case remains in the public eye. Through interviews, social media, and events, they share their experiences and express their unwavering hope. They have also created a nonprofit organization dedicated to helping families of missing persons, further amplifying their mission. Their resilience serves as a powerful reminder of the human spirit's strength, inspiring others to keep fighting for answers. The community surrounding Mora has demonstrated remarkable strength and solidarity. Local volunteers, organized groups, and law enforcement agencies have come together to search for her and support her family. Annual events, fundraisers, and awareness campaigns keep the conversation alive, ensuring that Mora is not forgotten. Their collective efforts create a sense of unity, showcasing the power of community in times of crisis. This unwavering support serves as a beacon of hope for the Murray family, reminding them that they are not alone in their fight. The mystery surrounding Mora's disappearance endures, leaving unanswered questions that haunt her family and the community. Each theory, every lead, and all the developments contribute to the ongoing puzzle. While some believe she may have chosen to disappear, others are convinced foul play was involved. The uncertainty keeps the case alive, fueling discussions and investigations. The hope for answers remains strong, and the quest for the truth continues. As technology continues to evolve, so does the hope for breakthroughs in Mora's case. Investigators are committed to employing cutting-edge forensic techniques and tools that could finally uncover hidden evidence. The advancement of DNA analysis, digital forensics, and social media investigations offers new avenues to explore. Each new technological advancement represents a potential key to unlocking the mysteries that have persisted for so long. The future remains bright, and the determination to find Mora continues unabated. As we conclude this exploration of Mora's case, it is a reminder of the ongoing struggles faced by families of the missing. Mora's story is a call to action for society to prioritize missing persons and support their families. Every individual deserves to be found, and every case deserves attention. Together, we can honor Mora's legacy by advocating for justice and raising awareness about the importance of resolving cases of the missing. Let us not forget her name and the names of others like her. Elizabeth Short, often referred to as the Black Dahlia, was a young woman with dreams of stardom. Born in Massachusetts in 1924, she moved to California in pursuit of an acting career. However, her life took a tragic turn. She was described as beautiful and charismatic, yet struggled with the demons of loneliness and rejection in a city that could be both enchanting and cruel. Elizabeth became a familiar figure in Los Angeles nightlife, but her aspirations would soon be overshadowed by a dark fate. On January 15, 1947, a gruesome discovery was made in a vacant lot in Leimert Park, Los Angeles. The body of Elizabeth Short was found, mutilated and severed in half. Her body had been washed, and there were no signs of struggle, leading investigators to believe that her killer had taken great care in disposing of her remains. The shocking nature of the crime horrified the public and made headlines across the nation. Detectives quickly arrived at the crime scene, meticulously documenting the horrific details. They discovered that Elizabeth's mouth had been cut and her body posed in a theatrical manner, heightening the gruesomeness of the crime. The investigation began with numerous leads and suspects, but the absence of concrete evidence made it challenging to pinpoint a perpetrator. The media frenzy around the case only added to the complexity, drawing unwanted attention to the investigation. As details of the murder emerged, the media seized the opportunity to sensationalize the case. Headlines blared about the Black Dahlia, and newspapers published photographs of Elizabeth, framing her as both a victim and a tragic figure. This created a mythos around her name, transforming her story into a macabre spectacle. The public became fascinated, leading to a flurry of amateur detectives and tipsters flooding the police with information, most of which proved to be false. Forensic experts meticulously examined the crime scene, collecting evidence that could lead to the killer. The way Elizabeth's body had been arranged suggested a certain level of sophistication and premeditation. The investigators noted the lack of defensive wounds, indicating she may have known her attacker. They also discovered a series of cryptic messages and letters that suggested the killer was taunting the police and the media, complicating the investigation further. Shortly after the murder, the police began receiving letters from someone claiming to be the killer. These letters, laced with taunts and details about the crime, added a chilling layer to the case. The most infamous letter included a piece of Elizabeth's personal belongings, further terrifying investigators. This taunting approach not only showcased the killer's confidence, but also turned the investigation into a public spectacle, further complicating the search for justice. As the investigation progressed, numerous suspects emerged, including former lovers, acquaintances, and even random individuals with criminal backgrounds. Each suspect was scrutinized, but no solid evidence connected any of them to the crime. The police interviewed hundreds of people and sifted through countless tips, but the case remained frustratingly unsolved. The lack of closure only fueled public interest and speculation, leading to theories about the identity of the killer. Theories about Elizabeth's death varied widely, ranging from serial killers to Hollywood elites. Some speculated that she was involved in the criminal underworld, while others believed she had been killed by someone close to her. Each theory was fueled by the lack of concrete evidence, allowing rumors to flourish. The enigmatic nature of Elizabeth's life and tragic death left much to the imagination, further complicating the narrative of her story. As weeks turned into months without any substantial leads, public frustration grew. Citizens of Los Angeles demanded justice for Elizabeth Short, rallying for the police to take more action. The media fueled this outcry, publishing articles and editorials that criticized the investigation's progress. Protests emerged and citizens took to the streets, insisting that Elizabeth's murder should not go unresolved. This public pressure was a testament to the power of collective action in seeking justice. The media played a crucial role in keeping Elizabeth Short's case in the public eye. Sensational headlines and vivid descriptions of the crime captivated readers across the nation. The coverage was relentless, with newspapers and radio broadcasts providing updates on the investigation, as well as speculative theories about the killer's identity. The fascination with the case turned Elizabeth into a cultural icon, but it also created a circus-like atmosphere that complicated the police's efforts to solve the crime. Despite extensive investigation efforts, progress began to stagnate. Detectives followed numerous leads, but many led to dead ends. The evidence collected was insufficient to identify a suspect, and as the months passed, hope for a quick resolution diminished. The case grew cold, but the memory of Elizabeth and the brutal nature of her murder lingered in the minds of the public and investigators alike. One of the most infamous suspects in the Black Dahlia case was George Hoddle, a Los Angeles physician. Following Elizabeth's murder, Hoddle's name surfaced due to his questionable behavior and connections to the case. Although he was never charged, his life and actions were scrutinized. Some believed he was the killer, while others argued there wasn't enough evidence to support this claim. The mystery surrounding Hoddle's potential involvement only deepened the intrigue of the case. The psychological profile of the Black Dahlia killer has fascinated criminologists and amateur sleuths alike. Experts suggest that the manner in which Elizabeth's body was treated indicates a deeply disturbed individual. The meticulous planning and execution of the crime suggests that the killer may have harbored a personal motive against Elizabeth, or possibly saw her as an object of obsession. This psychological dimension adds a chilling layer to an already horrific crime. The Black Dahlia murder sent shockwaves through Los Angeles and beyond. It highlighted the dangers women faced in urban environments and raised questions about the safety and security of the city. The fear created by the crime caused many residents to be more cautious, while others sought to uncover the truth behind Elizabeth's tragic death. The case became a symbol of both the glamour and peril of post-war Los Angeles. Over the years, Elizabeth Short's story has remained in the public consciousness, spawning books, movies, and countless theories. Her legacy transcends her tragic end, becoming a cultural phenomenon. The mystery of the Black Dahlia continues to intrigue people, as the case remains unsolved. Elizabeth Short is often seen not just as a victim, but as a symbol of lost potential and the darkness lurking behind Hollywood's glamorous facade. Despite the case going cold, interest in solving the Black Dahlia murder persists. Cold case detectives continue to review evidence and explore new technologies that could help crack the case. Forensic advancements, including DNA analysis, offer hope that Elizabeth Short's murder may one day be solved. The passion of amateur sleuths and true crime enthusiasts also keeps the conversation alive, ensuring that her story is never forgotten. The Black Dahlia murder has had a lasting impact on popular culture. It has inspired numerous films, documentaries, and even novels, solidifying Elizabeth Short's place in the annals of true crime history. The case exemplifies the darker aspects of fame and the consequences of a society that often sensationalizes tragedy. Each retelling adds new layers to the mythos of Elizabeth Short, transforming her into an enduring figure of intrigue. The enduring mystery of Elizabeth Short's murder continues to captivate audiences. Investigators and armchair detectives alike grapple with unanswered questions. Who killed the Black Dahlia? What was the motive? The lack of definitive answers allows for ongoing speculation and debate, ensuring that her story remains relevant. Each new generation of true crime enthusiasts adds their theories and insights, keeping Elizabeth's memory alive. The story of Elizabeth Short serves as a cautionary tale about the dangers of fame and the media's role in shaping narratives. Her tragic end reminds us of the vulnerability of individuals caught in the spotlight, often reduced to mere headlines. The Black Dahlia murder continues to spark discussions about privacy, sensationalism, and the ethics of journalism. Elizabeth's life and death become a poignant reminder of the human cost behind sensationalized stories. Elizabeth Short's legacy as the Black Dahlia endures, captivating the imaginations of people worldwide. Her story represents not just a tragic unsolved murder, but also the complexities of human life, fame, and the quest for justice. As new developments arise and old theories are revisited, her memory lives on, ensuring that Elizabeth Short is not just a name in history, but a symbol of the unresolved mysteries that continue to haunt society. On Christmas Eve 1945, the Sodder family settled into their home in Fayette County, West Virginia, for a festive evening. As the night deepened, they enjoyed holiday celebrations, unaware that their lives would soon be shattered. Around 1 a.m., a fire broke out, engulfing their home in flames. George and Jenny Sodder, alongside 4 of their 9 children, managed to escape. However, the fate of 5 of their children, Maurice, Martha, Louise, Betty, and Johnny, remained uncertain, leading to a haunting mystery that would captivate the nation for decades. As the flames danced higher, George Sodder frantically searched for a way back into the burning house, desperately calling for his children. The smoke was thick and the heat intense. Neighbors rushed to help, but despite their efforts, they could only watch helplessly as the house succumbed to the fire. The fire department arrived but could do little more than extinguish the flames. After the fire was out, a grim search through the ruins revealed no remains of the children. The absence of bodies sparked immediate skepticism and speculation among the family and the community. In the aftermath of the fire, local authorities concluded that the 5 missing children had perished in the blaze. However, George and Jenny Sodder refused to accept this explanation. They began their own investigation, fueled by unsettling evidence that suggested their children might still be alive. Eyewitness accounts emerged, with some neighbors reporting seeing a couple loading children into a car shortly after the fire started. These reports raised questions and doubts about the official narrative, and the Sodder family was determined to uncover the truth behind their children's mysterious disappearance. As the investigation unfolded, various theories regarding the children's fate began to emerge. Some speculated that the children had been kidnapped and taken away by an unknown assailant. Others proposed more sinister possibilities, including the involvement of organized crime due to George Sodder's outspoken nature against local mafia activities. The idea that the children were alive and hiding in plain sight fueled the family's hopes and the public's fascination. Each theory added layers of complexity to the case, transforming it into a national obsession. Determined to keep the search for their children alive, George and Jenny Sodder launched a public campaign. They erected a billboard along Route 16 in West Virginia, prominently displaying the photographs of their 5 missing children. The billboard included a reward for information leading to their recovery. It was a desperate plea for help, aiming to stir the public's interest and generate leads. The campaign captured the attention of the media and the community, reigniting discussions about the tragic event and keeping the children's names alive in the public consciousness. As the months passed, the Sodders received numerous tips about sightings of their children. Reports came in from various states, with people claiming to have seen the Sodder children alive and well. Some described encounters with children resembling the Sodders in nearby towns, while others reported spotting them in distant locations. Each new lead brought a glimmer of hope, only to be followed by disappointment as the investigations yielded no concrete evidence. The family remained steadfast in their belief that their children were still out there, waiting to be found. As they delved further, the mystery of the Sodder children grew deeper. The family began to wonder if it was possible their children had survived and were somewhere out there. Each unanswered question fueled their determination to continue searching. In 1947, the family received a letter from Kentucky, along with a photo of a boy resembling their son Lewis. The letter hinted that the children might return if the family left the area, bringing hope and new questions. With the mystery growing, the Sodder family enlisted the help of the FBI. The investigation attracted national attention, but it didn't yield any clear answers, leaving the family deeply disappointed. In the 1950s, the Sodder family continued their efforts, putting up billboards and sharing their story to seek help. They believed the truth was still out there and always held on to hope to find their children. In 1967, a local woman reported seeing the Sodder children in a nearby town. Although the information was vague, the family continued to investigate, holding on to their belief that the children were still alive. The fire had a profound impact on the community, raising awareness about fire safety and prevention, partly thanks to the Sodder family's efforts in sharing their tragic story. In the 1980s, as many cold cases were reopened, the Sodder case was also reinvestigated. However, no new leads emerged to solve the mystery. Despite the tragedy, the Sodder family's resilience inspired many, turning them into a symbol of love and determination in the face of adversity. In the early 2000s, advances in forensic technology created opportunities to revisit the case, but the family still found no definitive answers about the children's fate. The next generations of the Sodder family began to take interest and research the mystery of their ancestors, determined to keep the memory alive and hopeful to one day solve the story. In 2020, an unexpected call revived the family's hope, with the caller claiming to have information about the fire and the children. Although the information was unclear, the family persisted in investigating. Though decades have passed, the Sodder case remains a major unsolved mystery, capturing the attention of crime enthusiasts and inspiring those who face adversity. The Sodder family holds annual memorials for their children and has established a fund to support families in need. They hope that one day the truth will be revealed. Although there are still no answers, the Sodder family remains steadfast in their search, hoping that the story of their children will one day be illuminated. In the serene hills of Keddie, California, a picturesque cabin community seemed like the perfect getaway. Families enjoyed the tranquility of nature, unaware that darkness lurked nearby. This was where the Sharp family had chosen to live, seeking solace and a fresh start. However, their peaceful existence was shattered on a fateful April night in 1981, leading to a horrifying tragedy that would haunt the community forever. On the night of April 11th, 1981, Sue Sharp and her children, Jackie, Tina, and two friends, Dana and John, settled in for a typical evening. The adults shared stories, while the kids giggled and played. But as the night wore on, an insidious presence crept into their lives. By morning, what had started as an ordinary night turned into a nightmare when the local authorities received a shocking call. The following morning, police arrived at Cabin 28, responding to a call that would lead them into a scene of unimaginable horror. Inside, they discovered the lifeless bodies of Sue, Jackie, and Dana, brutally murdered. The sight was gruesome. Blood splattered across the walls, and the evidence suggested a violent struggle. Meanwhile, Tina was nowhere to be found, leaving investigators puzzled and desperate for answers. As investigators delved deeper into the crime scene, they uncovered clues that painted a chaotic picture of that night. They discovered a bloody knife believed to be the murder weapon and signs of forced entry. Eyewitnesses reported seeing suspicious individuals around the area prior to the murders, heightening the sense of urgency. The small town was gripped with fear as rumors and theories began to circulate about who could have committed such a horrific act. The Keddy community rallied together in the wake of the murders, determined to support the surviving family members and find justice for the victims. Candlelight vigils were held and the local news reported extensively on the case, keeping it alive in the public's consciousness. The investigation became the talk of the town, with residents sharing their thoughts, suspicions, and fears. However, as days turned into weeks, hope began to fade, and the mystery deepened. Amid the chaos, the search for Tina Sharp intensified. Law enforcement scoured the surrounding woods, interviewing neighbors and following every lead they could find. However, every search yielded no results, leading to speculation that she may have been kidnapped. The uncertainty of her fate added to the community's anguish, as parents feared for their own children's safety. As the investigation dragged on, numerous theories began to surface. Some believed it was a family member who had committed the crime, while others speculated about a possible serial killer targeting young girls. Investigators compiled a list of suspects, but each lead led to dead ends. The community was gripped by a mix of fear and speculation as rumors circulated about potential motives behind the gruesome murders. In 1984, a new lead emerged when a man named David Wright was implicated in the murders. Friends of the Sharp family began to recall suspicious behavior from him around the time of the killings. Investigators dug deeper into Wright's background, uncovering a history of violence. However, despite the circumstantial evidence, there was insufficient proof to make an arrest. The case took yet another unexpected turn, leaving investigators frustrated. As years passed without resolution, the Keddy murders case went cold. The community struggled to cope with the lingering fear and unanswered questions. Many residents moved away, seeking solace in different towns, while others remained haunted by the memory of that tragic night. Investigators continued to revisit the case periodically, hoping that new technology or a fresh perspective might yield answers. The tragic events of that night left a profound impact on the families involved, particularly on Sue Sharp's surviving son, who struggled with the loss of his mother and siblings. As he grew older, the emotional scars from the trauma shaped his life, leading him to advocate for victims' rights and urging law enforcement to never forget the case. The Keddy murders became a pivotal point in his life, propelling him into a quest for justice that would span decades. In the early 2000s, renewed interest in the Keddy murders surged as true crime enthusiasts and amateur sleuths began to investigate. Online forums and social media platforms provided a space for discussions, theories, and even new leads. Some claimed they had new evidence or eyewitness accounts that had never been considered, igniting hope that the cold case might finally be solved. As forensic science advanced, detectives revisited the evidence from the Keddy crime scene, looking for DNA that could link a suspect to the murders. A small blood sample found on a piece of evidence raised new possibilities, prompting a re-examination of old suspects and theories. This renewed forensic analysis ignited excitement among investigators, who believed they might finally be able to close this tragic chapter. In 2016, a significant breakthrough occurred when new technology allowed investigators to test the blood sample more accurately. The results pointed towards a suspect who had long been on the radar, but never charged. This revelation sparked new hope within the community, with many feeling that justice for the Sharp family was finally within reach. The renewed vigor in the investigation attracted media attention, bringing the Keddy murders back into the public consciousness. The suspect, whose identity was revealed, had a criminal background that included violent offenses. Investigators sought to uncover any connections between him and the Sharp family, looking into his whereabouts on the night of the murders. This new angle added a layer of intrigue to the case as the community held its breath, wondering if this time they would finally see justice served. As news of the renewed investigation spread, the Keddy community found itself reeling with a mix of hope and anxiety. Residents began sharing their stories and experiences, many of whom had long buried their memories of that tragic night. Local gatherings were organized to discuss the case, fostering a sense of unity among those affected by the tragedy. They hoped that their collective voices would echo loud enough to push for answers. The media played a crucial role in keeping the case alive, continuously shining a spotlight on the Keddy murders. Documentaries and news articles revisited the timeline of events, interviewing key players in the case, including surviving family members and law enforcement officials. This attention brought fresh scrutiny to the investigation, leading to increased public interest and involvement. while also pressuring authorities to find justice for the Sharp family. Despite the renewed investigation and interest, in 2019, authorities announced that they had hit another dead end. The DNA evidence, while promising, had not conclusively linked the suspect to the crime scene. This news hit the community hard, as hopes were dashed once again. Families who had waited decades for answers felt the weight of disappointment, and the specter of unsolved murders loomed large once more. As the Ketty murders case remains officially unsolved, the mystery continues to haunt the community and investigators alike. Many questions linger. Who killed Sue, Jackie, and Dana? Where is Tina? With every passing year, the urgency for answers grows stronger, but so does the frustration of an elusive resolution. The Ketty murders have become a chilling reminder of the fragility of life and the darkness that can invade even the most tranquil places. In the face of such tragedy, the Ketty community has come together to honor the memory of the victims. Annual memorials are held to remember Sue, Jackie, Dana, and Tina, where families and friends share their stories and continue to advocate for justice. The legacy of the Sharp family lives on, serving as a poignant reminder of the importance of community, resilience, and the enduring fight for justice. The Ketty murders remain one of the most haunting unsolved cases in California history. As the community remembers the lives lost and the trauma endured, the quest for justice continues. With every new lead, every advancement in technology, and every voice that speaks out, hope flickers like a candle in the darkness. The Sharp family deserves answers, and until they receive them, the fight for justice will carry on. On November 24, 1971, a man known as Dan Cooper, later dubbed D.B. Cooper, boarded Northwest Orient Airlines Flight 305 in Portland, Oregon. Dressed in a dark suit and tie, he appeared calm and collected. Little did the passengers know that this ordinary flight would soon become a notorious event in aviation history. As the plane ascended, Cooper would soon reveal his true intentions, setting the stage for one of the greatest unsolved mysteries in American criminal history. Shortly after takeoff, Cooper handed a note to a flight attendant, instructing her not to read it until he left. When she finally opened it, she discovered that he had a bomb and demanded $200,000 in cash, along with 4 parachutes and a fuel truck standing by in Seattle for a quick getaway. Panic set in among the crew, and they understood that they were in a life-or-death situation. The calm demeanor of Cooper stood in stark contrast to the fear gripping the cabin. As the plane descended toward Seattle, the flight crew scrambled to comply with Cooper's demands. The FBI was alerted, and law enforcement began coordinating efforts to handle the situation. Passengers remained unaware of the unfolding drama, as Cooper remained calm, enjoying his cigarette while the crew worked tirelessly to secure his requests. The tension in the cockpit was palpable, with every decision potentially altering the fate of everyone on board. Upon landing in Seattle, the plane was surrounded by law enforcement. Cooper received the ransom money and parachutes, and he allowed the passengers to disembark, a remarkable act of mercy amidst the chaos. The remaining flight crew and Cooper remained on board as the plane prepared for takeoff once more. The FBI hoped to negotiate Cooper's surrender, but he had other plans, ensuring the unfolding mystery would deepen. After the handoff, Cooper and the remaining crew prepared for their flight toward Mexico City. He ordered the pilots to fly at a lower altitude, a strange request that hinted at his intentions. With only a few people on board, the atmosphere shifted. Cooper was now in control, and the tension in the cockpit was a mix of fear and uncertainty. No one knew what he had planned for the flight ahead. As the flight crossed into the wilderness of Washington State, Cooper's moment of decision arrived. He opened the rear stairway door and leaped into the night, parachuting away into the unknown. It was a daring escape, and the crew, momentarily stunned, quickly realized they had just witnessed a moment of pure audacity. Cooper vanished into the darkness, leaving behind only questions and speculation. Once the plane landed safely, law enforcement initiated a massive search operation, scouring the area where Cooper was believed to have landed. Ground teams combed through the dense forests, and helicopters scanned the skies, but there was no sign of Cooper or the ransom money. The initial sense of relief for the crew turned to confusion and concern as they began to grasp the enormity of what had just happened. The FBI immediately launched a thorough investigation into the case. They interviewed witnesses, analyzed Cooper's note, and tried to piece together a profile of the elusive hijacker. Every lead was followed, but the clues were scarce, and time was running out. Cooper had executed his plan with precision, and as days turned into weeks, the sense of urgency grew among the investigators. As the investigation unfolded, numerous theories emerged about Cooper's identity and whereabouts. Some suggested he was a skilled military parachutist, while others believed he was just a desperate man looking for a quick payout. The media frenzy fueled public interest, and amateur sleuths began piecing together their own theories, igniting a nationwide obsession with the case. The search for Cooper became as compelling as the story itself. Months later, a breakthrough came when a package containing $5,800 of the ransom money was discovered buried along the Columbia River. The serial numbers matched those given to Cooper, confirming that he had not kept all of the money. This find reignited the investigation as the FBI analyzed the money's condition and attempted to trace its origins. The discovery brought hope to agents who had feared Cooper might have vanished without a trace. With the renewed focus on the case, the FBI ramped up their efforts, employing new forensic techniques to analyze the money. They also began interviewing individuals in the area around the time of the hijacking. Each new piece of information was a potential clue to solving the mystery. The hope of finding Cooper, or at least unraveling the mystery of his fate, kept investigators motivated and persistent. As word spread about the discovery of the money, new witnesses came forward with claims of seeing a man resembling Cooper in the area shortly after the hijacking. These reports sparked renewed interest in additional searches in the surrounding woods. Investigators were keen to explore every possibility, hoping that someone might hold the key to finally solving the enigma of D.B. Cooper. As years passed, the investigation stalled. The lack of solid leads led the FBI to eventually classify the case as a cold case. Though the initial fervor faded, Cooper's story remained alive in popular culture, inspiring books, documentaries, and countless theories. The allure of a masterful escape artist captured the imagination of many, turning D.B. Cooper into an enduring symbol of mystery and intrigue. In 2016, the FBI officially closed the investigation, stating that the case was unlikely to be solved. Despite this announcement, amateur investigators continued to delve into Cooper's story. New theories emerged, including potential identities of Cooper, with some even proposing he might have died during his jump. The fascination surrounding the case only grew as fans sought to connect the dots in this decades-old mystery. Despite the uncertainty surrounding his fate, D.B. Cooper has become a cultural phenomenon. His audacious crime has inspired films, television shows, and even a thriving subculture of enthusiasts and amateur sleuths. The legend of Cooper continues to capture the public's imagination, embodying the thrill of escape and the mystery of the unknown, making him an enduring icon in the world of true crime. The case of D.B. Cooper serves as a testament to the mysteries that continue to baffle investigators and capture public interest. With the passage of time, the layers of intrigue only deepen. The search for answers continues, not just in the realm of law enforcement, but also among those captivated by the story. Each new discovery, even years later, keeps the mystery alive. Today, the fascination with D.B. Cooper remains as strong as ever. Documentaries and podcasts explore his story, reigniting interest in the case with every new generation. Social media platforms allow fans to share theories and discuss findings, creating a community united by their intrigue. The legend of Cooper may have started with a daring hijacking, but it has evolved into a cultural touchstone. The enduring questions about D.B. Cooper's identity, fate, and motivations remain unanswered. Each new theory and piece of evidence serves to heighten the intrigue. What really happened on that fateful flight? Did he survive his jump, or did he perish in the wilderness? The mystery of D.B. Cooper remains tantalizingly unsolved, ensuring that his story will endure in the annals. The cultural impact of D.B. Cooper's case extends far beyond the initial crime. It has influenced literature, television, and even music, with references appearing in various forms of media. The story has become a part of the American zeitgeist, encapsulating the spirit of rebellion and the quest for freedom. Cooper's daring escapade continues to inspire creativity, leaving an indelible mark on pop culture. As time marches forward, the legend of D.B. Cooper remains alive and well. New generations continue to discover his story, keeping the mystery fresh and compelling. The unresolved case serves as a reminder of the countless unsolved mysteries that exist in the world. Whether or not the truth about Cooper is ever revealed, his tale will forever resonate with those who seek the extraordinary in the ordinary. In the late 1970s, Atlanta, Georgia, became the backdrop for one of the most horrifying series of events in American history. Over 2 years, a wave of terror swept through the city as children began to disappear without a trace. The Atlanta child murders claimed the lives of at least 29 young victims, leaving families shattered and a community gripped by fear. What happened to these innocent children, and who was responsible for such heinous acts? The nightmare began in 1979 when 9-year-old Edward Smith disappeared on his way to a school bus stop. His body was discovered a few days later, marking the beginning of a tragic trend. Over the next few months, more children vanished, and with each case, the community's anxiety deepened. Parents began to fear for their children's safety, and the city was filled with a palpable sense of dread. Most of the victims were African-American boys and young men, aged between 7 and 21. Their backgrounds varied, but they shared common traits. They were often from underprivileged neighborhoods and had dreams of a better future. Each disappearance left a gaping hole in families and communities, with mothers and fathers desperately searching for answers. The stories of these children were heartbreaking, and their lives became symbols of lost potential. As the disappearances continued, the Atlanta Police Department faced immense pressure to solve the cases. Initial investigations were scattered, with detectives overwhelmed by the volume of missing persons reports. The police struggled to connect the dots between the victims, and the mounting pressure led to criticism of their methods. Community leaders demanded justice, emphasizing the need for a dedicated task force to investigate the growing crisis. Parents kept their children indoors, fearing the worst. Schools organized safety seminars, teaching kids about the importance of being aware of their surroundings. The atmosphere in Atlanta grew tense, with families banding together in neighborhood watch groups. News of each new disappearance sent shockwaves through the city, further heightening the sense of vulnerability. What was happening to these children, and would anyone be brought to justice? In response to community demands, the Atlanta police formed a task force dedicated solely to the child murders. The task force consisted of detectives, FBI agents, and community leaders working together to develop leads and track down potential suspects. They analyzed patterns in the victims' disappearances and sought connections to build a stronger case. The pressure to solve the murders was palpable, and the stakes were high for the investigators involved. In 1980, investigators caught a break when a witness came forward, claiming to have seen a suspicious man near a location where one of the victims was last seen. This lead sparked hope among investigators and led them to explore potential suspects with criminal backgrounds. For the first time, the task force felt they were on the right track, fueling a renewed sense of urgency in their investigations. As the investigation continued, Wayne Williams, a 23-year-old man, became a person of interest. He was known to frequent the neighborhoods where many of the children had gone missing. Detectives began to scrutinize Williams' background, uncovering a series of questionable activities and associations that raised alarms. However, proving his direct involvement remained a challenge, as the evidence seemed circumstantial. In May 1981, the police finally arrested Wayne Williams, connecting him to the murders of 2 adult victims. The arrest sent shockwaves through the community. Investigators believed that Williams could also be linked to the missing children, as evidence mounted against him. Williams denied all charges, and the case against him began to take shape, leaving many wondering if he was truly the monster they had been hunting. The trial of Wayne Williams began in early 1982, captivating the nation. Media coverage was intense, and the courtroom was filled with the families of victims seeking justice. Prosecutors presented evidence that suggested a pattern of predatory behavior, while the defense claimed the evidence was circumstantial and did not prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Tension in the courtroom ran high as both sides presented their cases. Prosecutors introduced witnesses who testified about seeing Williams with some of the victims shortly before their disappearances. The evidence also included fiber samples found on the bodies that matched fibers from Williams' home and vehicle. This seemed to strengthen the case against him, but doubts lingered. Defense attorneys argued that the evidence was not enough to link Williams conclusively to the murders. The defense team worked tirelessly to dismantle the prosecution's case. They pointed out inconsistencies in witness testimonies and highlighted the lack of direct evidence linking Williams to the actual crimes. Additionally, they suggested alternative suspects and questioned the thoroughness of the police investigation. The courtroom drama intensified as the defense painted Williams as a scapegoat rather than a killer. After weeks of testimony, the jury deliberated for only a few hours before delivering their verdict. Wayne Williams was found guilty of 2 counts of murder. The courtroom erupted with emotion. Families felt a mix of relief and sadness. While they had hoped for justice for all the missing children, the focus now shifted solely to the 2 adult victims. Williams' conviction was a significant step, but many questions remained unanswered. Williams was sentenced to life in prison, but the mystery surrounding the Atlanta child murders continued. Many believed he was responsible for more than just the 2 adult murders, with lingering doubts about the cases of the missing children. Families of the victims still yearned for closure, and the community remained haunted by the past. The case left a mark on Atlanta, forever altering the perception of safety in the city. In the years following the trial, Atlanta sought to heal from the trauma of the murders. Community leaders and activists worked to create safer environments for children, implementing programs aimed at awareness and prevention. Memorials were established to honor the lives lost, and the community began to find ways to move forward together, striving to ensure that such a tragedy would never happen again. Over the years, the Atlanta child murders have been revisited by investigators and true crime enthusiasts alike. New evidence and theories continue to surface, igniting fresh interest in the case. Documentaries and books have explored the complex nature of the investigation, shedding light on the systemic issues that may have contributed to the tragic events. The desire for answers has never faded. As new forensic technologies emerged, a new generation of investigators took an interest in the unsolved aspects of the case. They began re-examining evidence with advanced techniques, hoping to uncover new leads. The hope was to finally bring closure to the families who had suffered for decades. The case became a symbol of the ongoing struggle for justice in the face of unanswered questions. The Atlanta child murders have sparked discussions about child safety and community responsibility. Advocacy groups have emerged, focusing on preventing similar tragedies and supporting victims' families. Public interest remains high, with events held to raise awareness about missing children and the importance of community vigilance. The impact of these efforts is felt in many neighborhoods, reinforcing the commitment to protect the most vulnerable among us. The Atlanta child murders taught communities important lessons about vigilance, communication, and the need for systemic changes in how missing children cases are handled. Law enforcement agencies improved their protocols and developed better collaboration with community organizations to prevent future incidents. The memory of the victims serves as a constant reminder of the importance of protecting children and ensuring that every voice is heard. Today, the legacy of the Atlanta child murders continues to influence discussions around child protection policies. As communities reflect on the past, they strive to create a safer future. The case remains a haunting reminder of the fragility of innocence and the collective responsibility to safeguard the next generation. Efforts to remember the victims and advocate for change persist, ensuring their stories are never forgotten. On January 24, 2006, Jennifer Kesey, a 24-year-old dynamic financial manager, suddenly disappeared from her apartment in Orlando, Florida. Her unexpected disappearance shocked the community and prompted her family to begin a tireless search that has lasted for years. Jennifer's case is a heartbreaking symbol of mysterious disappearances and the boundless love from her family. Jennifer was not only a dedicated employee, but also a beloved daughter, sister, and friend. She always showed enthusiasm in her work and was full of energy in life. The disappearance of Jennifer, a promising individual, has left everyone heartbroken. That morning, Jennifer seemed to leave her apartment for work as usual. However, when she did not arrive at her office and no one could reach her, her family and friends quickly grew concerned. They began to realize that something was seriously wrong. Immediately after receiving the report of Jennifer's disappearance, authorities initiated an urgent investigation. Her family and friends banded together, distributing flyers and canvassing neighborhoods around Orlando in hopes of finding any clues about Jennifer. Jennifer's car was found parked in the apartment complex lot a few days after her disappearance. This discovery sent chills down investigators' spines, raising many troubling questions. Did she actually leave her home that day? or had something else happen? Security cameras at the apartment complex recorded footage of a mysterious person parking Jennifer's car and leaving, but this person's face was obscured. While this was an important detail, the individual was never identified, making the investigation even more complicated and mysterious. Jennifer's family appeared on various media programs, pleading for the community's help. These emotional appeals underscored their suffering and determination to bring Jennifer home. The Orlando community passionately supported Jennifer's family, organizing search parties and prayer vigils for her. Social media also helped maintain public attention on the case, igniting the power of solidarity during difficult times. Despite numerous tips from the public, the investigation gradually hit a dead end. Leads led to nowhere, and hopes of finding Jennifer began to fade, leaving her family increasingly frustrated. Numerous theories emerged, ranging from the possibility that Jennifer voluntarily disappeared to the likelihood that she was abducted. Each theory only added to the family's confusion and made her story even more mysterious. After years without progress, Jennifer's case was classified as a cold case. This was a significant blow to her family, but they remained determined to uncover the truth. Jennifer's family established the Jennifer Kessie Foundation to raise awareness about missing persons and support families in similar situations. This foundation has helped many other families find comfort and hope. Jennifer's story continues to be covered by the media, from articles to podcasts. The ongoing public attention keeps her case alive and sparks discussions about public safety. In recent years, new technology has allowed investigators to re-examine cold cases like Jennifer's. Her family hopes that these advancements will lead to new clues. The Orlando community continues to hold events to honor Jennifer, reminding everyone of her loss and the importance of not giving up in the search for missing persons. To this day, Jennifer's disappearance remains an unresolved mystery, symbolizing the ongoing struggles of her family and the community to seek justice for her. Although many years have passed, Jennifer's family still hopes that one day someone will come forward with information about her. They believe that someone may know something and that the truth will eventually come to light. Jennifer's family encourages everyone to report any information, no matter how small, as it could be the key to solving the case. They believe that every piece of information could lead to significant discoveries. Recently, there have been proposals to revive Jennifer's case investigation, thanks to advancements in DNA testing and data analysis. Her family is hopeful that these new tools will shed light on this dark case. The story of Jennifer Kessie is not only a lesson about disappearance, but also a legacy of perseverance and family love. She has become a symbol for the efforts to seek justice for missing persons, encouraging many others to continue the fight for the truth. In the spring of 1992, a chilling wave of violence swept across the Midwest. Along the bustling US 70 highway, several women began to vanish without a trace. The calmness of the road belied the terror lurking within, as the region was about to be haunted by the shadow of an unknown killer. As each disappearance gripped the communities, whispers of fear began to ripple among the residents, as no one knew who would be next. The killer's first known victim was 15-year-old Mary Ann Onofre, who vanished in April 1992 in Indiana. Soon after, Patricia Wilkerson, 29, was found dead in Terre Haute. Next was Janelle Chrisman, discovered lifeless in Muncie. The final victim, Angela Blount, was killed in St. Charles, Missouri. Each victim shared a tragic fate, abducted in public places, their lives cut short by a remorseless predator lurking just out of sight. The I-70 killer was methodical. He targeted women, often approaching them at gas stations or convenience stores. Witnesses described a young man, charming yet unnerving, who seemed to blend into his surroundings. After establishing contact, he would lure his victims to secluded areas, where he struck with brutal efficiency. The method was chillingly consistent, leading investigators to believe they were dealing with a single, calculated predator. As the disappearances gained media attention, law enforcement agencies scrambled to connect the dots. Investigators from various states convened, sharing evidence and theories. They meticulously reviewed surveillance footage from gas stations, interviewed witnesses, and combed through the last known whereabouts of each victim. But the killer remained elusive, slipping through their fingers like sand. As the investigation unfolded, a disturbing pattern emerged. All the victims were young women, and the murders occurred within a short time frame along the I-70 corridor. Authorities noted that the killer seemed to be traveling, using the interstate as his hunting ground. This realization fueled a collective anxiety as communities along the highway began to fear for their safety, wondering who among them could be the next target. With each new detail released, the media frenzy escalated. News outlets ran headlines about the mysterious killer, fueling public interest and fear. The term I-70 killer became synonymous with terror for residents of the Midwest. Local TV stations aired specials, and print media flooded with stories about the murders. The psychological impact of the coverage spread beyond the immediate areas, creating a sense of unease across the nation. As the investigation continued, the stories of the victims began to emerge. Marianne Onofre was a bright teenager with dreams of becoming a teacher. Patricia Wilkerson was a devoted mother. Janelle Chrisman had aspirations of going to college, while Angela Blount was known for her infectious smile. Each life cut short added to the tragedy, humanizing the statistics and reminding investigators that they were hunting a monster who had stolen away innocent lives. As fear gripped the communities, they rallied together. Neighborhood watch groups sprang up, and residents took extra precautions when out and about. Local law enforcement encouraged vigilance, hosting town hall meetings to educate the public on safety measures. The sense of community grew stronger as people united in the face of fear, determined to protect one another from the lurking danger on Interstate 70. In May 1992, a significant clue emerged. A witness reported seeing a man lingering near the gas station where Angela Blount was last seen. He was described as having a light complexion and a distinctive hairstyle. This sighting reignited hopes for a breakthrough as police began to piece together the fragments of information, hoping to finally identify the elusive killer. With the description of the suspect circulating, a nationwide alert was issued. Law enforcement agencies across the country were put on high alert, sharing the information widely. Media outlets picked up the story, urging anyone with information to come forward. The manhunt intensified as communities from coast to coast began to keep an eye out for the Target 70 killer, their collective hope growing with each passing day. In June 1992, the investigation took a dramatic turn. A truck driver contacted police after he spotted a suspicious vehicle parked near a crime scene. Inside, they found crucial evidence linking the vehicle to the murders. This discovery ignited a fresh wave of investigation, leading police to a potential suspect whose name would soon echo through the halls of justice. As the investigation honed in on the truck driver, investigators discovered his troubling past. He had a history of violence against women and was known to frequent areas where the victims were last seen. With this new focus, detectives worked tirelessly to gather more evidence, hoping to build a case strong enough to bring the I-70 killer to justice. In July 1992, law enforcement finally made their move. The suspect was arrested during a routine traffic stop, and officers discovered evidence linking him to the murders. The weight of the moment was palpable as investigators, who had worked tirelessly for months, felt a surge of relief wash over them. The manhunt that had gripped the nation for months was finally drawing to a close. The trial of the I-70 killer captivated the nation. Courtrooms were packed with journalists and spectators, all eager to hear the details of the gruesome crimes. The prosecution presented a compelling case, detailing the timeline of events and the chilling evidence gathered against the defendant. As the courtroom drama unfolded, emotions ran high, with many seeking justice for the victims and their families. As the trial progressed, the defense sought to discredit the evidence. They argued that the police had rushed to judgment, presenting alternative explanations for the timeline of events. Their strategy aimed to cast doubt on the prosecution's case, insisting that the evidence could point to someone else entirely. The tension in the courtroom grew as both sides fought to sway the jury. During the trial, witnesses recounted harrowing experiences. Some had encountered the suspect, sharing chilling stories of their interactions. Others spoke of the impact the murders had on the community, emphasizing the fear that had settled over the region. The courtroom was silent as these testimonies echoed the pain and loss felt by the families of the victims. After days of deliberation, the jury finally reached a verdict. The tension in the courtroom was palpable as the foreman stood to announce the decision. "We find the defendant guilty on all counts." The words reverberated through the room, bringing a mix of relief and sorrow. Justice had been served, but the scars of the past would linger on, affecting countless lives. The sentencing phase of the trial was equally dramatic. Family members of the victims spoke passionately about their loss, urging the court to impose the maximum penalty. As the judge handed down a life sentence without parole, there were mixed reactions in the courtroom. Some felt closure, while others knew that the pain of losing their loved ones would never truly fade. Though the I-70 killer was behind bars, the legacy of fear he left behind lingered. Communities had been forever changed by the tragedy, and the scars ran deep. Families of the victims continued to advocate for safety measures and victim support. The shadow of the killer served as a constant reminder of the vulnerability of life, ensuring that the story would never be forgotten. Years later, reflections on the I-70 killer case revealed important lessons about violence and community safety. Law enforcement agencies implemented new protocols to better address violence against women, striving to prevent future tragedies. The story of Angela Blount and the other victims serves as a powerful reminder of the importance of vigilance and support for one another in the face of danger. Shadow Mysteries, unraveling the horrifying mysteries of crime cases. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel to catch the next thrilling and suspenseful episodes. In 1929, Bonnie Parker, a young woman from a modest family in Texas, worked as a waitress, hoping for a better life. One fateful day, she met Clyde Barrow, a man with a notorious criminal reputation, freshly escaped from prison. Clyde had already begun a life of crime, including bank robberies, and was well known to the authorities. Bonnie, captivated by his charm and rebellious nature, quickly found herself falling for him. Clyde, with his wit and daring personality, made Bonnie feel alive in a way she had never experienced. She abandoned her humble life and joined him, unwittingly beginning her descent into the world of crime. Once Bonnie joined Clyde, they quickly formed a team, with Clyde leading the way. Their first criminal acts were petty thefts, mainly targeting small businesses and gas stations. However, the thrill of the crime, combined with Bonnie's growing loyalty and skill, soon escalated their operations. They began robbing banks across Texas and surrounding states, carefully planning each heist. Bonnie, though initially just an accomplice, quickly proved her value, participating fully in the robberies. She carried a gun, learned to drive, and even took part in the gang's escape plans. Their criminal life, filled with adrenaline and danger, was now unstoppable. In 1931, Clyde and Bonnie's robberies became more daring. They hit banks in small towns, which were poorly guarded, making their escape easier. The couple worked in perfect synchrony. Clyde would break into the bank, demand cash, and keep an eye on the door. Meanwhile, Bonnie would be outside acting as a lookout, ready to warn him if law enforcement arrived. Their style was ruthless and quick. They gained a reputation for being one of the most feared criminal duos in the country. Their bank heists were methodical, and they never left a trail behind them, making it nearly impossible for the authorities to catch them. In 1933, Clyde's brother, Buck Barrow, and his wife Blanche joined the gang. They committed several robberies together, but tragedy struck during a violent gunfight in Iowa. The gang was ambushed by law enforcement, and Buck was severely wounded. Bonnie and Clyde rushed to get him medical attention, but the injury was too severe, and Buck succumbed to his wounds. His death hit Clyde hard, turning his vengeful and violent nature into overdrive. The Barrow gang's criminal activities became even more dangerous as they sought revenge and continued their rampage through the Midwest. On April 1st, 1934, after a failed robbery attempt in Joplin, Missouri, Bonnie and Clyde were pursued by law enforcement officers. The gang was cornered in a rural area, and a fierce gun battle ensued. Bonnie and Clyde killed 2 officers during the confrontation, marking a turning point in their crime spree. The shooting of law enforcement officers made the pair even more notorious. The American public was captivated by their daring crimes, but law enforcement was now determined to end their reign of terror. The shootout in Joplin was one of the bloodiest encounters between the Barrow gang and law enforcement. By 1934, Bonnie and Clyde were famous for their brutal crimes and daring escapes. The press fueled their infamy with stories of their robberies, shootouts, and violent encounters making headlines across the nation. They became icons of the Great Depression era, symbols of rebellion and the dangers of lawlessness. Despite their fame, law enforcement was closing in on them. The FBI and local police set up numerous roadblocks and traps, determined to end the reign of terror that Bonnie and Clyde had caused across the Midwest. On May 23, 1934, Bonnie and Clyde were ambushed by a posse of law enforcement officers in Bienville Parish, Louisiana. The officers, led by Frank Hamer, had been tracking the couple for months. As Bonnie and Clyde approached a remote area in their car, law enforcement officers opened fire, killing both of them instantly. The final ambush ended the reign of one of the most infamous criminal duos in American history. Their violent deaths were met with mixed emotions from the public. Some viewed them as tragic figures, while others saw them as ruthless criminals who got what they deserved. Bonnie and Clyde's story remains one of the most iconic in American criminal history. They became symbols of rebellion, their criminal exploits immortalized in books, movies, and songs. While some view them as tragic figures caught in the harsh grip of the Great Depression, others see them as ruthless criminals who ultimately paid the price for their violent lives. Bonnie and Clyde's reign of terror ended in a blaze of gunfire, leaving behind a legacy of love, crime, and violence. Their story serves as a stark reminder of how desperation and a desire for escape can lead to disastrous consequences. In the end, their crime spree ended not with a victory, but with death, cementing their place in the annals of criminal history. John Wayne Gacy, known as the Killer Clown, was a man of two faces. On the surface, he was a successful businessman, well-liked in his community, and even performed at children's parties as a clown. But behind the facade of laughter and innocence, Gacy was a ruthless serial killer who preyed on young boys and men, luring them into his home with promises of work or money. He committed horrific acts of violence, leaving behind a trail of secrets that would shock the world. The first victim to truly raise suspicion was Robert Piest, a 15-year-old boy. On December 11, 1978, Robert went missing after he left his family to meet Gacy about a potential job opportunity. Gacy had promised Robert's family that he could help the boy with work, but hours later, Robert had vanished. This disappearance led to the first real investigation into Gacy, who initially appeared cooperative, but was increasingly seen as the prime suspect. The police quickly became suspicious of Gacy. Robert's disappearance wasn't an isolated incident. It seemed as though several young men had disappeared in the area over the past few years. Witnesses started to come forward, describing their encounters with Gacy. The police began to dig into Gacy's past, revealing troubling incidents, including a conviction for sexual assault and attempted murder in 1968. This was just the tip of the iceberg. On December 13, 1978, police obtained a search warrant for Gacy's home. They began their search in the two-story house, a seemingly ordinary suburban property. What they found would horrify them. As they moved through the house, they discovered signs of recent killings, including disturbing evidence such as bloodstains and personal items belonging to missing boys. They decided to dig under the house, unaware of the true horrors that awaited them. In the crawl space under Gacy's house, police uncovered the first body. The officers' hearts sank as they unearthed the decomposed remains of a young man. The space, only 30 inches high, was filled with bodies. Gacy had buried his victims one after another, creating a macabre graveyard beneath his own roof. The sight of the mutilated bodies left the officers in shock as they realized the magnitude of Gacy's crimes. John Wayne Gacy was arrested on December 21, 1978. As the police continued to uncover more bodies, they finally had enough evidence to charge him with multiple murders. Gacy was taken into custody without resistance. At first, he denied any involvement, claiming that the bodies found were of strangers who had died by accident or in other circumstances. But the evidence told a different story. As the police interrogated Gacy, he finally confessed to the murders. During a long and intense interview, Gacy admitted to killing at least 33 young men and boys between 1972 and 1978. He described how he lured his victims, tied them up, tortured them, and killed them. The details were chilling, as Gacy's calm demeanor contrasted sharply with the brutal nature of his crimes. Gacy's method of murder was disturbingly consistent. He would invite his victims to his home, usually under the guise of offering them work or a place to stay. Once inside, he would restrain them using handcuffs, sometimes claiming it was part of a magic trick. He then proceeded to sexually assault and strangle his victims. Many were buried in the crawl space, while others were discarded in nearby rivers. The investigation into Gacy's crimes expanded as more bodies were discovered. By the time Gacy was arrested, investigators had uncovered 29 bodies from his property. As they continued to search the surrounding areas, additional remains were found in rivers. The task force, now fully aware of the scale of the tragedy, worked tirelessly to identify the victims. Forensic experts performed painstaking DNA tests, and missing persons reports were cross-checked. The investigation grew in intensity as authorities realized that Gacy's victims came from various walks of life, and many were young men who had been lured into his home under the guise of work or other false pretenses. The discovery of each new victim only added to the horror, as Gacy's house and surrounding grounds transformed into a macabre crime scene. Identifying the victims was a difficult and painful process. Many of Gacy's victims were young men from troubled backgrounds, often runaways or those with no permanent home. They had been lured by promises of work, and many had been sexually assaulted and killed. It took months for authorities to identify the victims, using dental records and other methods to match the remains to missing persons reports. The identities of the victims brought heartbreak to their families, who had long feared the worst. Investigators dug deeper into Gacy's past to understand how he became the monster he was. Born in 1942, Gacy had a troubled childhood, marked by a volatile relationship with his father, who was abusive and often humiliated him. His early life was filled with incidents of violence and dysfunction. As an adult, Gacy seemed to lead a normal life, but his criminal tendencies surfaced early on, with his conviction for sexual assault in 1968. These early signs of violent behavior set the stage for his future killings. The trial of John Wayne Gacy began in 1980. As Gacy's crimes became widely known, the trial attracted national attention. The prosecution argued that Gacy was a cold and calculating killer, preying on vulnerable young men for his own sadistic pleasures. Gacy's defense team attempted to paint him as insane, suggesting that he was suffering from a multiple personality disorder. However, the evidence presented in court was overwhelming, and Gacy was convicted on all counts. On March 13, 1980, John Wayne Gacy was sentenced to death. The judge handed down the death penalty, citing the gruesome nature of the crimes and the sheer number of victims. Gacy showed little emotion during the sentencing, maintaining the calm demeanor that had been his trademark throughout the investigation. Despite his conviction, Gacy would spend years appealing the verdict, but ultimately he remained on death row for over a decade. While on death row, Gacy's behavior remained peculiar. He spent his days drawing and painting, often creating disturbing images of clowns and figures that reflected his twisted psyche. He also tried to use his notoriety for profit, selling his artwork to the public. Despite the gravity of his crimes, Gacy maintained a sense of pride in his infamous reputation. He often wrote letters to the media, trying to portray himself as a misunderstood man. John Wayne Gacy spent 14 years on death row before his execution. In the years before his execution, Gacy's appeals were denied, and he eventually ran out of legal options. His final days were marked by strange behavior, including requests for a final meal, which he later rejected. On May 10, 1994, Gacy was executed by lethal injection at the Stateville Correctional Center in Illinois. The aftermath of Gacy's crimes had a profound impact on the community. The revelation of his horrific actions shook the city of Chicago and the entire nation. Parents and children were left in fear, realizing that someone who seemed so trustworthy could commit such monstrous acts. Gacy's case became one of the most infamous serial killer cases in American history, serving as a grim reminder of the darkness that can hide behind a facade of normalcy. Gacy's case was a media sensation, with constant coverage on television and newspapers. Journalists flocked to Gacy's trial, filling the courtrooms and broadcast stations with updates. His chilling photographs and disturbing artworks became part of the public consciousness. Gacy's notoriety, combined with the sheer grotesqueness of his crimes, turned the case into a national obsession. The investigation into Gacy's crimes prompted significant changes in law enforcement protocols. The case highlighted flaws in how missing persons reports were handled and how serial crimes were investigated. Authorities learned valuable lessons from the Gacy case, including the importance of thorough background checks, following up on disappearances, and the need to connect seemingly unrelated crimes. Gacy's case pushed law enforcement to adopt more comprehensive and systematic approaches to identifying serial killers and solving crimes. Gacy's legacy remains a dark chapter in American criminal history. His actions have been studied by criminologists, psychologists, and law enforcement to understand the mind of a serial killer. Gacy's chilling persona as the killer clown has become infamous, and he has been the subject of numerous documentaries, books, and films. His crimes serve as a sobering reminder of the horrors that can lurk behind a facade of normalcy and charm. The story of John Wayne Gacy leaves us with many unanswered questions. What drives a man to commit such heinous acts? And why did Gacy feel compelled to kill so many young men? Was it his abusive past, his twisted sense of power, or something darker that led him down this path? As time passes, the world may never fully understand the depths of Gacy's depravity. However, his story serves as a chilling reminder that sometimes evil lurks where we least expect it. The story begins in 1974 in Wichita, Kansas, with the brutal murders of the Otero family. Dennis Rader, who would later be known as BTK, killed Joseph and Julie Otero, along with two of their children, 15-year-old Joseph Jr. and 11-year-old Shirley. Rader, with a methodical cruelty, tied them up, tortured them, and left no trace behind. The authorities were left baffled, with no clear motive, and the murders went unsolved. After the Otero murders, Rader vanished from public sight, but the silence didn't last long. In 1978, he resurfaced, sending a chilling letter to a local newspaper. The letter, written with disturbing detail, described how he committed the murders and even mocked the police for their inability to solve the case. It became clear that this was no ordinary killer. He was taunting the authorities, daring them to catch him. The letter contained disturbing details about the murders, including the precise manner in which the victims were tied up and tortured. It also included the now infamous BTK moniker, which stood for bind, torture, kill. Rader's self-proclaimed superiority over the police was evident, and the authorities had no idea who they were dealing with. His twisted need for recognition had only just begun. Rader continued his reign of terror through the late 1970s and 1980s. He killed several more victims, including Shirley Vian in 1979 and Catherine Bright in 1986. The patterns remained eerily similar: bind, torture, kill. Each murder was meticulously planned, and Rader took pleasure in watching his victims suffer. The police were unable to make any significant breakthroughs, and the public was gripped by fear, not knowing when or who would be next. For over a decade, the BTK killings seemed to have faded away. However, in 1991, Rader stopped his killing spree. The case went cold, leaving the police and the public in a state of disbelief. But Rader's need to be acknowledged never ceased. For years, he remained silent. But in 2004, he broke his silence again, sending more letters to the media and police, signaling that he had not been caught and that his reign of terror was not over. In 2004, Rader sent a floppy disk to the media, and this would become the key that would finally unravel his identity. The disk contained files with metadata that pointed directly to a church where Rader worked. This digital clue, combined with other evidence, would lead investigators to connect the dots and ultimately identify Dennis Rader as the notorious BTK killer. In February 2005, after years of evading the authorities, Dennis Rader was finally arrested. The arrest took place without resistance, and Rader was taken into custody. He did not seem surprised or emotional. Instead, he was calm, almost detached, as though he had anticipated this moment. He was charged with the murders of 10 victims, and his dark secret was revealed to the world. During interrogation, Rader confessed to all 10 murders, providing chilling details about how he had stalked his victims, tortured them, and then killed them. He admitted to the thrill he experienced in controlling the lives of others. His confession was disturbingly calm and detached, as though he was recounting a routine event, not the brutal killings he had committed. In 2005, Dennis Rader went to trial, facing charges for the murders of his 10 victims. The courtroom was filled with tension as victims' families spoke about the loss and pain caused by Rader's actions. Rader, representing himself, showed no remorse and even made statements about the satisfaction he gained from his murders. The trial was a chilling reminder of the depths of his cruelty. Throughout the trial, Rader's disturbing lack of empathy became painfully clear. He showed no remorse for his actions, speaking coldly about his victims and their suffering. Psychiatric evaluations later confirmed that Rader had a long history of sadistic tendencies, and his cold demeanor was a hallmark of his psychopathy. This lack of emotion only made his crimes seem even more terrifying, as he appeared to be completely detached from the horror he caused. Rader's ability to blend into society for so many years was part of what made him so dangerous. He was a church leader, a husband, and a father, maintaining an outwardly normal life while secretly being one of the most notorious serial killers in U.S. history. His ability to compartmentalize his dark urges and everyday persona made him nearly invisible. This chilling duality is what made Rader a particularly terrifying figure. Even after his arrest, Rader's need for attention and control didn't end. He continued to send letters to the media and the authorities, taunting them with cryptic messages. These letters, sometimes containing disturbing drawings or details of his crimes, were his way of reminding everyone that he was still in control of the narrative, even from behind bars. His obsession with being recognized never waned. Dennis Rader's reign of terror left a long-lasting impact on Wichita and beyond. The community lived in constant fear, never knowing when the next victim might fall. Even after his arrest, the psychological scars remained. The media coverage of his case highlighted the dangers of complacency and the chilling reality that anyone, even the most seemingly ordinary people, could harbor a monstrous secret. BTK's legacy is one of fear and the unsettling truth that evil can lurk in the most unsuspecting places. In August 2005, Dennis Rader was sentenced to 10 consecutive life terms in prison for the murders he had committed. He showed no emotion during the sentencing, maintaining his detached demeanor. While his reign of terror had ended, the scars of his crimes would never truly fade. The families of his victims could finally begin to heal, knowing that their loved ones had not been forgotten. However, Rader's legacy as one of the most calculating and chilling serial killers in history remained. Dennis Rader's case serves as a haunting reminder of the darkness that can lie hidden beneath the surface of ordinary life. His ability to live among his victims while committing such horrific acts speaks to the complexity of evil. As society continues to grapple with the legacy of BTK, it is clear that the chilling tale of Dennis Rader will never be forgotten, and his crimes will forever echo in the minds of those who lived through them. Shadow Mysteries, unraveling the horrifying mysteries of crime cases. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel to catch the next thrilling and suspenseful episodes. Alcatraz Island, a foreboding piece of land standing stark in the frigid waters of San Francisco Bay, was once home to some of America's most dangerous criminals. With its towering concrete walls, sharp barbed wire, and isolation from the mainland, it was believed to be the most inescapable prison in the world. But in June 1962, a daring escape would prove that even Alcatraz's iron grip could be loosened. Three men, Frank Morris and the Anglin brothers, John and Clarence, would go down in history for pulling off one of the most baffling prison escapes ever attempted. Frank Morris, a career criminal with a sharp mind, was known for his ability to escape from institutions. He was sent to Alcatraz in 1960 after a series of bank robberies and prison escapes. Alongside him were the Anglin brothers, John and Clarence, both seasoned criminals who had spent most of their lives in and out of prison. John Anglin was notorious for escaping from various jails, and Clarence had a similar track record. The three men, despite the seemingly insurmountable odds, shared a common goal: freedom. For months, the three men quietly observed their surroundings. Frank Morris, with his keen intellect, noticed the weaknesses in the prison's design. The prison cells, while fortified, had ventilation shafts and structural gaps that could be exploited. They spent days collecting small items, a spoon here, a piece of wire there, things they could use to carve and shape their escape. It was a slow and careful process, and the guards were none the wiser. They planned every detail of their daring escape, aware that the smallest mistake could lead to disaster. The method the men used was ingenious. They began by chiseling small holes in the walls of their cells using spoons, which they had modified into crude tools. Over time, the holes grew large enough to allow them to crawl through. Behind their cells, a dark, narrow passage led to the roof, where they would make their final move. This tunnel, hidden from the guards' view, was their lifeline to freedom. They worked quietly at night, their labor hidden by the noise of the prison's usual operations. The decoy heads were a stroke of brilliance, a masterful touch in the plan. Each man fashioned a lifelike head from plaster, toilet paper, and real human hair they had secretly gathered. These heads were placed in their beds at night, making it appear as though the prisoners were asleep and unaware of their surroundings. The guards, in their routine checks, never suspected a thing. The heads were so realistic that even up close, they fooled the most vigilant eyes. It was a perfect deception, and it bought them precious hours of freedom. On the night of June 11th, 1962, the plan was finally put into action. The guards had conducted their usual checks, and everything appeared normal. The three men, armed with their carefully crafted tools and the decoy heads in place, began their escape. They crawled through the holes they had created and carefully made their way to the roof. The night was dark, the air damp with the salt of the sea as they took their first steps towards freedom. Every noise, every movement was calculated. The tension was palpable. Once on the roof, they faced another daunting challenge: descending the outer wall of the prison. Using a crude rope made from raincoats, they made their way down the steep, slippery surface. One wrong move, and they could have fallen to their deaths. But they were determined, their every action precise, as they navigated the dangerous climb down. From the top of the prison, they could see the cold waters of San Francisco Bay stretching out before them. The hardest part was still ahead. The men had planned for their escape to end at the shores of San Francisco Bay, but the waters were cold and treacherous. They had managed to build a small makeshift raft from raincoats, which they hoped would carry them to safety. The current was strong, and the night was their only ally. As they paddled through the icy waters, the prison lights faded into the distance. The escapees were free, at least for now, but they knew the hardest part was yet to come: avoiding capture. The next morning, when the prison realized that the three men were missing, a full-scale search was launched. The authorities combed the surrounding waters, using boats and helicopters, searching for any sign of the escapees. But the men had vanished without a trace. The cold waters of the bay seemed to have swallowed them whole. The prison, once considered escape-proof, now stood as the scene of one of the most daring and mysterious breakouts in American history. As the search efforts continued, authorities became desperate. They interviewed fellow prisoners, guards, and anyone who might have had any knowledge of the escape plan. Many believed the escapees had drowned in the bay, and this theory gained traction after several weeks passed without a lead. Despite all the resources being poured into the investigation, no tangible evidence of their whereabouts ever surfaced. The men, it seemed, had simply disappeared into thin air. The prison, once thought to be escape-proof, had failed to keep its most cunning criminals in check. Some experts believed that the escapees did survive and managed to reach the mainland. They speculated that the men used their knowledge of the currents in the bay to navigate their way to safety. Others thought they might have found refuge in the dense forests around San Francisco, or even made their way to Mexico. But no concrete evidence ever emerged to confirm any of these theories. The mystery of what happened to Frank Morris, John, and Clarence Anglin continued to haunt the authorities for years. The families of the Anglin brothers were also questioned during the investigation. Although they were initially cooperative, suspicion grew as time passed. Many believed that the Anglin family had assisted the escapees in some way. The Anglin family, however, always denied any involvement in the breakout. There were rumors that they had sent money to the brothers after their escape, but no proof was ever found. The family remained tight-lipped, keeping their secrets close to the chest. In 1963, a wallet was found floating in the waters near Alcatraz Island. It was believed to have belonged to one of the escapees, and it became a key piece of evidence in the case. Some believed that it was dropped in haste, perhaps by one of the escapees trying to evade capture. However, others speculated that the wallet had been planted as part of a larger plot to throw off investigators. The wallet provided no concrete clues about the men's fate, but it added another layer to the already complex mystery. Despite the lack of direct evidence, the search for the escapees never truly stopped. In the years following the escape, the FBI continued to receive tips and reports of sightings. Most of these turned out to be false alarms, but some were more convincing than others. One report suggested the Anglin brothers were living in a rural area in Florida. Another claimed to have seen Frank Morris in a small town in Mexico. Yet none of these reports were ever confirmed, and the case remained unsolved. In 1963, just a year after the escape, Alcatraz was officially closed as a prison. Many speculated that the escape played a role in the decision, but the official reason given was financial. Maintaining the prison had become too costly, and it was no longer deemed necessary. Some saw the closure as a symbolic end to the era of the escape-proof prison. Ironically, the escape had shown that even the most secure facility could be breached, albeit in a way that would never fully be understood. In 1979, the FBI officially closed the case on the Alcatraz escape, concluding that the men had likely drowned while trying to escape. However, they left the case open in case new evidence surfaced. Despite the years of investigation, the truth about the fate of the three men remained elusive. Some believed they had made it to freedom, while others insisted they had met a grim end in the bay. The lack of closure only added to the enduring allure of the mystery. Decades have passed since the escape, and yet the mystery endures. In the years following the incident, several documentaries and books have been published about the escape. Many still wonder whether Frank Morris and the Anglin brothers made it out alive, or if they perished in the icy waters of San Francisco Bay. The Alcatraz escape continues to capture the imagination of people around the world, and every year new theories emerge about what really happened. In recent years, new evidence has come to light that has reignited the debate over the fate of the escapees. A 2018 documentary revealed a series of photographs of a family in Brazil, believed to be the Anglin brothers, living in hiding. The images stirred up new excitement, but the truth remains unclear. Was this a breakthrough or just another wild theory? The case has once again captured public attention, but answers continue to elude investigators. No matter what theories come and go, there are still many unanswered questions about the Alcatraz escape. Did the men drown, or did they somehow manage to escape and live their lives in hiding? What role did the prison staff play in the escape? Was there any inside help, or did they truly plan and execute the escape on their own? These questions may never be answered, but the allure of this unsolved mystery remains as strong as ever. The story of the Alcatraz escape has become a legend. It is a tale of daring, courage, and a thirst for freedom that has captivated the public for decades. Whether or not Frank Morris and the Anglin brothers ever reached safety, their escape will always be remembered as one of the greatest unsolved mysteries in American criminal history. The allure of the unknown continues to haunt Alcatraz Island, and the escape will live on in the minds of people for generations to come. On February 4th, 1974, Patty Hearst, heir to the Hearst media empire, was kidnapped from her apartment in San Francisco by members of the Radical Symbionese Liberation Army, SLA. Patty was just 19 years old when the SLA stormed into her home, tied her up, and drove her away in a car. The group's leader, Donald DeFreeze, and other members demanded that Patty's wealthy family distribute $70 million worth of food to poor Californians. The audacity of the kidnapping sent shockwaves across the nation, and the case immediately became a media spectacle. The SLA's demands were not just about money. They wanted a complete overhaul of the social system, one where the oppressed would rise up against their wealthy oppressors. The SLA made it clear that if their demands weren't met, they would harm Patty. To show their seriousness, they even released a chilling audio recording of Patty pleading for her family to meet the group's demands, accompanied by threats. The radical group had a clear message. Society's existing order had to be destroyed, and they were willing to do whatever it took to achieve that. A few weeks after the kidnapping, Patty appeared in a videotaped message. She was now calling herself Tanya, a name assigned by the SLA. In the video, Patty, holding a rifle, declared her full support for the group and their mission. She insisted that her family's wealth was built on the oppression of the poor, and she had come to believe in the SLA's revolutionary cause. Her conversion shocked the public, who initially believed she was a helpless victim. But Patty's dramatic shift from victim to active participant raised questions. Was she coerced, or had she truly embraced the cause of the SLA? On April 15, 1974, Patty participated in one of the most shocking events of her life, a bank robbery in San Francisco. In footage from the robbery, Patty can be seen armed with a rifle, wearing a bandolier, and helping the SLA members steal money from the bank. Her presence in the robbery left no doubt that she was fully integrated into the group, and the sight of her in action was unsettling for many. The video footage showed Patty interacting with her fellow SLA members as though she was one of them, not a victim at all. As the case unfolded, the media frenzy surrounding Patty's transformation was unlike anything the country had ever seen. The young woman, once a privileged heir to a media empire, was now a wanted criminal. News outlets across the nation broadcasted her involvement in the robbery, and debates raged over whether Patty had been brainwashed or whether she had voluntarily joined the SLA's cause. Some sympathized with her as a victim of manipulation, while others viewed her as a dangerous criminal. The media circus reached a fever pitch as people across the country tried to make sense of her actions. Patty's participation in the SLA didn't stop with the bank robbery. In May of 1974, she was involved in another heist, further cementing her role within the group. This time, the SLA raided a grocery store, again with Patty in tow. She appeared unfazed, actively participating in the theft. By now, it was clear that Patty was not just a passive participant, but an integral part of the SLA's operations. Whether by choice or by force, Patty's involvement in these crimes continued to grow. As Patty's involvement in criminal activities deepened, the FBI launched a nationwide manhunt for her. The Bureau utilized all available resources to track down the fugitive, but despite numerous leads, Patty and the SLA managed to evade capture. Patty's increasing role in the group's actions left many questioning how far she was willing to go. Was she a pawn in a radical game, or had she embraced the revolution fully? The FBI's investigation was fueled by these uncertainties, making the hunt all the more urgent. On September 18, 1975, after over a year of hiding, Patty was finally captured by the FBI in a San Francisco apartment. The arrest was a momentous occasion that captured the attention of the nation. Cameras flashed as agents took Patty into custody, and the media swarmed around, eager to capture every detail of the dramatic event. Her capture sparked intense debates, with some seeing her as a victim, while others saw her as a criminal who had chosen to embrace violence. The nation was torn over how to view Patty Hearst. Patty Hearst's trial began in 1976, and it immediately attracted intense media attention. The defense team argued that she had been brainwashed and coerced into participating in the SLA's crimes. Her lawyer, F. Lee Bailey, painted a picture of a young woman who had been psychologically manipulated by the radical group, stripping her of her agency and forcing her into criminal activities. On the other hand, the prosecution argued that Patty was not a victim, but a willing accomplice who fully embraced the SLA's ideology. The trial became a battle of narratives, with each side attempting to define Patty's role in the crimes. During the trial, Patty was given the chance to testify. In her emotional testimony, she detailed how she had been held captive, beaten, and psychologically manipulated by the SLA. She spoke about her fear for her life and how, over time, the radical group's ideologies were drilled into her until she started to believe in their cause. Patty's testimony was heartbreaking and incredibly compelling, with many in the courtroom sympathizing with her. However, there were also skeptics who questioned her sincerity. Had she truly been brainwashed, or was she simply making excuses for her actions? Public opinion was deeply divided during the trial. Some saw Patty as a victim of the radical group, while others viewed her as a dangerous criminal who willingly participated in violent acts. The media often took sides, with some outlets portraying her as a naive young woman who was taken advantage of, while others depicted her as a ruthless, ideological criminal. The debate over whether Patty was a victim or a perpetrator became one of the defining elements of the case, and it reflected the larger societal divide over issues like radicalism and the role of women in revolutionary movements. After several months of testimony, the jury deliberated for just over a week before returning a guilty verdict on counts of armed robbery and bank robbery. Patty Hearst was sentenced to 35 years in prison, though her defense team continued to argue that she was a victim of coercion. The verdict shocked many, as they had hoped for leniency based on Patty's apparent transformation under duress. Her conviction sparked nationwide debates about the fairness of her trial, and many people questioned whether she had received a fair chance to defend herself. In 1979, after serving just over 2 years of her sentence, Patty Hearst's case became the subject of national controversy once again. President Jimmy Carter commuted her sentence, reducing her time in prison significantly. Many felt that this was a politically motivated decision, as the Hearst family had significant influence and connections. Others viewed it as an act of compassion for a young woman who had suffered deeply during her kidnapping and subsequent ordeal. The commutation sparked debates about justice, privilege, and whether Patty truly deserved to be released early. In 2001, a surprising twist occurred when President Bill Clinton granted Patty Hearst a full pardon. This decision stirred even more controversy, with critics arguing that she had gotten away with serious crimes due to her family's wealth and influence. Supporters, however, viewed Clinton's pardon as an acknowledgement of the years Patty had already spent in prison and the psychological toll her ordeal had taken on her. The political context surrounding the pardon, including Clinton's ties to the Hearst family, added another layer of complexity to an already controversial case. Patty Hearst's release from prison did little to settle the debate over her actions. Public perception of her remained deeply divided. Some still viewed her as a victim who had been manipulated by a dangerous group, while others regarded her as a criminal who had used her family's wealth and power to avoid a full sentence. Her life after prison, including her marriage to her bodyguard and later her work as an advocate for victims of domestic violence, did little to change the entrenched opinions about her involvement with the SLA. After her release from prison, Patty Hearst tried to rebuild her life, but her past continued to haunt her. Despite her efforts to lead a private life, she was often in the spotlight, and many journalists sought to interview her, eager to understand how she had changed. Patty made several public appearances, including joining the board of directors of a major telecommunications company, but her public image was forever tied to her involvement in the SLA and the violent actions she had taken part in. The psychological toll that her time with the SLA took on Patty Hearst was profound. Many experts believe that Patty's participation in the SLA's violent actions was the result of a complex mix of fear, manipulation, and Stockholm Syndrome. The trauma of being kidnapped, held captive, and exposed to violent ideology took its toll on her mental health, leading her to make decisions that she later regretted. The debate over whether Patty had genuinely embraced the group's philosophy or had been a victim of psychological abuse continues to fuel interest in her case. Even decades after the trial, the Patty Hearst case continues to captivate the public imagination. The questions surrounding her motivations, her relationship with the SLA, and her eventual pardon remain topics of intense debate. Was she a victim, a willing participant, or a revolutionary in her own right? The case has inspired countless books, documentaries, and films, each attempting to uncover the truth behind one of the most controversial and mysterious episodes in American criminal history. Patty Hearst's case had a lasting impact on American culture, influencing how society views kidnapping, radicalism, and the media's role in shaping public opinion. Her story raised questions about the psychology of coercion, the boundaries between victimhood and complicity, and the power of the media in sensationalizing events. It also prompted discussions about the treatment of women in radical movements and whether they were viewed as victims or active participants. In many ways, Patty Hearst's story is an exploration of the complexities of human behavior under extreme pressure. The Patty Hearst case remains one of the most discussed and debated criminal cases in American history. Its unresolved questions about Patty's motivations and the true nature of her involvement with the SLA continue to fascinate people around the world. Whether she was a victim of manipulation, a criminal, or a revolutionary, Patty Hearst's story is one that transcends the boundaries of time, leaving a legacy that still stirs conversation, analysis, and reflection to this day. Jeffrey Dahmer was born on May 21, 1960, in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. From a young age, he exhibited signs of deep psychological distress. Dahmer's parents, Lionel and Joyce, had a turbulent marriage, and his father often left home for work, leaving Jeffrey and his younger brother to grow up in a strained environment. As a child, Dahmer became obsessed with dead animals, a precursor to his later violent tendencies. His fascination with dissection grew, and he would collect roadkill, dissecting them in the woods behind his house. This early behavior was a chilling indicator of the dark path he would take in life. As Dahmer grew older, his behavior became increasingly erratic. In high school, he was often seen as a loner, socially awkward and disconnected from his peers. Despite his troubled social life, Dahmer's parents had high hopes for him, but he struggled academically and socially. His fascination with death intensified. He began to drink heavily, starting at the age of 14, and his alcoholism only worsened in his teenage years. It was clear that Dahmer's early life was full of emotional neglect and confusion, setting the stage for his later actions. On June 18, 1978, at the age of 18, Jeffrey Dahmer committed his first murder. He lured Stephen Hicks, a hitchhiker, into his car with the promise of drinking together. Once they arrived at Dahmer's home, Dahmer struck Hicks with a dumbbell, killing him. He then sexually assaulted the body and dismembered it, keeping the parts as trophies. Dahmer would later describe this act as one that gave him a sense of power and control, a feeling he would seek repeatedly in his future crimes. Following Stephen Hicks's murder, Dahmer's killing spree escalated. He murdered several more men in the years that followed, each time using similar methods. Dahmer would lure his victims, usually young men, to his apartment with promises of alcohol, drugs, or money. Once there, he would drug them, strangle them, and then perform grotesque acts on their bodies. He kept body parts, including skulls and genitals, as trophies, preserving them in his apartment. His murders followed a chilling pattern, with Dahmer growing more confident and less remorseful with each killing. In 1991, Dahmer's killing spree was finally brought to an end, but not by his own volition. On July 22, 1991, one of Dahmer's intended victims, Tracy Edwards, managed to escape from his apartment and flagged down 2 police officers. Edwards led the officers back to the apartment, where they discovered gruesome evidence of Dahmer's crimes. They found photographs of dismembered bodies, body parts, and other disturbing items. Dahmer was arrested on the spot and later confessed to his horrific crimes. In a chilling confession, Dahmer revealed the details of his murders. He spoke about the thrill he got from the act of killing and the psychological compulsion that drove him to do it. Dahmer described how he carefully planned each murder, often spending hours in advance preparing his apartment. He explained that his motivation was rooted in a need for control and power over his victims, which was further fueled by his compulsive desires. His cold, calm demeanor during his confession horrified both investigators and the public. Jeffrey Dahmer's arrest on July 22, 1991, sent shockwaves throughout the nation. News of the capture spread quickly, and the grisly details of his crimes became headline news. For the public, Dahmer's arrest marked the end of a long-standing nightmare. The images of the dismembered bodies and his bizarre, cold demeanor left the country reeling. Many couldn't believe that someone who seemed so ordinary and unremarkable on the outside could be capable of such horrific acts. His arrest led to more questions than answers, as authorities began to piece together the full scale of his murders. As the investigation into Dahmer's crimes unfolded, more disturbing details emerged. The authorities discovered that Dahmer had been hiding body parts, including heads, arms, and genitals, in his apartment. He kept them in jars, carefully preserving them as if they were trophies. Further investigation revealed the extent of his depravity. Dahmer had also engaged in acts of necrophilia and cannibalism. The discovery of these horrific details shocked even seasoned investigators, who had never encountered such a case before. The victims of Jeffrey Dahmer were primarily young men, many of whom were of color. Dahmer's strategy was to prey on vulnerable individuals, men who were often homeless or struggling with addiction. He lured them to his apartment with promises of money, alcohol, or drugs. Dahmer's victims included men from all walks of life, each one unsuspecting of the horrific fate that awaited them. The disparity in his victims' backgrounds highlighted Dahmer's opportunistic and predatory nature. Dahmer's confession grew more chilling with each passing day. One of the most shocking revelations was his admission of cannibalism. He confessed that he had eaten parts of some of his victims, further highlighting his complete lack of empathy or remorse. Dahmer explained that his need for control and power extended to his desire to consume his victims' flesh, which he described as an act of ultimate possession. The cannibalism aspect of his crimes added another layer of horror to the already grotesque nature of his killings. In 1992, Dahmer went to trial, and the proceedings were broadcast nationwide. The trial became a spectacle as the nation tuned in to witness the fate of one of the most notorious serial killers in history. Dahmer's defense team argued that he was not guilty by reason of insanity, citing his troubled childhood and mental health issues. The prosecution, however, argued that Dahmer knew exactly what he was doing, and they sought the death penalty. In the end, Dahmer was found guilty of 15 murders and sentenced to life in prison. Dahmer's life in prison was as disturbing as his life outside. He was initially placed in solitary confinement due to the high level of threat he posed to other inmates. Dahmer reportedly spent his time reading religious texts and drawing. He claimed that he had found God and had turned away from his violent past. However, many of the other inmates found it hard to accept him, seeing him as a monster. In 1994, Dahmer was killed by a fellow inmate, Christopher Scarver, while cleaning a bathroom at the Columbia Correctional Institution. The aftermath of Dahmer's arrest and conviction had a profound impact on the public. Many were horrified by the details of his crimes and the fact that he had been able to carry out his murders for so many years without getting caught. Victims' families spoke out, expressing their grief and anger. Dahmer became a symbol of evil, his name synonymous with one of the most horrifying serial killer cases in American history. The case sparked widespread discussions about the psychology of serial killers and the failures of the criminal justice system. Despite the horror surrounding his crimes, Jeffrey Dahmer's story became a focal point of pop culture. Books, documentaries, and movies were made about him, with some even portraying his life in a sensationalized manner. His case has been used as a cautionary tale, showing the danger of not addressing mental health issues and the flaws in the criminal justice system. While many find it disturbing, Dahmer's notoriety continues to captivate the public's imagination, making him one of the most infamous figures in American criminal history. Dahmer's case also led to reforms within law enforcement and corrections. Following his crimes, authorities reassessed the way they handled missing persons cases, especially involving marginalized communities. Dahmer's ability to evade capture for so long made it clear that changes needed to be made in both police procedures and how they dealt with at-risk populations. Additionally, his case sparked discussions on the treatment of prisoners in the justice system and the responsibilities of correctional facilities to protect individuals, even those convicted of heinous crimes. Jeffrey Dahmer's life came to a tragic and violent end in November 1994, when he was killed by fellow inmate Christopher Scarver at the Columbia Correctional Institution in Wisconsin. Dahmer's death ended the nightmare he had inflicted on his victims and their families, but his legacy lives on in the infamy he achieved. While many saw his death as a form of justice, others believed that Dahmer deserved to face his punishment in a court of law. Nevertheless, his end marked the conclusion of one of the most disturbing chapters in American criminal history. The crimes of Jeffrey Dahmer serve as a chilling reminder of the darkness that can lurk within seemingly ordinary individuals. His life and crimes continue to be a subject of fascination, reflection, and horror. The questions surrounding his motivations and the reasons behind his monstrous acts remain unanswered, but his legacy has shaped the way society views serial killers and their ability to evade capture. Dahmer's story is one that will forever be remembered as one of the most horrifying and unsettling chapters in criminal history. Los Angeles, June 1984. As the sun sets over the city, a sense of unease begins to permeate the air. Jenny Vinso, a 79-year-old woman, is at home alone in Glassell Park. She had just locked her doors and settled in for the night, unaware of the horror that awaited her. Hours later, neighbors would find her brutally murdered, her body displaying signs of intense violence and trauma. The police initially treat it as an isolated incident, but little do they know, this is just the start of a horrifying wave of terror. By early 1985, police begin to notice a chilling pattern. Maria Hernandez, a young woman, is attacked outside her home in Rosemead, California. She survives the assault miraculously, but her roommate, Dale Okazaki, is not as fortunate and is killed inside. The killer enters and exits silently, leaving behind no fingerprints, only a sense of dread and a signature mark, an Avia sneaker print. Law enforcement realizes that they may be dealing with a serial offender, a predator who strikes without warning. As spring settles over Los Angeles, the attacks continue with even more brutality. Bill Douai and his wife Lillian are at home in Monterey Park when they are suddenly awoken by a stranger. Ramirez, with cold and calculated precision, restrains Bill and assaults Lillian. By the time police arrive, Bill has succumbed to his injuries, while Lillian survives with deep trauma. The couple's home becomes yet another crime scene with the same eerie Avia sneaker print, confirming detectives' fears that this killer is both relentless and merciless. The summer heat intensifies, mirroring the boiling fear in the community. On July 2, 1985, Ramirez enters the home of Patty Elaine Higgins in Arcadia. The 28-year-old woman is found dead in her bed the next morning, her face bearing the marks of a vicious attack. This time, Ramirez leaves behind a pentagram on the wall, written in blood, an unmistakable sign of his disturbing fascination with satanic rituals. Media coverage surges, and residents of Los Angeles begin double-locking their doors and windows, living in fear of the Night Stalker. One of Ramirez's most brutal attacks occurs on August 6, 1985, in Northridge. Chris and Virginia Peterson, a young couple, are at home when Ramirez breaks in and immediately opens fire. Against all odds, both Chris and Virginia survive, with Chris even managing to chase Ramirez out of their home. This close encounter is a shocking deviation from the typical outcome, and it galvanizes the community with hope that this killer may finally be vulnerable. Ramirez strikes again on August 24th, attacking Bill Carnes and his fiancée Inez Erickson in Mission Viejo. After a horrifying assault, Inez miraculously survives and provides police with a detailed description of her attacker. This crucial break, combined with forensic evidence including the infamous Avia sneaker print, finally gives detectives a clear target. The police release a sketch, and the image of the Night Stalker is broadcast across California. With the suspect's face now known, panic turns into resolve as citizens across Los Angeles arm themselves, staying vigilant and keeping an eye out for the killer. Posters with Ramirez's image are plastered on walls and billboards. Neighborhood watch groups form, and the city stands united in its determination to stop this menace. The tide has turned, and the Night Stalker is no longer an invisible threat, but a wanted man. On August 31st, Ramirez's face is recognized by a group of citizens in East Los Angeles. He tries to flee, but an angry mob forms, determined to capture him. Police arrive just in time to arrest Ramirez and take him into custody, ending months of terror. As news spreads of the Night Stalker's capture, Los Angeles collectively breathes a sigh of relief, grateful that their long nightmare has finally come to an end. In October 1985, Richard Ramirez stands before a packed courtroom for his first appearance. Dressed in a dark suit, his gaunt face and wild eyes send a chill through the spectators. The charges against him are read aloud. 14 counts of murder, 5 counts of attempted murder, 11 counts of sexual assault, and dozens of robberies. Ramirez's unsettling demeanor, including a chilling grin directed at the victims' families, becomes his signature. The public begins to see him not only as a killer, but as a man with a sinister sense of pride. During his trial, Ramirez's fascination with Satanism becomes a focal point. In the courtroom, he is often seen making the horns gesture with his hands, a sign of his belief in the devil. He openly admits to being influenced by satanic ideology, claiming that he was simply following orders from a higher power. The public is horrified by his unapologetic attitude and the blatant display of his dark beliefs. These actions add a terrifying layer to his already monstrous reputation. As the trial continues, survivors and family members of the victims are called to the stand to give their testimonies. One by one, they recount the horrors they endured at the hands of Ramirez. The strength and resilience of these survivors, some of whom had been raped and tortured, deeply moves the court. Their words fill the room with a sense of justice as they express their desire for Ramirez to be held accountable for the suffering he caused. By 1987, Ramirez's defense team continues to argue that he should not be held fully accountable due to his troubled upbringing and mental state. They present evidence of a traumatic childhood, claiming that Ramirez's violent tendencies were a result of years of abuse. However, the prosecution paints a different picture, emphasizing that Ramirez's actions were premeditated and driven by pure malice. The legal battle intensifies and both sides prepare for a lengthy and public trial. In September 1989, after years of trials, the jury finally returns with a guilty verdict. Ramirez is convicted on all charges, including 13 counts of murder, 5 counts of attempted murder, 11 counts of sexual assault, and countless robberies. The courtroom erupts in applause as the victims' families express their relief, knowing that justice has finally been served. Ramirez, however, remains stoic, showing no emotion as the sentence is read aloud. In the aftermath of the conviction, the court imposes the death penalty on Richard Ramirez. He is sent to San Quentin State Prison, where he is placed on death row. The decision is met with mixed reactions from the public. Some rejoice, while others question the ethics of the death penalty. Ramirez, ever defiant, continues to express his belief in Satan and claims that he is at peace with his fate. His unwavering attitude makes him an even more chilling figure in the eyes of many. Throughout the 1990s, Ramirez lives a life of solitude and routine on death row. His days are spent in a small cell, and he is allowed limited contact with the outside world. Occasionally, he receives fan mail from people who are fascinated by his crimes and his satanic beliefs. Some of these letters are from women who claim to be in love with him, adding an eerie layer to his infamy. Despite his confinement, Ramirez's name continues to haunt the public's imagination. January 1974, Washington State. A string of disappearances has begun, leaving the police baffled. The victims are young, attractive women, all of them last seen walking alone at night near university campuses. The pattern is eerily similar, but the authorities cannot yet make a connection. There's no suspect, no witnesses, just an unsettling feeling in the air. Among the missing is a young woman named Linda Mae Healy. Her disappearance will soon be connected to the dark figure who will become one of America's most infamous serial killers, Ted Bundy. Ted Bundy is a 27-year-old law student with a charm that lures people in. With his handsome appearance and smooth talking, he's the kind of man people trust instantly. Little do they know that behind his well-groomed facade lies a killer. Bundy starts targeting young women at night, often luring them with his disarming charm, pretending to be injured or in need of help. He strikes under the cover of darkness, quickly abducting his victims, leaving the authorities in the dark about the identity of the predator. In the early hours of January 1974, Bundy abducts his first victim, 18-year-old Linda Ann Healy, a university student in Seattle. She was last seen while leaving her apartment on the evening of January 31st. Her body was never found, but Bundy's signature brutality becomes apparent in the later investigations. He had a methodical approach to his murders, ensuring his victims were alone and vulnerable. With each attack, Bundy learns more about his victims, their fear, and how to make them disappear without a trace. By the summer of 1974, Bundy's killing spree has spread to Utah. There, he abducts and kills more women, each time with more violence and precision. One of his most infamous crimes is the murder of 18-year-old Nancy Wilcox. The authorities begin to notice a troubling pattern, but Bundy remains elusive, always one step ahead. He continues to deceive, manipulate, and murder, growing more brazen with each attack. On August 16, 1975, Bundy's luck finally runs out. He's pulled over by a police officer in Utah for a routine traffic stop. In the car, the officer finds burglary tools and other suspicious items linked to his abductions. Bundy is arrested, and it marks the beginning of the end for his killing spree. Although he denies the charges, the evidence starts to mount against him. Ted Bundy's first trial begins in 1975, where he faces charges related to the kidnapping and assault of Carol Duranch, a woman he had abducted and managed to escape from. The trial becomes a spectacle, with Bundy representing himself in court. His charisma and smooth-talking charm both the jury and the public. Despite his defense, the evidence against him is overwhelming, and Bundy is found guilty of kidnapping and assault. However, he is still not linked to the murders at this point. In 1978, Bundy's killing spree takes him to Florida, where he commits some of his most brutal murders. At Florida State University, he attacks several young women in their dormitories, leaving behind a trail of horror. The brutality of these crimes shocks the public. Bundy's appearance begins to change, his hair longer and more unkempt, but his murderous drive is stronger than ever. He is now a wanted fugitive, and the search for him intensifies. On February 15, 1978, Bundy is finally apprehended by the police in Florida. He is caught after a high-speed chase through the streets of the city. Bundy is arrested and taken into custody. This marks the end of his reign of terror, but the nightmare for his victims' families is far from over. Bundy's arrest is just the beginning of a long legal battle. He remains calm, even confident, as he faces the charges against him. Bundy's trial begins in 1979. The court is packed with spectators, journalists, and survivors who finally get the chance to confront the man who terrorized their lives. Bundy chooses to represent himself, further adding to the spectacle of the trial. The evidence against him is overwhelming. Witnesses, DNA, and forensic evidence link him to the murders. But Bundy remains calm, occasionally making a joke or offering an explanation for his actions. The trial becomes a media circus, drawing attention from all over the world. As the trial progresses, the gory details of Bundy's crimes come to light. The victims, many of them college students, had been brutally beaten, raped, and murdered. Bundy's pattern becomes clearer with each testimony. He often stalked his victims for days before striking, and the brutality of the murders grows more evident as the cases unfold. The public is horrified as the scope of Bundy's cruelty becomes clear, and his charming demeanor begins to crack under the pressure. After weeks of testimony, the jury deliberates. Bundy's fate is sealed as they return with a guilty verdict for the murder of 2 women in Florida. Bundy is sentenced to death by electrocution. As the verdict is read, Bundy remains composed, though there's a flicker of emotion in his eyes. He continues to maintain his innocence, claiming that he was framed, but the evidence is irrefutable. The families of his victims finally feel a sense of justice as Bundy's fate is sealed. In 1977, Bundy is granted an unexpected opportunity when he is transferred to a courthouse in Aspen, Colorado. He manages to escape custody by jumping out of a window and into the woods, disappearing for several weeks. His escape reignites fears that Bundy is still capable of evading capture. The public is in a state of panic as Bundy is once again free to strike. His escape highlights the terrifying reality that Bundy is not only a murderer, but a master manipulator who knows how to escape even the most secure facilities. In his final months on death row, Bundy begins to confess to the murders of dozens of women across several states. He provides chilling details of his crimes, explaining his motives in a detached, almost casual manner. He admits to enjoying the power he felt over his victims. His confessions only add to the horror of his crimes, and many families finally get the answers they've been searching for. Bundy's confessions are a chilling reminder of the depths of his depravity. On January 24, 1989, Ted Bundy's life ends at Florida State Prison. In the hours leading up to his execution, Bundy is calm, though somewhat reflective. He shows little remorse for the lives he took, but offers apologies to the families of his victims in a final, cold statement. His execution by electric chair marks the end of one of America's most horrific murder sprees. For the families of his victims, the end of Bundy's life is bittersweet, but it brings closure to a chapter of terror that lasted far too long. After Ted Bundy's execution in 1989, his crimes continued to haunt the nation. The brutal nature of his killings, combined with his charm and intelligence, left an indelible mark on public perception of serial killers. Bundy's ability to blend into society, his manipulative tactics, and the way he evaded capture for so long led to greater awareness about the psychological profiles of serial killers. His case influenced how law enforcement would investigate future serial murders, leading to advancements in criminal profiling, forensic evidence collection, and the use of public databases to track offenders. March 1, 1932, Hopewell, New Jersey. At approximately 9 p.m., Charles Lindbergh Jr., the 20-month-old son of famed aviator Charles Lindbergh and his wife Anne Morrow Lindbergh, was kidnapped from his crib at the family's estate in Hopewell, New Jersey. The child's disappearance sent shockwaves throughout the nation, with the Lindberghs immediately alerting the authorities. The only clue left behind was a ransom note demanding $50,000 for the child's safe return. The nation watched as the search for the baby began, drawing attention from the public and the press alike. The investigation into the kidnapping began immediately. The police launched an extensive search, enlisting the help of local authorities, the FBI, and even the military. The ransom note, written in broken English, was analyzed for clues. Investigators quickly determined that the kidnapper had likely planned the crime with careful precision. A massive reward was offered for any information leading to the capture of the child or the kidnapper. The first ransom note left by the kidnappers was discovered by Lindbergh's staff. It was written on a scrap of paper, demanding $50,000 for the child's release, and the note instructed the Lindberghs to follow specific steps for the money exchange. The note's broken English and strange phrasing raised suspicions that the kidnapper may not be a native English speaker. The Lindberghs complied with the instructions, hoping to receive further instructions on where to deliver the ransom. On the night of March 3rd, a ladder was discovered near the Lindbergh estate. It appeared to be the same ladder used by the kidnappers to enter the nursery and take the child. Upon inspection, it was found to have been hastily constructed, leading investigators to believe it was built specifically for the crime. This discovery provided a critical lead in the investigation and helped further confirm that the kidnapping was a premeditated act. In the aftermath of the kidnapping, the ransom notes were subjected to extensive handwriting analysis. Experts determined that the notes were written by the same person, and they identified distinct writing patterns. This provided a critical lead, but the analysis did not yet point directly to a suspect. The handwriting comparison would later become a key piece of evidence in the trial of Bruno Hauptmann. 2 years after the kidnapping, the case took a dramatic turn. A man named John F. Condon received a letter from the kidnappers, offering to exchange the ransom for the child. Condon, a retired school teacher, became involved in the case, acting as an intermediary for the ransom exchange. The investigation continued to build momentum, and investigators began to focus on a suspect, Bruno Hauptmann, a German immigrant with a criminal history. After months of surveillance and investigation, Bruno Hauptmann was arrested on September 19, 1934, after the ransom money was traced to his residence. Hauptmann's involvement in the crime became clearer when it was discovered that he had used some of the ransom money to pay for a car and other personal items. Despite his denial, the evidence continued to mount against him. January 1935, New Jersey. The trial of Bruno Hauptmann began in January 1935. It was a media circus, attracting thousands of spectators and reporters from around the world. The courtroom was packed, and every detail of the trial was covered in newspapers, radio broadcasts, and newsreels. Hauptmann's defense team argued that he was innocent and had been framed. They claimed that the evidence was circumstantial and unreliable. A significant piece of evidence presented during the trial was the discovery of ransom money in Hauptmann's possession. Serial numbers from the bills were matched to those recorded during the ransom exchange. This direct connection between Hauptmann and the money was crucial in the prosecution's case. Hauptmann denied receiving the ransom money, but his defense could not explain how he came to possess it. As the trial continued, the courtroom drama unfolded. The prosecution presented eyewitnesses who testified to seeing Hauptmann near the Lindbergh estate. The defense attempted to discredit the witnesses, suggesting they were mistaken or lying. The prosecution also brought in handwriting experts to connect Hauptmann to the ransom notes. The drama in the courtroom intensified as each side presented their case. After weeks of testimony, the jury began deliberating. Tensions ran high as the world waited for the verdict. Was Hauptmann guilty of kidnapping and murder, or had he been wrongly convicted? After several days of deliberation, the jury returned with a guilty verdict, and Hauptmann was sentenced to death by electrocution. On October 19, 1936, Bruno Hauptmann was executed by electrocution at New Jersey State Prison. His final words were reportedly, "I am innocent, but I am ready to die." The execution marked the tragic end to one of the most controversial cases in American criminal history. Despite his death, many believed Hauptmann was innocent, and the debate over his guilt or innocence continued long after his execution. The execution of Hauptmann sparked outrage and disbelief among many. Some believed the wrong man had been executed, while others were convinced of his guilt. The case became a media sensation, and people continued to debate Hauptmann's innocence or guilt for decades. Books, documentaries, and articles have been published over the years, exploring every angle of the case, keeping the mystery alive for future generations. As the years passed, more questions emerged regarding the investigation and trial. Was the evidence truly conclusive, or were mistakes made? Many experts questioned the validity of the ransom money evidence and the reliance on circumstantial evidence. In the years following Hauptmann's execution, new theories about the case began to surface, suggesting that there might have been an injustice. Over the years, public opinion about Hauptmann has remained divided. Some view him as a tragic figure who was wrongfully convicted, while others still believe in his guilt. The mystery surrounding his conviction and execution continues to fuel debate, with new theories about his innocence or guilt emerging regularly. Despite the official conviction, many questions remain unanswered in the Lindbergh baby case. Did the true kidnapper ever face justice? Were there flaws in the investigation or the trial that allowed an innocent man to be executed? The case continues to be a source of fascination and mystery for true crime enthusiasts and historians alike. On October 31, 2005, 25-year-old Teresa Halbach, a freelance photographer from Manitowoc County, Wisconsin, set off to photograph a vehicle for Auto Trader magazine at Stephen Avery's auto salvage yard in the town of Mishicote. Teresa had visited the Avery property before as part of her work and had a scheduled appointment with Stephen. This would be the last time she was ever seen alive. When she failed to return home or contact her family, they grew concerned and reported her missing on November 3, 2005. The search for Teresa quickly gained media attention. Family members, friends, and volunteers combed through areas around Avery's property. Authorities began their investigation, focusing on Stephen Avery, a man with a controversial past. Avery had been wrongly convicted of rape years earlier and exonerated by DNA evidence. Despite his exoneration, he remained a somewhat divisive figure in the town. As investigators searched, they found no immediate evidence linking Avery to Teresa's disappearance. On November 5, 2005, investigators made a breakthrough. They found Teresa Halbach's vehicle, a Toyota RAV4, abandoned on the Avery property, hidden in a remote area. The car was found with the license plate removed. This discovery raised alarm bells, as it suggested foul play. Blood was also found inside the vehicle, leading authorities to believe that Teresa had been harmed. This discovery would set in motion a chain of events that would lead to shocking developments in the case. On November 9, 2005, Stephen Avery was arrested and charged with the murder of Teresa Halbach. The authorities believed that Avery had killed Teresa based on the evidence found on his property. His arrest was controversial considering his previous exoneration, and many in the community believed he was innocent. The case quickly garnered national attention, with media outlets speculating about his guilt or innocence. Avery denied the charges, maintaining his innocence. Stephen Avery's nephew, Brendan Dassey, was also drawn into the investigation. Dassey, a 16-year-old high school student, was interrogated by police. During a lengthy and unrecorded interrogation, Dassey allegedly confessed to helping Avery murder Teresa Halbach. His confession, however, was riddled with inconsistencies and was later claimed to be coerced. Dassey's confession would become a central point in the case, and many believed it was made under duress. Investigators meticulously examined Avery's property and the surrounding area for any additional evidence. They found human remains in a burn pit on Avery's property, which they later confirmed belonged to Teresa Halbach. The discovery of the remains seemed to solidify the case against Avery. However, there were also questions about the handling of evidence, with some speculating that the police may have planted or tampered with evidence to ensure Avery's conviction. Stephen Avery's trial began in 2007. The prosecution presented the evidence gathered from his property, including Teresa's blood, her remains, and the car she was last seen in. They argued that Avery had killed Teresa and attempted to cover it up. The defense team, however, argued that Avery was being framed and that the evidence was manipulated. The trial captivated the nation, with many people divided over Avery's guilt or innocence. Brendan Dassey's trial took place in 2007 as well. The key piece of evidence in his case was his confession, which many argued was coerced. Despite his age and limited understanding of the situation, Dassey was convicted of first-degree murder, sexual assault, and mutilation of a corpse. His conviction sparked outrage, with many believing that Dassey was a vulnerable teenager who had been manipulated into giving a false confession. After his conviction, Stephen Avery appealed the decision, maintaining that he was innocent. His defense team argued that there was insufficient evidence to convict him, and that his rights had been violated during the investigation and trial. The case gained international attention, with documentaries, books, and podcasts exploring the possibility that Avery had been wrongfully convicted once again. The question of whether Avery was truly guilty or the victim of a miscarriage of justice remained a hotly debated topic. The Avery family faced immense challenges during and after Stephen's trial. They stood by Stephen's innocence, but their lives were turned upside down by the media attention and public scrutiny. Teresa Halbach's family, meanwhile, was devastated by the loss of their daughter, and their grief became intertwined with the public debate over Avery's guilt or innocence. The tragic loss of Teresa and the ongoing legal battles created an atmosphere of tension and division in the small community. The case of Stephen Avery and Brendan Dassey became a media spectacle, particularly after the release of the Netflix documentary series Making a Murderer in 2015. The series painted a controversial picture of Avery's trial and conviction, questioning the integrity of law enforcement and the legal system. Public opinion became divided, with many people rallying behind Avery, believing he had been wrongfully convicted. The media influence on the case was undeniable, shaping how the public viewed the events and the people involved. The Stephen Avery and Brendan Dassey case continues to spark intense debates about justice, the legal system, and the possibility of wrongful convictions. Supporters of Avery argue that he was the victim of a flawed system, while others believe that the evidence presented at trial was more than enough to convict him. The question of whether Brendan Dassey was coerced into his confession remains one of the most debated aspects of the case, with legal experts and the public divided on whether his confession should be admissible in court. Despite the years that have passed, the case remains a source of division and speculation. The Avery family's journey through the justice system has been marked by deep emotional and personal struggles. Stephen Avery's parents and siblings have had to endure the pain of watching a loved one face a legal battle while also grappling with public judgment. Teresa Halbach's family, on the other hand, has been forced to confront the tragic loss of a daughter and the very public nature of the case. The two families remain connected by the tragedy, but their experiences and perspectives on the case differ significantly. Public perception has played a crucial role in shaping the narrative surrounding the case. From the very beginning, the media spotlighted Stephen Avery's past and the possibility of his wrongful conviction, which drew a wave of public support for his case. Yet the same media also fueled skepticism about the investigation and the legal proceedings. This dichotomy has created an atmosphere where people continue to debate Avery's guilt or innocence. The case has left a lasting impact on the way people view the criminal justice system, especially in cases involving controversial suspects. As of today, the legal battle over Stephen Avery's conviction is far from over. Appeals continue to be filed, and the possibility of new evidence emerging remains a topic of great interest. Brendan Dassey's legal team has also pushed for his release, arguing that his conviction should be overturned due to the coerced confession. The case has sparked discussions on legal reforms, especially concerning the rights of defendants during interrogations and the integrity of confessions. For both families, the fight for justice seems to be an ongoing struggle that may take years to resolve. March 19, 2014, Maryland, USA, Caitlin Virts, a 16-year-old high school student, was reported missing by her mother, Bobby Jo Virts. The last time anyone had seen Caitlin was the night before when she had gone to bed, but by morning she was gone. Her phone went unanswered and her schoolwork was left untouched. Desperate, Bobby Jo contacted the police, fearing that something had happened to her daughter. The authorities were immediately concerned and launched an investigation. Police began their search by questioning Caitlin's friends, family, and anyone who might have seen her in the past 24 hours. Officers scoured the neighborhood, and investigators reached out to local media in hopes of finding any leads. The community rallied around the family, offering support, but as hours turned into days with no sign of Caitlin, the police began to fear the worst. The investigation took a dark turn when police discovered Caitlin's body in the trunk of her father's car. Timothy Virts, Caitlin's father, was the prime suspect. He had been questioned but initially appeared to be a grieving parent. However, the police found disturbing evidence that suggested Caitlin had been murdered before her body was placed in the car. Timothy Virts had been acting strangely since his daughter's disappearance. He had initially cooperated with the police investigation, but soon became evasive and began to show signs of nervousness. Police learned that the father and daughter had an increasingly strained relationship. Neighbors recalled hearing loud arguments between the two in the days leading up to Caitlin's death. After being confronted with the evidence, Timothy Virts broke down and confessed to killing his daughter. He claimed that the murder was a result of a violent argument between them. In his confession, he detailed how he strangled Caitlin and then hid her body in the trunk of his car. The police were shocked by the brutality of the crime, and the family was left devastated by the revelation. After his confession, Timothy Virts fled with his younger daughter Delaney to avoid arrest. The police immediately issued an Amber Alert and began searching for the two. Delaney's whereabouts were unknown, and authorities feared for her safety. The community rallied to assist in the search, but as hours passed, the anxiety surrounding Delaney's fate only deepened. As the search for Timothy and Delaney Virts intensified, law enforcement agencies across the country joined the manhunt. FBI agents, local police, and federal authorities worked together, spreading the search to neighboring states. Delaney's disappearance added a layer of urgency to the case, and the nation became gripped by the haunting image of a father fleeing with his child. The breakthrough in the case came when a tip led authorities to a Greyhound bus station in Missouri. Timothy and Delaney Virts were spotted at the station, attempting to catch a bus. Police acted quickly, arresting Timothy and rescuing Delaney, who was unharmed but traumatized by the ordeal. Timothy Virts was taken into custody without incident and was transported back to Maryland. Upon his arrival, he was formally charged with the murder of his daughter, Caitlin. The news of his capture brought a brief sense of relief to the community, but the pain of Caitlin's death lingered. As Timothy Virts was interrogated further, the police began to uncover more details about the events leading up to Caitlin's death. Investigators learned that there had been a history of domestic disputes in the Virts household, with Timothy often arguing with his children and ex-wife. Caitlin's murder seemed to be the culmination of years of escalating tension. April 2014, Maryland, USA, Timothy Virts was brought before the court to face charges of first-degree murder. The courtroom was filled with grief-stricken family members, friends, and the public, all eager to see justice served. Timothy appeared cold and distant as the evidence against him was laid bare, with many struggling to understand how a father could murder his own child. Delaney Virts was called to testify in court. Although she was only 7 years old, her testimony was crucial in understanding what happened that night. She spoke tearfully about how her father had forced her to leave with him after Caitlin's death, but she was too young to fully comprehend the horror of what had occurred. Timothy Virts' defense attorneys attempted to argue that he was not in his right mind at the time of the murder, suggesting that he had been suffering from severe emotional distress. However, the prosecution countered with evidence that showed his behavior before and after Caitlin's death was calculated and deliberate. After weeks of deliberation, the jury found Timothy Virts guilty of first-degree murder. The decision was met with a mixture of relief and sorrow. Caitlin's family members broke down in tears, finally finding justice for the young girl whose life had been tragically cut short. June 2014, Maryland, USA, Timothy Virts was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. The judge expressed the severity of the crime, noting that the loss of Caitlin's life was a senseless tragedy. Caitlin's mother, Bobby Jo, spoke in court, expressing her grief and vowing to honor her daughter's memory. The loss of Caitlin had a devastating impact on her family. Bobby Jo struggled with feelings of guilt and anger, questioning whether there was anything she could have done to save her daughter. Delaney, too, faced long-term emotional scars from witnessing the events and being part of the tragic ordeal. In the months following Caitlin's death, the community rallied together to honor her memory. Memorials and fundraising events were held to support the Virts family, with many local residents coming forward to express their grief and solidarity. Though healing was slow, the community remained strong in the face of such a heartbreaking tragedy. Caitlin Virts' murder sent shockwaves across the nation. People were horrified by the idea of a father killing his own daughter, and it sparked debates about domestic violence and child protection. The case was widely covered in the media, and many viewers were left grappling with the question of how such a horrific act could occur within a family. Psychologists began to analyze the psychological effects of the case, particularly on Delaney, who had been forced to flee with her father. Many questioned how a child could grow up in a home filled with violence, and the emotional trauma Delaney experienced would affect her for years to come. Caitlin Virts' story remains a tragic reminder of the devastating effects of domestic violence. Her family continues to advocate for children's safety and well-being, and Caitlin's legacy lives on through those who continue to fight for justice in the face of such horrifying acts. In the summer of 2008, 2-year-old Caylee Anthony disappeared from her home in Orlando, Florida. Her mother, Casey Anthony, failed to report her missing for over a month. Instead, Casey told relatives and friends that Caylee was with a nanny. But no one had seen the nanny and the child was nowhere to be found. The situation quickly caught the attention of local authorities, as Casey's inconsistent story raised suspicions. A missing child case turned into a media frenzy, with the public eager for answers. Was Caylee kidnapped, or was there something more sinister behind her disappearance? As the investigation into Caylee's disappearance began, Casey's statements became increasingly inconsistent. She first claimed that her daughter had been with a nanny, but when questioned further, her story started to unravel. Casey's mother, Cindy Anthony, was the one who called 911 after discovering that Caylee was missing. In a frantic phone call, Cindy described how Casey had been acting strangely and how her daughter hadn't been home for a month. With her story falling apart, Casey became the primary suspect in the case. On December 11, 2008, 6 months after Caylee's disappearance, investigators made a shocking discovery. The skeletal remains of Caylee were found in a wooded area near the Anthony family home. The discovery came after a search of the area that had already been combed multiple times before. The body was badly decomposed, but forensic analysis confirmed it was indeed Caylee. This discovery turned the case from a missing persons investigation to a homicide investigation. The public was stunned, but many had already suspected the worst. Shortly after Caylee's remains were discovered, Casey Anthony was arrested on charges of first-degree murder. Authorities were convinced that Casey had played a direct role in her daughter's death. Casey initially maintained her innocence, but her behavior was telling. She had been seen partying and living a carefree lifestyle during the weeks after Caylee's disappearance. Her arrest, coupled with the mounting evidence, shocked the community and the media alike. The trial of Casey Anthony began in May 2011. The prosecution argued that Casey had intentionally killed her daughter and tried to cover it up. They presented evidence that showed Casey's lack of concern for her missing child, including her partying and attempts to cover up the crime. The defense, on the other hand, argued that Caylee's death was accidental and that Casey was not responsible. The trial quickly became a media spectacle, with millions watching every move of the accused. The prosecution presented a compelling case, using forensic evidence to suggest that Caylee's death was not an accident. The most damning piece of evidence was the discovery of a strand of hair that matched Caylee's in the trunk of Casey's car. This was seen as evidence that Caylee had been placed in the trunk, possibly after her death. Other evidence, such as Casey's internet searches about how to make chloroform, also suggested foul play. However, despite the evidence, the prosecution could not definitively prove that Casey had killed Caylee. The defense team painted a different picture of what had happened to Caylee. They argued that Caylee's death was accidental, possibly due to drowning in the family pool. They suggested that Casey had been in denial and was too scared to report the accident. They also highlighted Casey's troubled childhood and complex relationship with her family, attempting to explain her behavior. The defense sought to create reasonable doubt in the minds of the jury, hoping to avoid a conviction for murder. After weeks of testimony and evidence presentation, the jury began deliberating. The prosecution and defense had each presented their case, but now it was up to the jury to decide Casey's fate. The public anxiously waited for the verdict. The case had captivated the nation, and people were divided. Some believed Casey was guilty, while others thought she was simply a victim of unfortunate circumstances. Would justice be served, or would Casey walk free? On July 5, 2011, after just 11 hours of deliberation, the jury delivered its verdict. Casey Anthony was found not guilty of first-degree murder, but guilty of 4 counts of providing false information to law enforcement. The verdict shocked many. While Casey was acquitted of the most serious charge, the jury still found her guilty of lying to authorities during the investigation. It was a decision that sparked outrage, as many felt justice had not been served. Following the verdict, the aftermath of the case was felt across the country. Casey's acquittal sparked heated debates about the criminal justice system and the role of public opinion in high-profile cases. Some believed that the system had failed Caylee, while others argued that the prosecution had not proven its case beyond a reasonable doubt. Casey became a polarizing figure, and her life after the trial remained under intense scrutiny. The case also left a lasting impact on the way the media covers criminal trials. The public outrage following the verdict was immense. Many people believed that Casey had gotten away with murder and that Kaylee had not received justice. Protests erupted outside the courthouse, with signs demanding justice for the little girl. The media, too, was divided. Some praised the verdict as a triumph of justice, while others decried it as a miscarriage of justice. The case became a point of contention for years to come, with debates about the fairness of the trial still ongoing. In the years following the trial, Casey Anthony's life continued to be under a microscope. She lived in seclusion, avoiding public attention as much as possible. She gave a few interviews but remained largely silent. People were fascinated by her, yet many still saw her as a murderer who had escaped justice. Despite her acquittal, Casey's life was far from normal. She was haunted by the legacy of the case and would never be able to live a quiet life without being judged by the public. Years after the trial, debates surrounding the case continue to spark intense discussions. The question of whether Casey Anthony was guilty of murder remains unanswered in the eyes of many. Some believe the jury made the right call, while others feel that justice was never truly served. Documentaries, books, and articles have kept the case alive, ensuring that it remains a part of the cultural conversation. The controversy surrounding Casey Anthony will likely never fully fade. The legacy of the Caylee Anthony case is undeniable. It left an indelible mark on the criminal justice system and how high-profile cases are handled. It also raised important questions about the media's role in influencing public opinion during criminal trials. While the truth about Caylee's death may never be fully known, the case remains a significant chapter in American legal history. Caylee Anthony's story is a tragic one, filled with mystery, heartbreak, and unanswered questions. A young life lost far too soon, and a mother who will forever be associated with her daughter's disappearance. While some still fight for justice for Caylee, the case has become a symbol of the complexities of the justice system. No matter the outcome, the case will always remind us of the importance of protecting our children and ensuring justice is served. Shadow Mysteries, unraveling the horrifying mysteries of crime cases. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel to catch the next thrilling and suspenseful episodes. In May 2010, Shannon Gilbert, a 24-year-old woman working as an escort, was last seen in the Oak Beach area of Long Island. After an encounter with a client, Shannon fled from his house, calling 911, and her last words were, "They're trying to kill me." Her disappearance set off a chain of events that would uncover a series of chilling murders. As Shannon's family reported her missing, the Suffolk County Police launched an extensive search. A few months later, they would find her abandoned car near a marsh, but she was nowhere to be found. While searching for Shannon, investigators discovered other hidden remains on Gilgo Beach, which raised suspicions that the area may be the dumping ground for a serial killer. In December 2010, while continuing the search for Gilbert, police discovered a body wrapped in burlap near Gilgo Beach. This was just the beginning. Over the following months, several more bodies were found in the area, all of them women, and all linked to the seedy world of sex work. A total of 10 victims' bodies were found in the Gilgo Beach area, stretching from the marshes to the oceanfront. The victims ranged in age from 20 to 30, and they had all been strangled. Several had their bodies dumped in the exact same manner, wrapped in burlap or other cloth, which pointed toward a single killer with a distinct modus operandi. The identified victims included Amber Lynn Costello, Megan Waterman, Maureen Brainerd Barnes, and Melissa Barthelemy. All had worked as escorts and had gone missing in the years prior to the discovery of their remains. Their bodies were found not far from each other, cementing the theory of a serial killer operating in the area. Investigators discovered that the victims had all used Craigslist to advertise their services. This connection pointed to the possibility that the killer had targeted women in the sex work industry. The fact that several victims' bodies were found in remote, desolate areas of Long Island indicated a premeditated and organized method. As authorities combed through the Gilgo Beach area, more bodies were found, including that of a young boy and the remains of a man. This complex discovery threw investigators off, as it was unclear if the additional remains were part of the same killing spree or separate incidents. As the case gained media attention, investigators worked tirelessly to uncover more clues. Police traced the phone records of the victims and interviewed known associates, but the killer remained elusive. Authorities speculated that the murderer was familiar with the area, possibly a local with access to the beach. The mysterious death of Shannon Gilbert added a new layer of complexity to the case. Although her body was found years later, it was initially thought that her death was unrelated to the other killings. However, many now believe that her frantic calls to 911 could have been an attempt to flee from the same killer. The police created a profile of the suspected serial killer, a man in his 40s or 50s, likely local to the area, with knowledge of police procedures and perhaps a background in law enforcement. This profile came from the way the bodies were disposed of and the meticulous nature of the killings. Despite years of investigation, the killer remained free. Multiple suspects were questioned, but none were charged. The police even used DNA analysis from crime scenes and attempted to track down leads, but the killer remained elusive, slipping through their fingers time and time again. Craigslist played a central role in the investigation, as many of the victims had advertised their services on the site. Authorities speculated that the killer used the platform to lure his victims, but no hard evidence has ever linked a specific ad or user to the murders. In 2016, a major breakthrough occurred when authorities discovered new DNA evidence on one of the victims. This discovery led to renewed hopes that the killer could soon be caught. With this evidence in hand, investigators began re-examining old leads, looking for connections that might have been missed in the past. The search for the killer intensified in 2017 when police began a new push for DNA analysis, attempting to find new leads. At the same time, the case gained widespread media attention, putting more pressure on law enforcement to find the killer. Some investigators believe the Gilgo Beach murders may be linked to other unsolved murders in the area. The methodical nature of the killings and the similarities in the victim profiles have led to speculation that the same person could be responsible for more than just the Gilgo Beach murders. Many suspects have come under scrutiny over the years, but no one has ever been charged in connection with the Gilgo Beach murders. Some of the suspects include known figures in law enforcement and even people with connections to the victims. Despite the mounting evidence, no solid proof has surfaced. Technology has played a key role in the investigation, with police relying on surveillance footage, cell phone records, and DNA testing to try to track down the killer. Despite all the advances, the case remains unsolved, and many wonder if the killer will ever be caught. As of today, the Gilgo Beach killings remain one of Long Island's most haunting mysteries. The killer's identity remains unknown, and the families of the victims continue to search for answers. The case has captivated the public's imagination, keeping it alive in the media and among true crime enthusiasts. The Gilgo Beach murders have become a part of true crime lore. Books, documentaries, and podcasts have delved into the chilling details of the case, ensuring that the victims' stories are remembered. However, as the case remains unsolved, it serves as a reminder of the brutality and mystery that still surrounds the killings. As time passes, the case of the Gilgo Beach murders remains a haunting question. Will the killer ever be caught, or will the victims' families continue to suffer in silence? For now, the killer remains at large, and the mystery lingers in the shadows. The Unabomber case was one of the most complex and chilling criminal investigations in modern U.S. history. It began in 1978 with a series of bombings that would span nearly 2 decades. Theodore John Kaczynski, a former Harvard professor, would become the face of a nationwide manhunt. His bombs killed 3 people and injured 23 others, but his motives were even more perplexing. He didn't just want to harm, he had a deeper message he wanted the world to hear. The first bombing occurred in 1978 at the University of Chicago. A package addressed to a professor exploded, injuring a university police officer. This marked the beginning of what would later become a pattern. Bombs mailed to academics, airline personnel, and people associated with modern technology. As the bombings continued, a pattern began to emerge. The targets were always people who Kaczynski deemed part of the technological establishment. His bombs were carefully crafted and intended to be deadly, yet often failed to kill, raising suspicions about his ultimate goals. In 1987, Another bomb was sent to a university professor, John Hauser, in Salt Lake City. Hauser survived, but the attack was a chilling reminder of the Unabomber's determination. The FBI found no clues, and the bombings continued across the country. The Unabomber's next victim, Thomas Mosser, an executive at an advertising firm, was killed by a bomb in 1994. The bomb was delivered to his home. Mosser's death was brutal, and it marked a new chapter in the Unabomber's campaign against the industrial system. The Unabomber's bombs were not the typical devices you might expect. They were complex, often hidden in wooden boxes or thick envelopes, designed to go off when handled. His expertise in engineering made them difficult to detect and even harder to trace. As the bombings escalated, the FBI took notice. They called the case the Unabomb investigation, a reference to the targets, universities and airlines. But despite the growing number of bombings, the trail remained cold. The Unabomber was always one step ahead. In 1995, the Unabomber took a bold step. He sent a 35,000-word manifesto to major newspapers. In it, he argued that technological progress was destroying society and the environment. His call for revolution against industrial society became his defining message. In exchange for his manifesto being published, Kaczynski made a chilling demand. If the media published it in full, he would stop his bombing campaign. This was his first clear statement of intent, showing that he was not just a murderer, but someone with an ideological cause. The media was torn. Some felt it was dangerous to negotiate with a terrorist, while others saw it as the only way to stop the killings. The Washington Post and the New York Times agreed to publish the manifesto, but it left many wondering if they were being manipulated. Kaczynski's manifesto was pivotal in the case. His brother, David Kaczynski, read the manifesto and immediately recognized his brother's writing style. David's tip to the FBI was the breakthrough they had been waiting for. It was the first real lead they had in over a decade. In April 1996, FBI agents arrested Ted Kaczynski at his remote cabin in Montana. The cabin was eerily isolated, reflecting the man who had lived there for years apart from society. His arrest marked the end of one of the longest and most expensive manhunts in FBI history. When FBI agents searched Kaczynski's cabin, they found a chilling collection of evidence: bomb-making materials, handwritten journals detailing his bombings, and a typewriter used to compose his manifesto. This was irrefutable proof that Ted Kaczynski was the Unabomber. Psychologists who analyzed Kaczynski's life and writings concluded that he was a highly intelligent but deeply disturbed individual. His rejection of society and his obsession with the dangers of technology led him to take extreme measures to communicate his anti-industrial views. In 1997, Kaczynski's trial began. The prosecution had a strong case, with undeniable evidence linking Kaczynski to the bombings. However, Kaczynski's defense team argued that he was insane and should not be held criminally responsible for his actions. Kaczynski's defense team focused heavily on the argument of insanity. They presented expert testimony claiming that he suffered from paranoid schizophrenia. The prosecution, however, countered that his calculated actions and ability to plan showed he was fully aware of his actions. In the end, Kaczynski pleaded guilty to all charges to avoid the death penalty. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. His conviction brought closure to a case that had haunted the FBI for years. The story of the Unabomber remains haunting, reflecting intelligence, ideology, and violence. Although his arrest ended the bombings, his motives and the societal issues he raised continue to be debated. Kaczynski's case remains a dark chapter in the history of American crime. Richard Trenton Chase, born on May 23, 1950, in Santa Clara, California, grew up in a turbulent household. As a child, he exhibited disturbing behaviors, including cruelty to animals and a fascination with blood. His mental state worsened in adolescence, leading to an obsession with vampire myths. This early fascination with death and blood would later turn into a horrifying reality. By the late 1970s, Chase had begun to develop an insatiable desire to drink human blood. In late 1977, Chase committed his first known murder. He targeted a woman named Teresa Wallen, who lived alone in her apartment. Chase broke into her home, brutally attacked her, and drank her blood. He also mutilated her body. This gruesome crime was the beginning of a terrifying killing spree. Chase believed that drinking blood gave him strength and immortality, which would drive his bloodlust further. As Chase's killings progressed, his methods became increasingly grotesque. He didn't just kill, he mutilated his victims. Each crime scene was a nightmare of violence and blood. Chase would cut his victims' bodies open, drink their blood, and even take body parts. He didn't seem to care about the methodical nature of the killings. It was all about satisfying his twisted cravings. In early 1978, Chase escalated his killing spree with the murders of the Stockholm family. He broke into their home, where he slaughtered 38-year-old Christine Moore, her 6-year-old son, Jason, and their dog. Chase killed them with a .22 caliber pistol, then performed his grotesque rituals, drinking their blood and disemboweling the bodies. It was a scene of unimaginable horror, marking the second of many more to come. Chase's obsession with blood turned into something even darker: cannibalism. At the Stockholm crime scene, he not only drank the victims' blood, but he also ate parts of their bodies. His desire to consume human flesh and blood was rooted in a belief that it would make him stronger and more powerful. This was not just a need to kill, it was a need to devour. As the bodies piled up, the Sacramento Police Department launched an intense investigation. Detectives began connecting the brutal murders, which appeared to follow a similar pattern. Witnesses described a man with odd behavior seen around the crime scenes. But the case was difficult. There were few clues and the killer's identity remained elusive. However, they soon realized the killer was someone local, someone who might have been living among them. Chase's killing spree continued throughout January 1978. His next victims were two elderly women, who he killed in similar fashion to his previous murders. He broke into their home, shot them, and drank their blood. By now, the police were beginning to narrow in on him, but still there was no solid evidence to arrest him. The public was in a state of terror. No one knew when or where he would strike next. Finally, the breakthrough came when police found a crucial clue: Chase's fingerprint on a bloody murder weapon at one of the crime scenes. This evidence tied him directly to the murders. Detectives also discovered traces of Chase's mental instability, with reports of his erratic behavior and history of mental illness. They were now certain. Richard Trenton Chase was the vampire of Sacramento. On January 25, 1978, Chase was arrested at his home. When the police entered his apartment, they were horrified by what they found: bloody clothing, photographs of his victims, and even a pet rabbit that had been killed and mutilated. Chase showed little remorse during his arrest, and when asked about the murders, he calmly explained his twisted reasoning, stating that he needed the blood to survive. During questioning, Richard Trenton Chase openly confessed to his crimes. He described in graphic detail how he killed his victims, explaining that he drank their blood to stay alive and become stronger. He even mentioned how he took body parts, sometimes eating them, believing that consuming human flesh would increase his power. His lack of emotion during the confession stunned the detectives. He spoke as if he was recounting a simple task, not the horrific murders he had committed. Chase was examined by a team of psychiatrists who concluded that he suffered from severe mental illness. He was diagnosed with paranoid schizophrenia, a condition that contributed to his delusions and violent behavior. The doctors found that he was unable to distinguish between reality and his own twisted fantasies. Despite this, Chase was declared competent to stand trial, as his crimes were too gruesome to ignore, and he was aware of the nature of his actions. The trial of Richard Trenton Chase was a national spectacle. The prosecution painted him as a cold-blooded killer, while the defense focused on his mental illness, claiming that he was not responsible for his actions due to his severe condition. The courtroom was filled with tension as the details of his murders were revealed to the public. Many were horrified by the brutality of his crimes, and the case sparked debates about the balance between mental illness and criminal responsibility. After a lengthy trial, Richard Trenton Chase was found guilty of 6 counts of first-degree murder. The jury deliberated for just a few hours before delivering their verdict. The brutality of the murders, coupled with his chilling confession and psychiatric evaluations, led to his conviction. The verdict was met with a sense of relief for the victims' families, though the horrors of the case would haunt them forever. Chase was sentenced to death for his heinous crimes. The court was split, however, on the question of whether a mentally ill individual should be subjected to the death penalty. His defense team argued that he should be spared due to his schizophrenia, but the jury and judge were convinced that the severity of his crimes warranted the ultimate punishment. Chase's case became one of the most debated in terms of the death penalty and mental illness. While on death row, Chase's mental state continued to deteriorate. He showed signs of further delusions, and he frequently had outbursts of violence. His behavior in prison only reinforced the belief that he was deeply mentally disturbed. He often refused to take his medication, claiming that the voices in his head were telling him to act. The guards and prison staff reported that he would talk to himself in a strange, detached manner, further illustrating his disturbed mind. On December 26, 1980, Richard Trenton Chase was found dead in his prison cell. He had committed suicide by overdosing on prescription pills. His death brought an end to the infamous case that had terrified the public for years. Although he never faced the death penalty, his death in prison was seen as an ironic end to a man who had caused so much pain and horror. Chase's case remains one of the most disturbing in American criminal history. His horrific murders, coupled with his twisted belief system, captured the public's attention and sparked widespread discussions about mental illness, criminal responsibility, and the death penalty. The Vampire of Sacramento became a chilling symbol of the dark side of human nature, a reminder that evil can hide in plain sight. The families of Chase's victims were left to grapple with the aftermath of his brutal killings. The emotional scars left by the murders would haunt them forever. Many of them became advocates for crime victims, speaking out about the importance of mental health awareness and criminal justice reform. Despite their pain, they sought to ensure that the lives of their loved ones were not forgotten. The Richard Trenton Chase case offers crucial lessons on the intersection of mental illness and criminal behavior. It raised important questions about how society handles individuals with severe psychiatric disorders and their potential for violence. The case also sparked conversations on the ethics of the death penalty, particularly in cases involving individuals who are mentally ill. While Chase's story ended in tragedy, it continues to fuel debates on justice, responsibility, and the complexities of the human mind. Shadow Mysteries, unraveling the horrifying mysteries of crime cases. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel to catch the next thrilling and suspenseful episodes. In February 1957, a haunting discovery was made in a wooded area of Philadelphia. A young boy, no older than 4 or 5, was found inside a cardboard box. His body, bruised and malnourished, bore signs of abuse and neglect. He had been wrapped in a blanket, but there were no identification tags or clues linking him to anyone. His tragic fate would spark an investigation that would span decades. The police immediately launched a widespread investigation, searching for any missing children in the area. They also published a sketch of the boy, hoping to identify him. Yet no one came forward to claim the child. Even though the police reached out to hospitals and orphanages, there were no reports matching the boy's description. An autopsy revealed chilling details about the boy's death. The boy had been severely beaten, possibly starved, and was likely dead for a few days before being discarded. There were also signs of prior abuse. His hair had been recently cut, which indicated an effort to conceal his identity. The cardboard box in which the boy was found became a crucial piece of evidence. It was traced to a nearby store, but the store owner claimed to have no knowledge of the boy or his family. The box's origin remained a mystery, adding yet another layer of complexity to the case. As the case dragged on, various theories began to emerge. Some believed the boy had been abandoned by his family, while others speculated he was a victim of a more sinister plot. The lack of clues left investigators grasping for answers. Could he have been kidnapped, or was he the victim of a failed adoption attempt? The police released a sketch of the boy's face, which gained widespread media attention. The media dubbed him the boy in the box. Despite this, the public remained in the dark about his identity. This only fueled the mystery, and people from across the country came forward with potential leads, none of which led anywhere. In the early days of the investigation, detectives wondered if the boy had been part of a family known to authorities. There were speculations about whether the child might have been born to a teenager or a woman in distress. Yet the absence of any reports of missing children from local families made it difficult to pursue these leads. A potential lead emerged when a woman, who appeared to have been seen near the area where the boy's body was found, became a person of interest. Witnesses described her as acting suspiciously, but she was never fully identified. Theories about the woman's involvement continued to circulate. Was she the boy's mother, or perhaps someone with a more sinister connection. Despite the widespread media coverage, as years went on, public interest waned. The boy became a tragic figure in the city's history, his case filed under the growing pile of unsolved mysteries. Investigators continued to revisit the case periodically, but with little progress. The question remained, who was the boy in the box? In 2001, a new lead emerged with the use of DNA testing. Investigators were able to extract DNA from the boy's remains and submit it to a national database, hoping for a match. Unfortunately, no close relatives were found. However, the DNA breakthrough brought renewed attention to the case and led to some re-examination of old theories. Several unlikely suspects were named over the years. Some theorized that the boy may have been part of a failed adoption or a child from a dysfunctional family. Others even suggested that the boy had been used in a ritualistic sacrifice. These outlandish theories, though intriguing, were never substantiated. In 1998, the case was revisited with fresh vigor. A private investigator named Frank Bender took on the case and created a composite sketch of what the boy might have looked like as an adult. This sketch generated renewed media attention, and for a brief time, hopes were high that the boy's identity might soon be uncovered. As of today, the boy in the box case remains unsolved. Theories continue to circulate, but without concrete evidence or new leads, the investigation has stagnated. The boy's grave remains visited by those who still remember, hoping for a breakthrough in the decades-long search for answers. In recent years, the case has gained renewed interest thanks to true crime enthusiasts and the rise of investigative podcasts and documentaries. With new advances in forensic science and the constant drive for closure, many believe that one day, the mystery of the boy's identity will finally be solved. To this day, the boy in the box remains one of America's most haunting, unsolved mysteries. His case symbolizes the lost, the forgotten, and the unanswered questions of society. Who was he? Why was he abandoned? And who was responsible for his death? These questions continue to haunt those who were part of the investigation, and they may never be fully answered. In March 1998, Amy Lynn Bradley, a 23-year-old American woman, vanished mysteriously from the Rhapsody of the Seasoma, a cruise ship traveling through the Caribbean. Amy was traveling with her parents, Bradley and Inez, and her brother Nathan. The cruise started in Puerto Rico with stops in St. Thomas and Guam. On the morning of March 24th, she was last seen in her cabin, but when her family woke up, she was gone. When Amy's family reported her missing, the cruise ship immediately launched a search. Royal Caribbean and local authorities in Aruba joined the search, but they found no trace of Amy on board or in the nearby waters. Her cabin was in disarray, suggesting she may have been taken against her will. However, there was no sign of forced entry or struggle. At first, authorities considered the possibility that Amy had fallen overboard. However, experts pointed out the lack of physical evidence to support this theory. The ship's crew searched the waters, but no sign of Amy was found, making this theory less likely. Instead, speculation began to focus on the possibility of foul play. In 2005, a disturbing memory photos surfaced from a brothel in Trinidad. The image showed a woman believed to be Amy, looking terrified and distressed. The woman was accompanied by an older man, further fueling the abduction theory. The photo prompted the FBI to investigate, but despite efforts, they could not conclusively identify if it was Amy. Amy's family, led by her father, Bradley, became vocal advocates for their daughter's case. They were adamant that Amy did not voluntarily disappear. They spent years campaigning, appearing on television shows and news outlets, hoping for a break in the case. Despite their public efforts, Amy's whereabouts remained unknown. Over time, some people began to speculate that a member of the crew may have been involved in Amy's disappearance. Witnesses reported seeing her interact with crew members before her disappearance. Although no evidence of this theory has been found, it remains a disturbing possibility that the ship's staff may have had knowledge or involvement in her fate. Despite extensive investigations by Royal Caribbean, the FBI, and other authorities, there were still no answers. Amy's disappearance seemed to defy explanation. Witness testimonies did not align, and the lack of physical evidence made it nearly impossible to reconstruct what happened. For years, investigators held on to the theory that Amy may have fallen overboard, though it was never confirmed. The lack of physical evidence like a body or blood in the water undermined this idea. Still, many believed that Amy might have accidentally fallen during the night, which seemed more plausible in the early stages of the investigation. When the Hopper 2005 photograph was discovered, it gave Amy's family renewed hope that she might still be alive. The image of a woman resembling Amy in distress led the family to believe she had been abducted and trafficked. Although the FBI could not confirm the photo's authenticity, it sparked a brief period of heightened interest in the case. A disturbing theory in the case is the possibility of washed sex trafficking. Many believe Amy was kidnapped for this purpose, especially after the brothel photo surfaced. This theory gained traction as it appeared to explain her disappearance and subsequent distress. However, no concrete evidence has been found to confirm this. Despite the lack of concrete leads, the FBI continued to investigate the case. They interviewed potential witnesses, followed up on sightings of Amy, and even pursued the theory of human trafficking. Yet, the investigation has not resulted in any definitive answers, and the case remains unsolved. Amy's family never gave up hope. Bradley and Inez worked tirelessly, raising awareness about their daughter's disappearance. They appeared on multiple talk shows and press conferences, hoping to catch the public's attention and uncover new information. Their love for Amy never wavered, and they continue to advocate for her case. The involvement of the Rhapsody of the Season cruise ship has been a critical part of the investigation. While the crew members have been questioned, some passengers reported seeing suspicious behavior before Amy vanished. However, no definitive link between the crew and her disappearance has been proven, despite efforts to uncover this. In 1999, a year after Amy's disappearance, a man in Curacao reported seeing a woman matching her description. The woman appeared disoriented and in distress. This sighting fueled the hope that Amy was still alive, but investigations into this lead proved unsuccessful. Amy's case was pivotal in raising awareness about missing persons cases. Her family's tireless advocacy brought attention to the difficulties faced by families in similar situations. Their efforts contributed to the creation of new support networks and resources for families of missing individuals. On June 12, 1994, Los Angeles was shocked by a brutal double murder. Nicole Brown Simpson, the ex-wife of famous football player and actor O.J. Simpson, was found dead alongside her friend Ronald Goldman outside her Brentwood home. This high-profile case quickly captivated America, and O.J. Simpson soon became the prime suspect. The media frenzy that followed turned the case into a national spectacle. Orenthal James O.J. Simpson, known as the Juice, was a former NFL star and actor beloved by the public. With a charismatic personality and sports achievements, he was an icon. However, his private life was troubled with a history of domestic abuse claims by Nicole. This dark side would play a crucial role in the unfolding investigation. The crime scene at Nicole's home was brutal. Both victims were found with multiple stab wounds, and signs suggested a violent struggle. Blood evidence scattered around became crucial in building the case. Investigators found a single bloody glove, footprints, and a cap, all items that would later become key pieces of evidence in the trial. When the police arrived at O.J. Simpson's home, they noticed he was unusually calm. He cooperated with the initial questioning, but gave vague answers. Although O.J. claimed he was in Chicago at the time of the murders, discrepancies in his alibi started to raise suspicions among investigators, who began to see him as more than a grieving ex-husband. The discovery of a bloody glove at O.J.'s home was a turning point. This glove matched one found at the crime scene. DNA tests revealed that the blood on the glove belonged to both victims and O.J. This piece of evidence tied him directly to the scene, but O.J. and his defense team questioned its legitimacy. Before O.J. was formally arrested, he fled in a white Ford Bronco. This led to a slow-speed police chase broadcast live across the nation, with millions watching in suspense. As he held a gun to his head, O.J. pleaded innocence while friends and family attempted to calm him down. This surreal event turned the case into a media phenomenon. The trial began in January 1995 and was soon dubbed the trial of the century. Broadcasted live, it was watched by millions, with high-profile attorneys and expert witnesses. The prosecution laid out compelling evidence, including DNA matches, while the defense argued racial bias and errors in evidence handling. Detective Mark Fuhrman, who discovered the glove, became a controversial figure. His past racist comments and accusations of evidence planting added fuel to the defense's case of racial bias. The jury was deeply affected by these revelations, which shifted public opinion on the case. The trial's defining moment came when defense attorney Johnny Cochran delivered the famous line, "If it doesn't fit, you must acquit," referring to the glove. When O.J. tried on the glove in court, it appeared too small, casting doubt on the prosecution's evidence. On October 3, 1995, after months of trial, the jury reached a verdict, not guilty. The courtroom erupted with reactions of shock, joy, and disbelief. The decision was deeply divisive, highlighting racial tensions and leaving America split. The verdict sparked mass protests and debates. Many believed that O.J. was guilty, and the decision was a miscarriage of justice, while others saw it as a win against racial bias. This case highlighted the deep-rooted issues within America's legal and social systems. In 1997, the families of Nicole and Goldman filed a civil lawsuit against O.J. The jury found him liable for wrongful death, awarding $33.5 million in damages to the families. Though a civil verdict, it brought some closure to those who believed in his guilt. O.J.'s life after the trials was marked by financial struggles and legal troubles. Despite maintaining his innocence, his reputation was shattered. The events left him isolated, a fallen icon in the public's eye, and the case continued to follow him for years. The O.J. Simpson trial changed American culture, influencing media, pop culture, and public opinion on race and justice. It raised questions about fame's influence in courtrooms and brought racial biases in the justice system into the spotlight, resonating even today. The O.J. Simpson case remains a chilling reminder of justice's complexity. To this day, it sparks debate, leaving questions unanswered and a lasting mark on America's social fabric. This was more than a trial. It was a reflection of society's most difficult issues. On July 30th, 1975, Jimmy Hoffa, the powerful labor union leader, visited the Marcus Red Fox restaurant in Bloomfield Township, Michigan. Hoffa was supposed to meet two men, Anthony Tony Provenzano, a mobster with connections to Hoffa's Teamsters Union, and another man named Anthony Giacalone. Hoffa waited for them in the restaurant parking lot, but the men never showed up. The last known sighting of Hoffa was when he got into his car, and that was the last time anyone saw him. At the Marcus Red Fox, Hoffa waited for over an hour. According to witnesses, Hoffa seemed agitated, even calling the men he was supposed to meet, but they never answered. Shortly after, Hoffa left the parking lot in his car. No one saw him again. His car was later found in the restaurant's parking lot, unlocked with the keys inside. There was no sign of a struggle or violence. Hoffa's wife, Josephine, became alarmed when he didn't return home. After waiting for several hours, she called the police the next morning. Police began their investigation immediately, but there were no concrete leads. Hoffa's disappearance was treated as a missing person case, and the investigation quickly expanded, as Hoffa was a well-known figure with powerful connections. Hoffa was not just a union leader, but a major political figure in the United States. He had helped build the Teamsters into the largest and most powerful labor union in the country. Hoffa's influence extended beyond labor rights. He had connections with the mafia and had clashed with other union leaders. His volatile relationships and leadership style made him both a beloved figure and a dangerous adversary to many. One of the central theories behind Hoffa's disappearance is his involvement with organized crime. Hoffa's relationship with the mafia, especially mob figures like Provenzano and Giacalone, had long been a topic of suspicion. Hoffa had fought to regain control of the Teamsters, a position that was crucial to the mafia's influence over labor unions, which led many to believe that he was silenced because of his efforts to challenge the mob. Police quickly interviewed Hoffa's associates, including Teamsters members, to gather clues. They also spoke to employees at the Marcus Red Fox, but no one could provide any new information. With no sign of Hoffa, No ransom demands and no body, the investigation stagnated. This case was not only about a missing person, but about someone with powerful enemies, which complicated the investigation. Hoffa's family, especially his son, James P. Hoffa, insisted that the mafia was involved in his disappearance. The Hoffa family believed that he had been killed because of his connections and his determination to regain leadership of the Teamsters. His disappearance became a point of frustration and fear for those who cared about him. It's widely believed that Hoffa's disappearance was orchestrated by mafia figures like Tony Provenzano and his associates. Hoffa had been seeking to regain control of the Teamsters after being released from prison, and the mafia's control over labor unions was at stake. The theory is that Hoffa's murder was a way to eliminate a threat to their operations. The police conducted multiple searches, combing through Hoffa's home, the Maciusz Red Fox parking lot, and various properties owned by individuals linked to the mafia. However, despite extensive searches, no physical evidence surfaced. The case grew colder, and the frustration of investigators and Hoffa's family intensified. Tony Provenzano, a mobster, was one of the prime suspects in Hoffa's disappearance. Hoffa and Provenzano had a long history of conflict. Despite several interviews and investigations, Provenzano denied any involvement in Hoffa's disappearance. However, investigators couldn't conclusively link him to Hoffa's disappearance. Over the years, various theories have emerged about Hoffa's fate. Some believe Hoffa's body was buried under a football field in Detroit, while others claim that Hoffa was cremated and his ashes scattered. There are also rumors that Hoffa's disappearance was orchestrated by other unions or even the government. As of today, Jimmy Hoffa's disappearance remains one of the greatest unsolved mysteries in American history. Despite extensive efforts to locate Hoffa or uncover the truth behind his disappearance, the case remains cold. Hoffa's family continues to search for answers, and the story of his disappearance still captivates the public's imagination. On June 3, 2011, 20-year-old Lauren Spearer attended a party near Indiana University. Her evening started with friends at Kilroy's Sports Bar and continued at her friend Corey Rossman's apartment. The group's celebration quickly spiraled into danger as Lauren's behavior became noticeably affected by alcohol and other substances. The last known moments of her life would be pieced together by surveillance cameras, but the mystery of what happened to Lauren after she left that night would haunt Bloomington and leave her family with unanswered questions. Around 4:30 a.m., Lauren was seen leaving Corey's apartment. Surveillance footage showed her stumbling, her shoes missing. It was clear she was vulnerable, yet nobody seemed to be following her. She was headed in the direction of her apartment, but never arrived. This moment captured on video would be the last time Lauren was ever seen, leaving her family and friends to wonder what could have happened in those critical minutes. When Lauren's parents, Robert and Charlene Spearer, learned of her disappearance, they immediately traveled from New York to Indiana. Their anguish was palpable as they pleaded with the community to help find their daughter. Local news began covering the story extensively, and volunteers joined in large-scale searches. The Spearers would go on to spearhead efforts to locate Lauren, keeping her story alive for years. Bloomington police launched an intensive investigation, combing through surveillance footage, questioning friends and witnesses, and retracing Lauren's final steps. They interviewed Corey Rossman, her last known companion, but his answers remained vague. The police also faced mounting pressure as media coverage intensified and public interest grew. Yet as days passed, their leads seemed to dwindle. Corey Rossman was one of the last people to see Lauren alive. He claimed he had escorted her partway home, but didn't know what happened afterward. Some found his story suspicious, given his reluctance to cooperate fully with the investigation. His lawyer advised him not to speak to the police directly, which only fueled public speculation that he might know more than he was admitting. Police meticulously reviewed surveillance footage from the night Lauren disappeared, which showed her stumbling and seemingly disoriented. The footage confirmed her vulnerability, but frustratingly, it did not provide any further clues about her whereabouts. This only deepened the mystery, as the police couldn't determine if Lauren had encountered foul play or simply vanished without a trace. Volunteers scoured the area surrounding Bloomington, while divers searched nearby lakes and rivers. Police used search dogs and cadaver dogs to detect any sign of Lauren. The Spearer family offered a substantial reward, hoping to encourage tips, but despite everyone's efforts, no trace of Lauren emerged. Each day that passed felt like a lost opportunity, intensifying the family's anguish. Various theories emerged about what happened to Lauren. Some suspected she might have been a victim of abduction due to her vulnerable state. Others speculated that she may have met with an accident or been a victim of foul play by someone she knew. However, police found no concrete evidence to confirm any theory, leaving Lauren's fate uncertain. The community rallied to support the Spearer family, organizing vigils and posting missing person flyers throughout the town. Local businesses and residents contributed to the search efforts, determined to bring Lauren home. The community's collective grief and hope kept Lauren's case in the public eye, with many continuing to share information online in hopes of a breakthrough. As the investigation continued, the Bloomington police explored multiple theories, considering the possibility of foul play, accidental death, or abduction. Detectives followed up on hundreds of tips, yet every lead seemed to reach a dead end. Despite intense scrutiny on Lauren's friends and those who were with her that night, the investigation stalled. The lack of concrete evidence left authorities frustrated and grasping for answers, with the mystery surrounding Lauren's fate deepening. The disappearance of Lauren Spearer quickly became a national story. News outlets across the country reported on the investigation, and the case gained significant attention on social media. Public interest in Lauren's story grew, as did the pressure on law enforcement to find answers. Various news programs and true crime shows featured her case, keeping her name and image alive. But despite the heightened visibility, there was still no break in the case. Over time, multiple suspects emerged, with close friends of Lauren and other individuals under scrutiny. Jesse Wolfe, Lauren's boyfriend at the time, and Corey Rossman, one of the last people to see her, were questioned extensively. Both denied involvement, and no evidence connected them to Lauren's disappearance. The lack of suspects and clear evidence only led to more speculation, fueling theories but failing to bring law enforcement any closer to answers. Lauren's parents, Robert and Charlene Spearer, never stopped advocating for their daughter. They established a website and foundation dedicated to finding Lauren and raising awareness about missing persons. Despite years passing without answers, the Spearers continued their public appeals, speaking at events, giving interviews, and reminding the world that their daughter was still missing. Their determination became a symbol of love, hope, and resilience in the face of unimaginable tragedy. Over the years, various new leads emerged, including tips from psychics and anonymous sources. Although police followed each lead diligently, none produced significant progress. Some theorists suggested connections to other missing persons cases, speculating that Lauren's disappearance might be part of a larger pattern. The lack of closure left a space for continued theories, but the absence of hard evidence hindered the investigation from moving forward. Lauren Spearer's case remains unsolved, a haunting reminder of the dangers young adults can face. Her disappearance led to increased conversations on campus safety and inspired measures to prevent similar tragedies. Her family's unwavering hope and advocacy efforts turned Lauren's story into a powerful symbol for all missing persons, ensuring she would not be forgotten. To this day, the Spearers continue to seek justice, keeping Lauren's memory alive in the hope that one day they may finally find the answers they deserve. On the morning of July 6, 2001, Tracy Bradley left her apartment in the Bronzeville neighborhood of Chicago for work. She left her two daughters, Tienda, age 10, and Diamond, age 3, asleep in their shared bedroom. She thought it was a typical morning, unaware that it would be the last time she would see her daughters. When Tracy returned home a few hours later, her apartment was silent and empty. Tracy found a note in the apartment, supposedly written by Tienda. The note said that Tienda and Diamond had gone to a nearby park and store. This message immediately raised suspicions. The note seemed odd, both in its handwriting and content. Investigators later questioned if Tienda actually wrote it. As the hours passed, panic grew. Tracy and family friends searched the neighborhood, calling out for Tienda and Diamond. They visited parks, stores, and asked neighbors, but no one had seen the girls. By the end of the day, it was clear that this wasn't a simple case of two girls wandering off. Tracy reported her daughters missing to the police. Chicago police responded quickly, organizing one of the largest search efforts in the city's history. They used dogs, helicopters, and hundreds of officers. But despite the thorough search, no trace of the girls was found. News of the disappearance shocked the local community. The Bronzeville neighborhood came together, with volunteers joining the search. Flyers with Tianda and Diamond's photos were posted throughout the city. Chicago's media covered the story extensively, but tips and leads were few and far between. The note found in the apartment was the first major clue, but there were doubts. Family members expressed concerns that it might not have been written by Tianda. Was the note an attempt to mislead? This question added to the growing suspicions and theories about what could have happened. As the investigation deepened, conflicting reports surfaced. Some witnesses claimed they had seen Tianda and Diamond walking with an unknown man, while others said they saw them playing alone near their apartment. These conflicting accounts added complexity to the investigation, making it challenging for the police to determine a clear timeline of the girls' movements. As with many missing person cases, the family came under scrutiny. Tracy Bradley, the girl's mother, cooperated fully, but investigators closely examined every aspect of her life and her connections. They were searching for any signs of possible involvement or people close to the family who could have information. Given the high-profile nature of the case and the involvement of young children, the FBI joined the investigation. They provided additional resources, including advanced profiling and search methods. They also released enhanced images of what Tianda and Diamond might look like as they aged, hoping someone might recognize them. During the initial hours of the investigation, Tracy received an unusual voicemail, allegedly from Tianda. In the message, Tianda sounded scared and said, "Mom, pick me up." Police analyzed the voicemail, but it was hard to confirm its authenticity. This haunting message left the family and authorities deeply troubled. Search dogs were brought in to try to track the girl's scent. The dogs followed a trail that led to a nearby parking lot, but abruptly stopped, suggesting the possibility that the girls may have been taken by car. This theory supported the idea that the girls had been abducted rather than wandering off. Based on the note left in the apartment, investigators focused on nearby parks. They conducted thorough searches, combing through every corner, lake, and wooded area. However, despite their exhaustive efforts, they found no evidence of Tianda or Diamond. The note's message seemed more puzzling with each passing day. The case quickly captured national attention, with major news outlets covering the story and urging the public to provide any leads. People across the country sent in tips, theories, and potential sightings, but none led to concrete results. Community members organized vigils, hoping to keep the case alive in public memory. With limited physical evidence, the FBI began profiling a potential abductor. Investigators theorized that if the girls were taken, it might have been by someone familiar with the area or even known to the family. The search expanded to consider individuals with prior offenses in the area, though no one was identified as a suspect. As each year passed, the anniversary of Tianda and Diamond's disappearance was marked by gatherings and renewed calls for information. Family members and supporters organized events to remind the community that the case remained open. Despite the years, the pain of their absence only grew. On the night of April 3, 2004, 23-year-old Alonzo Brooks attended a party in the small, rural town of Lasinia, Kansas. Friends who knew him described him as cheerful and fun-loving, someone who could lighten the mood at any gathering. That evening, Alonzo was one of the few people of color at a party attended mostly by locals. By the end of the night, his friends had left, and Alonzo had no ride home. The next morning, Alonzo's family was in a panic. He hadn't returned home, and nobody knew where he was. His family and friends began a desperate search, retracing his steps and questioning those who were at the party. They alerted the police, but the initial search provided no leads. Alonzo had vanished without a trace. For weeks, authorities and volunteers scoured the area around Lasinia, including fields, rivers, and wooded areas. But despite their efforts, they could find no sign of Alonzo. The community speculated endlessly, with theories ranging from an accident to foul play. Alonzo's family, however, believed there was more to the story. Nearly a month later, on May 1st, 2004, Alonzo's body was finally discovered near a creek not far from the party house. The area had been searched before, making his sudden appearance there even more mysterious. His body showed signs of decomposition, complicating any immediate determination of cause of death. Alonzo's family was devastated and demanded answers. They suspected foul play and felt that Alonzo's race played a role in the tragic outcome. The local police initially treated his death as inconclusive, citing a lack of evidence. Frustrated, the Brooks family sought federal intervention. The FBI soon took over the case. They interviewed partygoers and searched the area once more, hoping for a breakthrough. However, many witnesses were uncooperative, claiming they didn't remember key details from that night. The wall of silence frustrated investigators, stalling their progress. Rumors began circulating around town, some suggesting Alonzo had been the victim of a racially motivated attack. Friends at the party later mentioned an altercation, though details were vague. Others believed that fear of retaliation kept witnesses from speaking out. Years went by without resolution. Alonzo's mother, Maria Ramirez, was relentless in her quest for justice, frequently appearing on news programs and appealing to the public. She believed that someone at the party knew the truth, but was too afraid to come forward. In 2020, 16 years after Alonzo's death, the FBI reopened the case and offered a $100,000 reward for information. The case was reclassified as a potential hate crime, bringing renewed public interest and hope to the Brooks family. In June 2020, Alonzo's body was exhumed for a new autopsy. This time, forensic experts determined that his death was likely the result of foul play, a stark contrast to the initial findings. This discovery fueled the Brooks family's belief that Alonzo had been targeted. With the new autopsy findings, the FBI intensified their efforts, re-interviewing several party attendees and reviewing prior statements. This led to new suspicions about certain individuals who were reportedly seen arguing with Alonzo that night. Rumors of an altercation surfaced once more, but witnesses were still hesitant to speak openly. Despite the passage of time, Alonzo's case received renewed media coverage, sparking public outcry for justice. Social media campaigns brought national attention to the case, pressuring local authorities to act. Many supporters questioned why Alonzo's death had gone unresolved for so long and demanded answers. The FBI continued to comb through old evidence, now armed with advanced forensic technology. They reanalyzed the clothing Alonzo had worn and samples taken from the scene. Forensic advancements provided new insights, though still no conclusive proof of exactly what had happened to him. The search for justice inspired a movement in Alonzo's hometown, where community members held vigils and protests. They called for transparency and accountability from law enforcement. Many expressed frustration, believing that racial bias may have played a role in the delay of Alonzo's case. As of today, Alonzo Brooks's case remains unsolved, though the renewed investigation by the FBI continues. His family, friends, and supporters refuse to give up, rallying for answers and justice for Alonzo. His story has become a powerful reminder of the resilience of a community fighting for truth and the ongoing struggle against racial injustice. On October 7, 1949, Jean Spangler, a promising actress and dancer, vanished without a trace from Los Angeles. She left her home, promising her mother she would meet her ex-husband, Dexter Benner, about their daughter, Christine. Hours later, she was gone. Her disappearance raised many questions, with no answers to explain her sudden absence. 2 days later, Jean's handbag was found in Griffith Park. The bag, torn and showing signs of struggle, contained personal items, but no signs of Jean herself. However, a mysterious note with the word Kirk written on it sparked further intrigue. Who was this Kirk, and what was his connection to Joan? Speculation ran wild that the note referred to actor Kirk Douglas, whom Jean had worked with in a film. However, when questioned, Douglas denied knowing Jean or having any involvement in her disappearance. The mystery surrounding Kirk deepened, leaving investigators without any solid leads. Jean's mother, Mrs. Spangler, was frantic. She had no idea where her daughter could have gone. The last time Jean spoke to her, she mentioned meeting Dexter, but Mrs. Spangler was concerned because Jean had also spoken about seeing a doctor. Was this a clue that Jean was in trouble? Some speculated that June was pregnant and had been seeking an illegal abortion. This theory gained traction when it was discovered that Jean had been to a doctor before her disappearance. The stigma surrounding abortion at the time added an eerie layer to the mystery. Jean had connections to some shady figures in Hollywood, leading some to believe she might have been involved in something dangerous. Was her disappearance connected to the criminal underworld? Or was it simply an unfortunate incident, like so many others in the rough world of show business? As the case gained attention, the FBI was brought in. With no clear leads and no sign of Jean, They widened the scope of their investigation. They spoke to several of Jean's acquaintances and combed through her personal life for clues, but no answers seemed to emerge. As the media ran wild with the story, public theories about Jean's disappearance grew. Some thought she might have run away to escape an abusive relationship, while others believed foul play was involved. The press continued to fuel speculation, but the truth remained elusive. Dexter Benner, Jean's ex-husband, was considered a suspect at one point. His alibi for the night of Jean's disappearance was shaky, and some thought he might have been involved in her vanishing. However, after further investigation, no solid evidence could be found to link him to the crime. Further digging into Jean's past revealed that she may have been involved in relationships with powerful men in Hollywood, some of whom were rumored to be connected to organized crime. Was Jean trying to escape these dangerous connections, or was she silenced before she could expose them? Jean's mention of seeing a doctor on the night of her disappearance was a lead that couldn't be ignored. Was it a medical professional who helped her with the abortion theory? Investigators looked into local physicians, but none were willing to speak out or provide any information about Jean's alleged visit. The case remains open, though no new leads have emerged in decades. Despite numerous theories, no one has been able to definitively explain what happened to Jean Spangler. Was she murdered? Did she run away? The mystery lingers, leaving her family and the public searching for answers. Jean's story remains a chilling reminder of Hollywood's darker side. Many actresses of the time were caught in relationships with powerful men, often leading to tragic outcomes. Jean's case exemplifies the dangers lurking behind the glamorous facade of the film industry. As we reflect on Jean Spangler's case, the final question remains: what really happened to her? Was it a tragic accident, a crime gone wrong, or something darker still? The answer may never be known, but the haunting mystery of her disappearance continues to captivate those who seek to uncover the truth. On March 19, 2004, Brianna Maitland, a vibrant 17-year-old high school student, went missing after her shift at a small inn in Montgomery, Vermont. After a long night of work, Brianna left the Black Lantern Inn alone, expecting to return home to her apartment. Yet she was never seen again. What happened on her journey that night remains a chilling mystery that haunts her family in the small town of Montgomery. The very next morning, Brianna's car, an Oldsmobile, was discovered backed into an abandoned farmhouse's wall just a mile from her workplace. The car's odd position, partially lodged into the structure, raised alarm. The scene was strangely unsettling, with Brianna's belongings scattered inside. But Brianna was nowhere to be found. Was it an accident or a deliberate attempt to hide something sinister? At first, the police treated it as a simple abandoned vehicle case. However, they soon realized that the car contained her paycheck and other personal items, which was unusual for a teen planning to return home. Strangely, it wasn't until several days later that the car was connected to Brianna's disappearance. By then, vital clues may have already been lost. The abandoned building where her car was found, known as Dutchburn House, had a reputation for eerie occurrences. Locals reported feeling an unsettling presence around it, even before the incident. Now, with Brianna's disappearance linked to it, the house took on a haunting new significance, fueling theories about what may have taken place there. When Brianna's family was finally informed about the abandoned car, they grew increasingly concerned. Brianna was not the type to leave without telling anyone. Her mother, Kelly Maitland, felt something was terribly wrong. Days passed, and hope began to wane as the search yielded few clues, leaving her family in agonizing suspense. Despite extensive searches in the nearby forests and abandoned buildings, no trace of Brianna could be found. Investigators and volunteers combed through every inch of the area around Dutchburn House, yet all efforts led to dead ends. The mystery deepened, casting a dark shadow over the small community. Friends reported that Brianna had seemed stressed leading up to the day she vanished. Some recalled an argument and signs that she was worried about something or someone. These last known interactions became critical for investigators, yet no clear suspect or motive surfaced, leaving only questions. Kelly and her family made public pleas for information, appealing to anyone who might know something. News spread across Vermont, and the case began to gain national attention. Each day they held on to hope, but the silence and lack of leads made it agonizingly clear that Brianna's fate remained shrouded in darkness. Several suspects were investigated, including friends, acquaintances, and strangers known to frequent the area. Some leads seemed promising, but ended abruptly. Each potential breakthrough turned cold, intensifying the mystery around Brianna's case and frustrating the efforts of law enforcement. Despite the eerie scene where her car was found, forensic investigators had little physical evidence to work with. No fingerprints, blood, or other concrete clues were discovered that could lead them closer to finding Brianna or identifying anyone involved. This lack of forensic evidence left investigators and her family feeling both frustrated and helpless, as every promising lead seemed to end in a dead end. As days turned into weeks, the small town of Montgomery rallied around Brianna's family. Volunteers organized searches, and local businesses offered support in spreading awareness about her case. Flyers with Brianna's photo and details were posted everywhere. The town's unwavering hope inspired her family to keep pushing for answers, even as the investigation faced constant setbacks. Over time, theories about Brianna's disappearance began to surface. Some speculated she may have been kidnapped by someone she knew, while others suggested she could have encountered a stranger with harmful intentions. Even wilder theories about a possible involvement with organized crime or human trafficking emerged, adding even more layers of mystery to her disappearance. As investigators continued to dig, they started considering the possibility of foul play. Friends and acquaintances shared accounts of Brianna's recent struggles, suggesting she may have crossed paths with dangerous individuals. Law enforcement pursued these leads diligently, but the case's complexity only seemed to deepen with every clue. Over the years, Brianna's family remained hopeful but heartbroken. Each passing anniversary was a painful reminder of her absence. Investigators continued to re-examine the case, hoping to uncover new insights, yet Brianna's fate remained elusive. Her mother, Kelly, still believed that answers would come, but time was taking a heavy toll on her family's lives. To this day, the disappearance of Brianna Maitland remains an unsolved case. Her family, friends, and the community continue to search for answers, clinging to hope that one day the truth will be revealed. What happened to Brianna on that fateful night in March 2004? The haunting mystery continues to linger, leaving behind countless questions and a shadow of sadness over those who knew her.